Okay, Sage. Okay, Sage is in here. Is I don't see BX in here. BX is not in here yet. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. As you can see, I've changed things around. I actually am a little. I'm actually kind of excited, rather, over this. I actually kind of like it. Is given that professional look that I've wanted it to have for a long time. Let me see if I can drag this down a little bit so you guys can see it. So, so, I guess breaking news, not breaking news. Everybody's talking about this. Now, this is something that I've predicted. I predicted this ever since she launched her book, 107 Days. And she was going on a book tour. I said from the very beginning that the book tour and the whole press around the book tour was really a shadow campaign. What I mean by that is I mean she was campaigning because it was always to her a second option. It was always another option to run again. So she was campaigning and using her book tour before she fully announced it. She hasn't yet fully announced that she was going to run. Let me be abundantly clear. She has yet to announce that she is going to officially run. She was on the Nation Action Network or something like that. National Action Network or something like that. Where, what's his name? Al Sharpton and a whole bunch of other Democrats and stuff like that. They were getting up there to talk about, the state of America and all that, Trump and this and so forth. So she was up there. Harris was there. And they were talking about Trump and everything. And of course, let's be honest, he knew what she was going to say. This was staged and all that. So Al Sharpton asked if she intends on running again. And then she says she'll think about it. Blew up. Okay? The crowd went crazy. Everybody was going crazy. Everybody loved it. All of that, right? Everybody was just like, oh, yeah, she's going to run again. She can do it this time. So a lot of people I've seen some people on TikTok talk about her running again. This is something that we've all prepared for. Before I go on and give you my stance, I want to do a little thing. What do you guys think about her running again? Before we go on, what do you guys think about her running again? If she ran again, all things considered, would you guys vote for her? I want to know. Oh boy. Okay. I would like to know if you guys would vote for her again. If you guys would vote for her first the one time and then second again, would you guys do it? Now here's the thing. She was talking about how it's okay to demand something specific and we should be transactional with the vote. So she's fixing up the language. If I'm looking at the screen, that's because I'm still like rearranging things, okay? So she's fixing up the language because the language that didn't cause her to win was the fact that foundational Black Americans said, okay, well, we have specific demands. You have to do something specific for our community. And she ignored that. Okay, all of her policies, and you can go back. We've done many breakdowns of the policies and all that stuff. All of her policies were people of color based, race based, or minority based. All lives matter-ish policies. Nothing specific. However, she needed her voting block to come out. The issue is that the voting block, the black vote, the Black American vote, did not come out in the numbers that she needed. So now she's kind of fixing up the language vaguely. All right? She's vaguely fixing up this language. Hold on, let me see that. Move my laptop thing a little bit. I'm trying to see if I can see the chat room. I don't want to see the names. I do want to see the names, but I want to see the chat. I'm trying to see the chat. Actually, let me see. Okay, hold on. Okay. So my thing is this. I'm already seeing people getting excited about it. I'm already seeing people, say this is her time. She can do it again and all that. Listen, it's not gonna work out. It's not a good look. It's not a good look for several reasons. I'm trying to see something. Hold on for 1 second, y'all. God, it's a lot of things, because this is my first time doing it like this. It's a lot of things flashing up. Like I'm literally talking and then a notification just pops up at the screen. So I haven't done this like this before. So I'm like trying to close out different tabs and things like that are popping up, notifications and whatnot that are popping up at the moment. Okay, so points, top viewers. I'm not looking for top viewers. Okay, dog. All right. So it don't look like a lot of people is really down with that. It don't look like a lot of people support that like that. Okay, that's from what I'm gathering is that it's not huge support. I know I keep talking and then breaking and talking and breaking. I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying to get it together. I am trying to get it I really am. Okay, it is a lot. Okay, it's a lot to this. Where is BX? I need her here. Okay. Trying to see what's going on. I need people here. Let me just see something. Hold on. Okay. Well, people can pop up. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, good. All right. You guys can hear me, right? Anybody want to request up, you can feel free to. I think I got it. I had to accept the request now. People have been requesting. I didn't know how to accept it. I do now. So if you want to come up, hit the request button and we can bring you up. Here's the thing. A lot of people one of the reasons I say that this is probably not going to work for her is that they're going to go with the same playbook. The Democrats are not going to promise anything specifically. They're not going to try to meet any demands specifically. What they're going to try to do is they're going to try to say, look at Trump, and Trump is doing this, and Trump is doing this, and Trump is doing this. And listen, I can spend all day long talking to you about all of the things that I don't agree with Trump on, all of the things that I dislike what Trump is doing. I dislike this policy of the GOP. I dislike this. I dislike this. I want us to take this moment and let's just put Trump on the back burner right now. Let's not think about Donald Trump right now. I know a lot of times when we talk about elections and politics, for the last 10 years, we tend to think about Donald Trump. Let's just not think about Donald Trump right now. Let's just think about the Democrats and their agenda. Let's just think about that. So their agenda is not anything for Black Americans at all. Okay, their agenda is going to be, because this is the play they have been running, their agenda is going to be, well, it doesn't matter what we promise or what we don't promise. That's not the point, and that's not something that's relevant at all. What we need to be focusing on is stopping Donald Trump. That is the only thing that we need to be focusing on. Anything and everything else, that it doesn't matter. Okay, stopping Donald Trump is the biggest obstacle of America. He's going to create another world war or whatever the case is. This is what we're going to get. Now, when it comes to reparations, we're going to get from the same people, because I want you guys to remember their first answer that they didn't pivot from. Their first answer, her first answer was no. It wasn't, I don't know. It wasn't, I'll look into it. It wasn't, I'll see. It wasn't any of that. Her first answer was no to reparations. That was it. And it wasn't taken out of context. We're not twisting her words. It wasn't, well, you didn't watch the full video. It wasn't none of that. It was a no. And she made it clear that it was no. Okay. And then when it came time for her to circle back, it was, oh, well, no, it was taken. Other people were projecting that it was taken out of context. Okay. It wasn't taken out of context. She had when she was running, she had ample time to pivot, ample time to change her decision, ample time to do that. Every single time reparations came up, never came up from her. It never did. It never came up from her. It would come up, but she would always pivot, be all like, well, I'll see, but we got to do she said some type of greater opportunity America or something like that. She would take the reparations conversation and pivot that into her own policy, because her policy is not supportive of reparations. Okay, it's not. And we know that. All right. Now, this is going to be the same playbook. And here's the thing. All of the Democrats are going to get behind that. Okay. Because Al Sharpton didn't ask about reparations. She's been doing other interviews since the election. All right. I want us to understand this. This is how I knew, because I've been following her since then, because I knew. I've been following her and following her interviews and following her conversations and round talks and things like that. She's not bought up reparations. Everything, go look up on YouTube. Don't take my word for it. Look it up on YouTube. Everything that she's done, everything she said, since the election, since November 6th, technically 5th, but since November 5th, 6th, technically, 2024, everything since then has been about, well, Donald Trump, and I told you so, She said that multiple times, okay? She said that at Jesse Jackson's funeral. I told you so. Look at Donald Trump. Look at how bad he's doing. It's not about, okay, this is what I have learned from my mistake. In her book, 107 Days. It wasn't about, well, this is what I have learned. This is what I have learned. I knew she was running because that whole book was to throw the blame onto everybody else, to sanitize her for another run. That's what that was for. All right. And, her camp started eating that up, all of that. And this is what we have now. Trump is bad. So this is what it is. And I'm not here to argue that Trump is good. Okay? I want us to think about this maturely. Whether there's a policy that you agree with or don't agree with, that doesn't mean the person is good. Now, there are some policies I agree with, but that doesn't mean that I feel like the person is good. I want you to think about it that way. Let's think about it that way. So, she's going to do that. And you're going to have a lot of the same exact Democrat shills, the Al Sharptons, because the whole thing, Al Sharpton was there. Someone else, I'm forgetting her name. It wasn't Amanda Seals. Who else was it? It was somebody else. Ayanna Pressley. Sharpton was there. Ayanna Pressley was there. Don Lemon was there. And a couple other people. I got to double check and see. They were all there. So all of them are going to be pushing this narrative. Now, she has not formally announced she was running yet. Okay? What this is I'm going to think about it to kind of get the groundwork going. All right? So that way, when she does announce, there's already a fertile ground for her to run. Okay? It's like putting your toe in the water and to gauge the temperature of everybody. This is what that's for, okay? Now, what you're going to see is the same argument that anytime somebody advocates, they're not going to advocate for, she would have done this better. She would have done this better. This is her policy. This is what she's going to learn from. I want you guys to see, because I'm already seeing it already. It's going to be, well, if she was president, this wouldn't happen. And if she was president, we wouldn't be at war with Iran. And if she was president, the gas prices wouldn't be up. If she was president, this wouldn't have happened. If she was president, this wouldn't have happened. It's going to be a response presidency. It's going to be a response campaign. We should start calling it what it is, a response campaign. Because their strongest campaign message is to say, well, don't you guys think he's doing really, really, really bad? So don't you think she's qualified because she's not him? Okay. It doesn't make sense because he's not running again. Whoever the Republican Party is going to push for 2028 is not going to be Trump. They're not backing Trump a third time. or for a third term, I mean. So it's going to be somebody else. And all she's going to run on is, what is the GOP doing? Now, here's the thing. If she was serious about it, she would do legitimate interviews and talk about her mistake. Her mistake as far as not doing anything specifically for us, all right? Her mistake in taking accountability for the border, okay? These are the things that she would be doing if she was serious about it, but she's not. But I'm already seeing people say stuff, okay? Now, what we're also going to have to deal with is we're going to have to deal with this gender war thing. And I made a video on YouTube. Y'all go to Afro Elite on YouTube. I made a video on YouTube because they're already pushing that. And every single election season, they push it. They push this divide between black men and black women. Now they're pushing the divide between straight black men and queer and black women and all that. They're trying to push the divide because it's easier to manipulate and section off the community that way. All right. Now, if anybody disagrees, y'all can come up. Y'all can come up. Come on now. Y'all, anybody disagrees, I want to have a conversation. I'm just giving you my stance on it, okay? They're going to try to push that. So anytime anybody, just like last time, anytime anybody criticize her is going to have they're going to come up with the excuse of, you don't like black women, or this is misogyny, this is misogynoir, this is because black women are disrespected in America, which is a fact, that is true. However, that does not apply to her. Okay. You said, please let me see. I don't see your request to come up. Maybe I'm messing it up because I don't see your request to come up. Okay, there we go. There we go.
Can you believe this? The least thing.
What up, King?
Brother, talk to me. How you doing? How you doing?
Well, you better thank a union member. That's where we are, bro. And the thing of it is, I'm sick and tired of black people falling for this nonsense. This woman is a tether. She can't produce one foundational black American in her bloodline. Can we just start at she's a tether, Obama's a tether, and then we can have the rest of the conversation. Now that we got that out the way. Obama went to a bunch of black men and tried to scold us, saying that we're misogynists for not wanting to vote for Kamala when 85% of us voted for that broad. I'm not in that 85% because I have sense and I saw what she did under Biden. Was it misogyny when we voted for Obama over Hillary? I'm just curious when it became misogyny. Oh, when it didn't benefit them. And then what they're going to do right now, because I'm telling you, they're going to push the Republicans are going to push JD Vance. And what Kamala and Mayonnaise McConaughey, aka Gavin Newsom, is going to say is, well, this is a situation where, oh my God, he's going to be Trump 2.0 and he's going to put you in cages and he's going to put you back in chains. My whole thing is this. And I'm waiting for any foundational black American who votes Democrat to tell me what has the Democrats done for our communities in 65 years. I'm not saying about my lineage. She didn't show up to the National Association of Black Journalists, and then people were coming at Trump, but Trump was like, yo, I didn't know she was black. That should tell y'all everything that y'all need to know, but y'all don't follow anything. And the same thing as y'all grind up other politicians for, y'all let her ride. Her last name is Emhoff. It ain't been Harris for like 15 years. Y'all let her ride. If Barack Obama was, sleeping with Diana Ross and then he slept with Sierra and then all of a sudden he wind up with, Jennifer Aniston, he would have never been president, but y'all applaud this broad for being mediocre, and she ain't even one of us. So I'm trying to understand for the life of me why we're even entertaining this conversation. And she has given reparations. She's given reparations to Al Sharpton. She's given reparations to Sweet Cheeks Roland Martin. She's given reparations to Club Shay Shay. She gives reparations to people to make sure that you don't think about getting reparations for yourselves. But, I got nothing else. I'm confused and I'm frustrated, bro.
Yeah. I understand the frustration. I know I'm messing with this a lot, but I'm getting it together, as you can see. But yeah, I totally understand the frustration. The frustration is 100% warranted. Okay, it is. I'm sorry. The It's a lot. The numbers are throwing me off, and I'm not sure exactly where in the hell my mods are. But we have other people coming up, and I want people who disagree to actually come up, because I want to actually hear what you have to say. But my thing, I do want to add this, right? She spent a lot of money on her campaign, and this is what she needs. She spent a lot of money. She went into debt, got over $1 billion in a little over 100 days, and then blew that and then some. All right. So a lot of the donors, the Democrat donors, the people who've historically donated to different presidential campaigns, they're going to be very reluctant, if they're going to at all, to donate to her. I think the reason, you don't have to drop down. I think the reason that she's doing this now is because this is her attempt to kind of get some type of momentum, or to get ahead of Gavin Newsom, which we know for a fact that Gavin Newsom is attempting to run as well too. Gavin Newsom is trying to run too, and I'm sure we all know that he's pretty much announced it, but he kind of can't right now. But he's pretty much announced it. Okay, he's running again. So Gavin Newsom's not doing good when it comes to the black community either. And Gavin Newsom, when it comes to his polling and his likability outside of California, and I'm hearing a lot of people in California aren't really backing Gavin. Okay, I'm not seeing the request thing on that, so I got to let you guys up on this. Okay. I'm telling you guys, I'm new to this, so it's something. So
Hello.
y'all just bear
Hello.
with me, y'all. So I think she's trying to
You
do
know,
this to get ahead of Gavin Newsom. All right? Because once the
she don't
party
have a
gets behind,
chance.
oh yeah,
She don't have a
once the
chance.
party gets behind
Oh, hold
Gavin
on.
Newsom, it's
Let's
going to
go
be
finish.
very difficult for her to get anywhere. Okay?
If they let her run, it's all a setup, man. Because I think if she were to run for a Democratic ticket, it's all a setup, because they know 100%. Everybody, like, 80% of the people are against the Republican Party right now because of everything that's going on. So they're gonna try to slam her as the Democratic ticket to get everybody, like, even to give the Republicans a chance. And they might even get it. You know why? She had her chance when she was vice president. She had a lot of power that she did not use, man. She did not use. And they told her she's going to lose if she takes that side against the genocide that was going on. And she didn't use her power,
G-Side,
man.
TikTok
So
lanes, please.
I didn't
G-Side.
even vote for her. Genocide, you know. And that's it. She lost the vote. She had won it. She would have won it 100%. But she costed herself that election, man. And we saw, no matter what she says today, ain't nobody gonna believe it, because you know what? You were there. You were there and you had the power and you did not use the power. So if you were there and had the power and didn't use it, so what is she gonna tell us now that's gonna make us
Now,
think she's gonna be any different? You know, they're gonna walk all over her. It's just like they're doing right now to the president. He don't have no power. He's getting all the
let me
information he
ask you a
needs from
question.
his advisors.
Let me ask you a question real quick, sir.
Go ahead.
Where's your ethnic background from? I
Uh-huh.
hear like a accent.
I
Where's
am
that accent from?
I am Lebanese.
Lebanese. Okay. How
I
long
am
have you been?
Lebanese. I am
How,
Lebanese. I'm Lebanese American.
okay. All right. Okay. Lebanese American.
I've
How
been
long have
here
you been
I've
living
been
in the
here
States?
52, 55 out of my 57 years.
Oh, all right. Okay, cool. Now, let me ask you this now.
Okay.
What do you think
So
of
so
hold on, brother. Hold on.
go ahead.
What do you think of
Hmm.
reparations? What is your stance on reparations, specifically, well, exclusively, not even specifically, exclusively for foundational black Americans?
Okay, so this one's a very, very tough call, because I'll tell you something, man. If you're gonna ask anybody this type of question, and for them to be, like, genuinely honest, nobody's been affected more than what's going on right now in the world than let's say me and my people. like what's going on overseas, because right now I am from the area where all of my I don't have any immediate family
Mm-hmm.
over there, but I have cousins, and second and third cousins and tons of friends that are all evacuated right now, that are all living pretty much like I say at friends' houses in the capital, where they can't even stay in the capital no more, but they're all staying somewhere else because they all been
That
evacuated.
sucks. That's. I'm gonna pray for them,
You
but you're
know,
safe.
um,
At least you're safe though.
yeah,
We don't have to worry about you being safe because you're in America and you've been here for a long time, so you are safe, right? Okay, so
yeah. Thank God.
we don't gotta
But
worry
says,
about that. So about
but as human beings, don't
but
we have to worry
yeah, okay, all right.
about your
And as
family and your
human
friends?
beings, I empathize with your people. Okay, as I'm sure you empathize with my people. And I'm asking
Absolutely.
just to be as clear as possible. So you're saying that you do or don't support reparations for Foundation Black Americans?
Now, see, the only thing is, I'm not answering this because I really don't understand like what that word is you're saying, and I'm
Oh boy,
very
we got another
sharp.
Kamala Harris up in here. You okay? You
Y'all,
don't
y'all
understand?
don't never understand
Here
what
No,
comes the
what's
Okay.
Babylon.
reparation? No, hold on, guys, don't
Uh huh.
attack me. I'm being genuine
All
here.
right.
I'm
All
Oh,
telling
right.
you
we're not
that
attacking
word
you.
you
We just spotted
that
on the base
word
a lot
that
of y'all
word you
don't
said.
understand the word
No,
reparations.
that word you.
Or
What's that word?
repair.
No, I understand what reparations mean, but that word before you said reparations. What is that?
Well, Black Americans,
No, no, the one you said for. You were very
foundational Black
specific in
Americans.
your
Foundational
question.
black
Yeah, I
Yes,
said
yes,
Americans. Those
foundational
of us who
Black
built
yeah,
this
Americans.
country and made it
foundational.
possible for your ass to be here. You know what it means. Stop being disingenuous. Stop with the tether babble and answer a yes or no question like a man, sir.
First off, he didn't notice when I said it the first time. He didn't ask like, "What does that mean?" I don't know what that means. First, he said it was complicated, but his people went through quote unquote harsher things or are going through harsher things, so that's why he is talking about his people.
Hold on,
Now
man.
I
Hold
circle back. I
I've
circle back. I circle back, and now he's saying he doesn't know what it means. Now that I've circled back to it.
listen. Now that you clarified it, I'll be more than happy to answer that, man.
All right.
Listen. I'm not lying. I'm not trying to get anything over on anybody. Okay. I asked you a genuine question because I didn't understand that one word you said. Now that you said what it meant, and I understand what it means, I'd be more than happy to answer it.
Okay.
Okay. So that's all I was saying. And of course I do. Of course I believe you guys whoever black people should be whatever for that, for past pains and all that, because you guys did build this country. You guys helped a lot in this country. Of course you did.
Well, helped. We
You know.
built it.
We built it, sir.
You saying
It
the word
wasn't help.
helped? Okay. Well,
Yeah, of course. Of course, we know it wasn't the white man that built it. We know that. We know that.
yeah.
It
True.
And
wasn't the red
you
man
know,
either.
That's
huh?
true.
I'm sorry.
Now we're
It
gonna move
wasn't the
on.
red
We're
man
gonna
either.
move on though, because I want to be fair to
Yeah.
everybody else. Give everybody else
Yeah, yeah.
a chance to go
Absolutely,
ahead
man.
and say what
You
they
know
gotta
what,
say.
man? I just, honest to God, we all brothers, man. We all brothers, man.
Mm.
We all need to think of each other. Not,
Mm.
you know, I don't know, man. You guys, I wish you guys the best of luck. I'd much rather see anybody in this country get all that wealth and money instead of them just dumping it over there,
Mm.
dumping it at wars and dumping it. Of course, I'd love to see you guys get that reparations. What do they call
Call it,
it?
sir. You're being
Okay.
disingenuous. Stop.
Sir,
All
I'm
right. All
not.
right.
I'm
Well,
not. I'm not. So
thank you. Thank you.
I'm not.
Thank you. We're gonna save his seat for someone more worthy. Okay. Let's see who was next. Who was next? I think that was the Black
It was
Racine.
Doctor. It was the lady, and then it was me.
The lady. Okay, you got it. I'm not exactly sure the order 100%. I'm
Doctor,
still getting used to it.
doctor,
Now I'm trying to
doctor.
hold on. I'm
It
trying to
was the
bring
lady
myself back
the
to.
business.
Hold on.
Yeah, it was the lady below me, and then it was me.
Okay. All right, you got it. You got it, sister. Okay.
Doctor, you still up? Well, I do. What's going on, Afro? The business, everybody else in the room. Hope y'all having a great Saturday. I I do feel like Kamala considering to run again is like a ploy because the Democrats really don't have a favorable candidate. That's uh. Can you mute your mic?
Yeah, whose mic is
Gibson,
hot? Somebody's mic is hot.
the dude at the very bottom
Okay.
below me.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah, I do feel like it's somewhat like a could be a plan B for the Democrats if any other person that decides they're going to run in 2028 is not favorable by the majority. That's like their backup plan since she's already has like a large name and they know she can at least uh, bring in vote blue no matter who Democrats. Outside of that, I feel like both parties really don't have a viable candidate for nobody in 2028. They're still doing a lot of infighting and figure out how they're going to actually present and talk to Black Americans because our vote is going to be the new swing vote. Uh, that's the main reason why in that interview that Kamala did, she also said that she started mentioning it's okay to make a deal for your vote. Meaning, you know what I'm saying? They can't demonize us for asking for tangibles and actually asking for something for our vote instead of just giving our vote away. So,
Don't be distracted, y'all. I'm playing. I'm not supposed to I don't mean to be doing this. Okay.
you good, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
You good. And now that because from the chat you can see it's a lot of Democrats in there. They're listening to a lot of our spaces. They're trying to come up with a strategy to either combat or mend their way in and co-op a lot of things they were saying.
Hmm.
And if they can't combat it, they gonna play the usual role, use emotional projection and try to bring us in into voting with them by saying dangling reparations or other things like they usually say they're going to give to us and pull it back and give it to other people. So it's a non-factor. We need to continue to vet local people that's running and to the higher level. Vet people the way we've been. Make sure they're on our side. They're going to actually give us tangibles. And outside of that, they just got to fight for and actually give us a good deal for our vote.
Yep, they're gonna have to come with it. That's what it is. They're gonna have to come with it. Not play no games. They can't play no games. None at all. All right. Let's see. Let me see. Doctor. Doctor, you got it? Think you were next.
Peace to the FBA family. No doubt, man. FBA out of Chicago. I called in before, man. Y'all doing some great work. Godspeed to the brothers and sisters in this fight for our people. But I will say this for the demon rats, running around in the chat, man. Hey, come with a bag or you going to get dragged again. That's what it is. Come with the bag or you get dragged.
No, that's true. That's true. Sage, my brother, talk to me.
Well,
Nah,
can you hear me, brother?
Oh, I didn't
Can you
know
hear
if
me,
you were
brother?
done. Yeah.
I need to drag when buddy with you know, I really love that our people are doing this, man, and I want to make it sure. Peace and blessings to the family. Let's get that restitution. Peace.
All right. All right. Okay, Sage, we got you.
All right.
Sage, we can
Can
hear
you hear me,
you.
brother?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, I just wanted to say this. I think everyone up here is being mean.
Sage,
I
we can
want to
hear you.
start.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, cool.
Hold
So,
on, you
Yeah,
mute
mute
your
up.
mic,
Everybody
Chris.
come up.
Mute
I
Everybody,
your
think
mic, Chris.
everybody
everyone up
come
here.
up.
You got me? Okay. Yeah. So I think everyone up here is being disingenuous. I would like to first thank a union member because they did not vote for her, and I want to thank them for that. So that's what I think she was getting at. But to what my brother the Black Receipt was saying, when Tandoori Chicken said to demand something for your vote, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't think she was speaking to us. I think that was a direct shot towards Latinos, because the Democrats are now going to try to court the Latino vote, and they know that the Latinos have been, honestly, they've been generationally voting Republican quietly. And we're the ones that, because you guys got to remember too, the Democrats feel like they have our vote in their back pocket. Why pander to someone when it's going to be there anyway? For example, if I'm dating someone and I don't need to take you out, I don't need to do X, Y, and Z with you, you really think I give a damn when you get upset and say you're going to leave? You're not going anywhere. And that's how the Democrats look at us. We're that girlfriend that's just going to be there because we've been there. So I think that was something that they were pandering specifically towards Latinos when she says demand something for your vote, because she knows that the Latinos want their family members to stay here.
Okay.
And if they're not demanding, a path to citizenship for these illegals, then your family members are going to have to go home. So I think that when she says that, again, demanding something for your vote, she's not directly talking to us. She's speaking to the Latinos that she usually panders to. Excuse me, they do not usually pander to. So I think they're going to try to do a pivot. The Democrats, they're going to try to make a pivot and try to go after that Latino vote. But you and I both know it won't work, because, again, they adhere to white supremacy. And though the
Can you mute the
Democrats
lady below
definitely
me?
are white supremacists, they're not the white supremacy that the Latinos like.
You hear me, Afro? Can you mute the lady below me? Her background kind of making.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little disturbing.
Who's talking?
No, that was me. No, that was a
The
Black
chick
Receipt
below
that was
me.
saying to mute that person. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I appreciate that, brother. So again, family, do not get dissuaded. If honestly, I like this. This is good, family. I would like for Kamala to run again, because she can't go. She already peaked already. You understand? Like when she tried to run, I believe it was like in 2020, she already peaked. She didn't make it through the primary. So again, if she thinks that she has a chance because Trump may be out of the picture, she got another thing coming. And again, this is good for us. Why? Because it teaches the Democrats that not only will we not vote for you in 2 elections, you're pushing the 3rd one. So again, hopefully she's talking tangibles. But again, I don't know why, what's the fat dude's name? Roland Martin. I don't know why he was basically calling people's names out and calling people out by name, because again, we never really demanded tangibles from Trump. No, we're not getting anything, but we never really demanded anything. See, what we're getting is we're getting deportations from the Republicans. We're getting deportations, which in a around the way is kind of benefiting us around the way. So again, I want to land on that. And who the hell, Afro, who you got up on these panels, brother?
Brother,
Anyway,
I'm doing what I can, brother. This is the first
it's
time
all good.
I'm trying to help
I've
you a
ever
little bit.
operated like this before. I'm
It's all
brand new
good.
to
It's all
this.
good.
I'm brand new to
Nah,
it.
you good, brother. You good. You good. But anyway, yeah, I
Usually
want
I
to
say
say
it up here in Zaza, so you got to bear with me, brother.
good. Again, I want to say that to the family. Just stay focused. We've been on tangibles ever since what 2017. It's been tangibles 2020. So again, we need to focus on that and do not sway from that.
Yeah.
If people do not follow specific policies, do not follow specific parties. You follow the policy. And if they're not talking tangibles, they don't get your vote. With that, I'm alone.
All right. All right. Love to hear it. Let me see.
Who's
Mike,
there? Can you be quiet?
hold on. Let's get to
Hey,
Mike.
what up, fam? Hey,
What's
what up,
going on?
fam? What up, Afro? What's going on?
What's going on, man?
Um,
So
not much.
talk to
Can you
us.
hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Where you from? Where's your ethnic group from? Your people.
I'm a FBA. Originally from Delaware, living in DMV currently right now. So,
All right. All right.
But again, with the prompt, I think with Kamala, she needs to just do what Hillary did and just bow out gracefully, and just focus on her brand. I think she was a weak candidate to begin with. She couldn't answer like like simple questions. She was on like the corporate media platforms like the View, and she couldn't answer how did she differentiate herself from Biden,
Mm-hmm.
and you know it, it's just simple stuff like that. She's hopefully hopefully if she does run, I mean, I don't see her making it through the primaries. They're going to really focus on, to me, they're going to focus on either Gavin Newsom, Westmore, JB Prisker.
They all APEC Muppets though.
They
Westmore's a
Hold
still
on.
they
No,
still
let
going,
him
yeah.
go. Let him go. Let him
my
go.
bad.
I mean, you got to
And
think
then
Democrat Party.
hold on. Come on. I'm gonna let you go, but you gotta let him finish his point, and then you get to respond.
Um, but I'm trying to finish my thought. But yeah, JB Prisker, Westmore, Josh Shapiro,
Uh huh.
and Gavin Newsom. They're really going to be focusing on those mainly governors. Mainly, they're going to look for a white male to
Okay.
run. So I don't think she has a chance.
Mhm.
She doesn't really she doesn't offer anything. You know what I'm saying? And she can't really verbally say, "Hey, I stand for this. This is my platform. I stand for this and
Mhm.
that." And in the Democratic Party, they don't really have nothing to run on. No type of platform. And I feel they need to go back to what they used to run on. With their roots of what the Democratic Party stands for. But
Yeah.
I think they're too far. They're too far gone, man. They're too far gone with just the trans issue and the immigration, and And I'm a Democrat. I'll be honest. I'm a Democrat, and it's just some things I don't agree with the Democratic Party, with like immigration and the trans issues, and I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
But
I will say this before we move on to the next speaker. That is one thing that the Democrats are not. They can't really. The platform is off because there are too many Democrats who want to like push the line and go super heavy and hard against Trump, and then too many
right,
Democrats who are trying to be kind of what they would consider moderate or centrist, kind of be a little bit more towards the right, not all the way, but more towards the right, more towards the I say quote unquote center, and there's dysfunction. And it's like, for instance, with the last not the last shutdown, but the shutdown before, with the
yeah,
people not getting paid in the food stamps, people voting to open up the government again, people saying they want to hold the line. So there's different fractions in there. And here's the issue: it's 2026 now. November's going to be here sooner than we know it. Okay,
right,
it takes a while for you to really get your name out there, really get your campaign, really get your interviews and all that. Whoever the Democrats are going to have to get behind, they're going to have to get behind that person pretty soon.
right, and
Whoever they're gonna
yeah,
get behind, whoever they're gonna throw, whoever the donors are gonna throw their money behind, and they're gonna do their events for, and have the shake celebrities' hands, and be on interviews and all that stuff. That's gonna have to happen soon.
right.
They don't
I agree.
have ages to sit up there and be trying to throw little shade and shots at each other. You know.
Yeah, I agree. I think too. Like also, like it depends on how the midterms go. If the midterms are kind of like not what they think they're going to get, like the blue wave,
Mm-hmm.
then it's going to be interesting to see who's going to come out first to announce their president candidacy for the primaries. For
Mike, I have a
2020.
question for you, brother.
Yeah,
I'm
what's up?
sorry to just jump in, Afro, but
Yeah.
you said that you're a Democrat. What specific policy do you support with the Democrats?
For the Democratic Party, I support raising the minimum wage
Mm-hmm.
gradually, university to $15 on the federal level. We're just raising wages universally. I support universal health care. And I'm also I'm pro reparations, like pro black agenda, pro tangibles, pro reparations, and restitution, as well as a pro anti black American hate bill as well. Um, Also, I see. I mean, this is the only thing I'm against. I'm against the Democratic Party on, which is mass immigration. I'm the opposite. I'm for deportation. So I'm the opposite. I'm like kind of like I lean towards what Obama did, what he did back during his tenure in office.
No.
with mass deportation. I kind of agree with that. I think it's gotten out of hand, and they need comprehensive reform. I'm trying to think
Are
what
you
else.
for universal health care, like only
Okay.
for American citizens or for everybody?
No, just for American citizens.
Okay.
Because
Okay. Hold on. I
it,
want you to hold that thought.
yeah.
I want us to get to Planet. Let me see your name. Planeteer Yo.
Yeah, Planeteer, yo, peace and love. What's up, Afro,
What's
man?
going
What's
on,
up,
brother?
Afro Elite? Chilling black, man. Yeah, I'm just like in 2026, I'm still like flabbergasted that how easy it is to bamboozle and black Americans. How gullible we is still talking about voting. You have APAC saying that they own 98% of all your politicians. This has been known since the 60s. I'm just trying to understand because you got government whistleblowers that have been exposing this, the protocols of the elders of Zion. Behold of a pale horse. Trump was going to be president 50 years ago, brother. Yeah, I'm good, Pop. Trump was going to be the president 50 years ago. Let me ask y'all. This how the elite play on our minds because how gullible we are. It wasn't no democratic debate to see who was going to be the front runner for the president. So they automatically selected Kamala Harris. The last time that happened was in 1937. But since we worried about is she black and is she Indian, when she says on 10 YouTube videos that she's Indian. So they cosplay. And some reason I just still don't understand how we not getting the picture. Self-reliance. You got black children using Chat GPT, building free energy technology that can power your house forever. Now this is what's going on. I'm from Baltimore City. So if blacks and Mexicans start working in this country for 1 week, it's over. Trump is owned, man. The small hats own Trump. The small hats own all the politicians. They print the money. The IRS is a private corporation, bro. I'm trying to figure out where's these high IQ Negroes at, bro. Where's the Negroes that's talking self-reliance? Where the Abraham Toure American black men? It ain't none. They don't even exist no more. Niggas still talking about voting, bro. I'm just like, bro, what the hell is black people doing, bro? 7 million whites run this country, and there's 50 million blacks, and we still waiting for Jesus, bro. Shit is crazy, black man. We don't want self-reliance yet. We don't want to do nothing our own again, bro. For some reason, I don't understand this, bro. They
Okay.
poison our food, they poison our
Okay.
water, they
Okay.
poison the air, and we still talking
Okay.
about voting for somebody, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
You know?
Okay.
EBT, man, I'm
Okay.
about to land on
Oh,
this.
all right. Yeah. I hear you, brother.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, bro. Like
I
when I go
know.
on white
I know.
spaces, it's like
I
white
hear
people
you.
already on this, bro.
I hear
It's
you.
like black people, we behind the ball,
I
bro, on
hear
a
you.
lot of stuff. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying, black man. Thanks for letting me speak, bro.
All
We just
right.
gotta wake up and be on some self-reliance stuff, bro. Fuck this system.
All right. Appreciate that. Appreciate you.
Oh yeah, my bad. I am a hemp farmer. If you go on my page talk about self-reliance, all this free energy technology. If the people that really cares, there's a lot of fake outrage, right? So
Mm-hmm.
like I said, we got everything. I'm a hemp farmer. I grow hemp. Hemp can be used for food, clothes, shelter, medicine, and energy.
Brother.
I left China 2 years ago. China is growing hemp batteries, bro. Hemp graphene, which is far more superior than lithium ion. It's about to be a $5 trillion a year industry, yo, that we not even tapping into or paying attention to.
Okay. Well, to not divert the attention from the subject.
Hey, I got a question for old boy. I got a question for old boy.
Okay. There's
You're not everybody.
hold. Okay. But there's three people who haven't spoken yet.
I
So
just want to just quick question. Is that cool?
hold the
Let's
question.
get to the
Hold the
people
Okay.
question.
first, and then we can get to the
Okay.
rebuttal.
Because I don't want us to. I hear you, brother. There's other people who do want to speak. We will have a conversation about self-reliance. We will, because I do think that that's important. But as of right now, we're having a conversation about politics, and in the state of politics and who's running and in
But
what the
black man, the
demands.
bankers own all the politicians, bro. So how was we talking politics when you got the APEC who says that they own all your politicians, bro? That's
Okay.
just let me know how can we talk politics? You know who APEC is, right? It's the largest lobbyist group in
Yeah, I
DC.
know.
They all, yeah,
I
So
know.
if
yeah.
they say they
Okay.
Small
own
heads.
all your
Here's the thing.
politicians,
Okay. Well. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And we heard you. I'm gonna get somebody else to, because we heard you. So I'm gonna get somebody to come up, and they're gonna give us our opinion. But I respect your opinion. Thank you. All right. Starboy, you got it. I
Yeah, I
just want to
appreciate it.
keep this, and this wasn't a dig or a diss or anything like that. I'm not trying to refute what he's saying or anything, but I'm saying if we are going to have a conversation about politics, we do not need anybody coming up saying that politics don't matter and we shouldn't be talking about it. Like that's not what this conversation is about. Much respect to
Hello.
you, Starboy. You got it.
Hello.
Yeah,
Opposition, mute up till it's your turn to speak.
yeah. As far as Kamala Harris, I think she probably has a better chance this time around than she did her first term. Just because, for one, I feel like she's had more time to really reflect on, her previous campaign. She was kind of thrown in there like immediately during the last election cycle. She wasn't really trained like that. And I think she's had more time to really reflect. Also, I think what kind of helps her is the fact that a lot of people are not supporting the Republican Party right now. A lot of people are not supporting Trump right now. A lot of things that she said Trump would do, he's done it. Right now, costs are very important to people. The price of living, tariffs are very unlikable right now. He promised no new WARs, and here we are in a big, very big WAR situation. A lot of things that she said about the chaos and division, how she described the second Trump term is like risking, would risk him having unchecked power, attacks on the press, freedom of speech, and things like that. A lot of things that she said he would do to her benefit have come true. And I think a lot of people who may have not voted for her before or didn't vote previously probably feel more of an incentive to vote. I'm not saying she will win, but what I'm saying is like when you say, you know, if you vote for this person, these bad things are going to happen, and then bad things happen. It kind of makes her look better in that light. And then I think that her policies were really good for Black Americans. I think she actually did have some decent policies that would have benefited foundational Black Americans. I don't know why people keep saying that they would not. She had a plan for investing in wealth and businesses for Black Americans. She offered, the idea of $1 million in fully forgivable loans and up to $20,000 for Black entrepreneurs who were new business owners. She offered a home ownership and housing policy, up to $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That would have hugely impacted foundational Black Americans. She offered a health and support initiative, National Health and Equity Initiative targeting sickle cell, diabetes, prostate cancer, which my dad passed away from. These are
My
conditions that
condolences.
really impact. Thank you. These are illnesses that directly impact our community. Capping insulin for diabetes at $35 a month. That was a good policy. She had an economic relief plan, which was to put a ban on corporate price gouging in grocery stores, where grocery store corporations were able to raise and lower prices whenever they wanted to. She wanted to eliminate that. And right now we're paying higher grocery prices. And she had a criminal
Are you
justice.
reading?
Yeah, I took notes. Yeah, I took notes.
I was
Yeah.
about to say that's a hell of a memory. He
Well, I
he
mean,
memorized her policies from 2 years ago. That's a hell of a memory. But okay, he's okay.
these are policies that she was, what I'm saying, like no knock warrants. She offered a policy for no knock warrants, police misconduct initiatives, reentry programs for people who have criminal records. So I hear a lot of times people say she didn't have a policy. So the reason I say her chances probably are better this time is because she's had more time. A lot of the things that she said Trump would do that were negative have happened. And I think that her previous policies, people are now reflecting on that and saying, you know what, these policies might have been better than what is going on right now. Because right now we're not getting anything out of this. We're investing all of our tax dollars into a WAR. The tariffs are hurting the middle class. Groceries are still up. Gas prices are still going up, and it's just not. So yeah, I just think that she looks better in light of what's going on right now.
Okay.
Afro.
Okay. Yeah.
Afro.
I agree. I definitely agree.
Okay.
Okay.
Brother, all due
Before
respect.
anybody get out of pocket, we're all grown men and women,
Absolutely.
and we will handle ourselves like that. All right.
Yes.
Sage. Yeah.
First of all due respect
I
to your
still
father.
been respectfully. I still been waiting. You keep
I'll be real quick.
skipping me.
No,
I'll
I'm
be
not.
real
You're
quick.
next. You're next. You're gonna go.
All due respect to your brother, I'm so sorry to hear about your father and cancer. I think that's a very important thing. But a lot of the policies that you named were not specific, especially dealing with the police. She was in office when Breonna Taylor was unalived. She did nothing. So I understand what you're saying. It sounds good on paper. It really does. But a lot in the forgiveness of the loans, that was not specific to black people. That's a lie. So again, I don't know what you were reading, brother, but definitely need to go and check those sources.
Well, she was offering, in reference to Breonna Taylor, she was offering one of her criminal justice policies with no knock warrants.
That's
No,
not specific. Again, sir,
Okay, hold
sir,
on. Okay.
that's
but,
not
But sir,
specific.
she wasn't in office during Breonna
control your
Okay.
emotions and
Taylor's
let
Hold
me
on.
time of
finish,
Hold
life.
on.
please.
Hold on.
We still got to get
Hold
to
Your
other
on.
people.
emotions.
Hold on.
We still got to get to other
Hold
people.
on. Hold on. Everybody pause. I
I'm gonna
want
let
you
y'all
to
go.
I want to, that's Sage has that response. You said your response. Let's at least for before we go into an open panel, let's at least let all of the speakers who have not spoken yet say their piece, and then we can get into responding and asking questions and this and that. All right. So Jordan's mom, you wanted to
Um,
say something
um,
before you do.
yes,
What is your ethnic background?
I'm a black woman born in America. My father was born here, my grandfather, and my great grandfather.
Okay. The reason why we ask this question is
I got
because
you, but but that's my answer, respectfully, if that's okay. You want me to? That's like me joining without joining. That's not fair to me. But I'm born here, a black woman. That should be sufficient. If not, my apologies.
man, okay. I'm not this is I want you to understand why we do this because it might seem like we're being, intrusive, but the reason why we do this is because we understand people who have immigrant families, okay, who or so
Res-
or,
respectfully,
ma'am,
respectfully, I do understand. That's
okay.
why I categorized it as my grandfather. I was born here. My grandfather was born here. My father was born here. I don't. I can say that without attaching a label to myself. With
You
your
You ain't
permission,
got to
sir.
you don't
love
have
it.
to attach
You
a
just
label
got
to
to
My
yourself.
respond.
mother, my mother, I'm sorry if you want my mother was born here. My mother's mother was born here. Her father was born here. All of us born here. All of us.
They
Four
were born here.
generations on
Did
both sides.
did your fam Okay, thank you. So your
Both
family,
sides, sir, respectfully.
just to clarify, your family lineage does not extend from another country who immigrated into
No,
America.
sir. No, sir. I said that respectfully. No, sir.
That wasn't clear, respectfully, but I'm gonna let you
I
go.
said both sides.
No, your grandfather was born here does not mean that your family lineage does not extend outside of the U.S. And the reason why I'm not trying to beat you up, but the reason why we're doing
You
that
are.
is the reason why is because a lot of people come up and they want to have these conversations and they hide their lineage. So they'll come up and then they'll speak on behalf or with the interest of immigrant lineage, but they won't say that they're an immigrant or have immigrant ties. So that's why we're just asking for specification. But I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Res- respectfully. I'm not an immigrant. No one in my family is an immigrant. I'm not married to an immigrant. Everybody in my family on both sides born here, sir. Respectfully.
Respectfully, you can go ahead.
So, what is of particular concern to me is I have this belief, and this belief was given to me by people in my family, that nowhere else on the planet could I, as a black woman, be born and be so free that I can make every single choice for myself. So I would like for you all to forgive me. I have some bias toward America because I think that being born here has given me choices that I may not have had been born someplace else. For that reason, and for the reason that my father was rewarded for his efforts here, that my grandfather was rewarded for his work and toil here. I love America and its democracy because I think that has allowed my family to elevate. I don't know what our life would have been otherwise. Because of that, I also wonder about people who work against our democracy. We are free to choose. We're free to criticize the government, free to choose the life we want for ourselves, free to create what kind of environment we want for our kids. I don't know why that is not worth preserving in our mind. I don't know why we would choose to chase our biases as opposed to chase the thing that makes us all free. In my opinion, America is inherently racist. America is inherently sexist. And so the people who are pushed down, who are oppressed in this country are the people who don't look like the white people in charge, and it is the women. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. But it is just so odd to me that men who look like me and who share the same background as me, that you have such, number one, you have such vitriol for a woman. All of this talk about she's not really black. How is her circumstance different from Obama's circumstance? Wasn't Obama's father from Kenya?
Yeah.
And I didn't hear this objection to him when he was running. I don't understand. And the talk about she's not smart. She is the most qualified person to ever seek the office of the presidency, having served in all three branches of government. To talk about the fact that she had no policy, or to say that she's not well spoken or brilliant or brighter, it baffles me. That it's as if, and these are my opinions, but it's as if you all are so determined to not vote for a woman that you're making up excuses. Do you not see the route that this country has taken, this beloved country that gave all of us a good life? Do you not see the route that it has taken in 18 months? It does not even look like the same America. Everything is on fire. And you all are still here talking about this woman ain't qualified. I can agree. Maybe somebody else should run for office because clearly America is sexist. So maybe somebody else should run. Maybe it shouldn't be her. But that does not change the fact that she is overly qualified, more than capable. And to tell lies, if you're going to have the discussion, at least be honest and authentic in what you bring to the table. Stop making up things and stop voting based on your opinion. I'm not your opinion. Stop voting based on your emotions. You have so much hatred for her. But if her is the way that you get a better life for yourself, for your children, and for your children's children, why wouldn't that be the route that you take? Why would you say, I'll just toss my vote away? I'll just sit on the couch, or I'll just vote for, the Cheeto. Anything other than to give a woman the opportunity to make your life better, to create an environment where we could generate for ourselves a generational wealth. Those policies are life changing. I know I own a home because of the Obama policies. I went through the first time home buyer program, and when I went through it, Obama gave $8,000. That allowed me to walk into my home with equity. That equity allows you to borrow against it, to renovate if necessary, or it's like building a bank. Now my equity is more than, I think, $100,000. So I become my own bank to open my own business if I want, using a HELOC, a home equity loan. These are conversations that we should have about voting in people who create those opportunities for us. Is the policy specific to Black people? No, it is not. It opens the doors to all people who are financially challenged. And if that helps us too, why are we trying to say we want something so narrow that is just for us? That makes
Okay.
us no different than the oppressor.
Can I I'm gonna let you land because I don't want to cut you off. I'm gonna let you land. I'm gonna let you land. Will you finish? I don't want to cut you off.
I'm done, sir.
Okay. Well, the thing is that a lot of the things that you said were not said here. The whole she's not intelligent and all of this stuff, the arguments that were made against her, because there were arguments for her and against her, the arguments that were made against her were strictly policy based.
Straight
You
policy.
were the one who brought up America being rooted in racism and sexism and us not voting for her because she's a woman. All right. Nobody else brought up the fact that her being a female versus a male makes her underqualified. Nobody has said that here. And this is the issue because you said that we're not.
Nor did I. I
Oh,
don't
ma'am,
don't put that out. I didn't
hold
say
on,
that.
ma'am. And now I just let
Yes,
you.
you did.
I let you go, and I
No, I
didn't.
didn't. That's
Ma'am,
not what I
Yes,
said.
she did,
I
ma'am. Yes,
let
she
you
did.
No, I
go,
didn't.
ma'am,
No, I didn't.
ma'am.
Don't misquote me.
Ma'am,
I
stop,
said
stop, stop,
you
stop,
all are
stop,
Ma'am,
sexist.
do
stop,
not
ma'am,
interrupt
stop.
the host.
Girl,
Okay,
don't holler at me.
I let you go, and I didn't interrupt you one single time. And then I get to
You didn't
talk in
interrupt me,
less than
sir.
30 seconds, and here you go. Nobody brought up the fact that because she's a female, she's not qualified. Nobody brought that up. You're bringing that up. You said something about us being too emotional. Everybody here brought up the fact that they don't agree with her policies and not only her policies, the policies in the agenda of the Democrat Party was not specific enough for to earn the Black vote. And you went on about how great America could be, and then how we are not giving a woman a chance to fix it. You didn't specify exactly what she's going to do to fix it, how Trump is tearing it down, and exactly what she's going to do. You're just saying we're not giving it to her because she's a woman, and this is our issue because
That's not what I said.
hold on. This is how it's being perceived. This is our issue. Is the fact that okay, well she's a woman, so therefore any and all criticism of her is because she's a woman, when all of our criticisms here has been because of the policies or lack thereof. Now I didn't kick her off, she left. I didn't kick her off, she left. Come on now.
Can I say my piece?
It's not your turn yet, sir.
Calm down, sir.
Y'all see that? Come on. Candy, go ahead. We have another woman on here. Go ahead, Candy.
Candy. How you doing, sir?
I'm good.
Good to
I'm gonna
talk
have
to
to
you
circle the
again.
panel out in a little bit because there's a lot of people want to come up. But Candy,
Okay.
go ahead, talk to us, sister.
All right. Hey, brother. All right. So, okay. So our problem with Kamala is what she was about. So just like with Obama, we found out that he had his father was from Kenya, his mother was American, and we noticed his policies. We had the fortunate experience to see how that played out after the fact, and we realized there was something that we noticed because we were like, why didn't you do nothing for us, right? So we said, why didn't you do something for us? Why didn't you do something for us? And we say, well, what about the Congressional Black Caucus? Why don't you do something for us? And we noticed that there are a bunch of tethers. They all had that in common. Here come Kamala. Both of her parents are from another country. Okay, so we noticed that about Kamala. Then we noticed the cosplaying. We noticed that similarity in the CBC. We noticed that when they all pretend they're black, but until they get an accolade, now all of a sudden the first black Haitian, the first Carib, the first, my parents are from, and we like, hold up. This is something we're noticing here. There's like a pattern. You guys don't do anything for us. And then she said she washed her greens in a tub. We're like, pandering. And we don't wash our greens in a bathtub. That's what she should do on her beachfront property. Go in her bathroom and get them greens out the tub. Make sure ain't none clogging the drain instead of trying to run for office again. We are not playing that. Everything she had was trick bag language. Nothing was for us. And we noticed after she left office that they opened the bag for illegals. They gave a anti-Asian crime bill. They did a bill. They did money for illegals. They had sanctuary cities. They had housing programs. I mean, man, they opened, and then let's not get into what they did for the Spanish speaking people that came over here. I mean, the Africans was getting grants for college. They was getting pathway to leadership programs in the HBCUs. And I mean, they rolled out the red carpet and threw a bag at it. I'm talking, they threw so much money at these people. The Somalians are now being told it's possibly, allegedly, billions in the fraud. Billions in fraud. They took hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars through the airport. Like tons of money just went through the airport in cash. I mean, the stuff that we found out that they was doing, not to mention the medical insurance that they wanted to shut the government down, telling us that the reason they did that was because of medical care and Obamacare, when in fact we know allegedly it was for them folks to keep getting their insurance. Man, when I tell you they don't have to pay rent in some states for up to 2 years with furnished apartments, and we crying about $23, $25, $3,000 rent, they rolled out the red carpet. Man, when Trump came in and he pulled the curtain back, man, we already knew, but it was worse. And they got the audacity to think we doing that again. Man, try somebody else. We are some new people, and I am standing on my soapbox, man. I'm screaming from a mountaintop. Do not let them people get back in. And I'm going to land with this. Just so you know, they trying to give illegals reparations for what they put up with ICE. That lady, that representative from Michigan, what's her name, y'all?
I forget her name
Pa.
off the top of my head, but
What's
I
her
saw that
name?
video.
Pa.
Yeah.
What's
Ramazan,
that? What's her name?
Rama something. I
Palm
don't be
P.
knowing these
What's that lady name,
little
y'all?
la names.
We're gonna put it in. We're gonna put it in the chat.
I think
But
it's like
yeah, I'll land
Punjabi,
there.
something like
But
that.
yeah, y'all go and vote her
Rama
in you want
something.
to. They gonna all get a bag again. And they gonna make you watch. Make sure they lose. And
Can
let's
I?
keep ICE going.
Yeah.
Support ICE. Yep.
Now I want to say
I
something
land.
before we move because there's a couple more people who want to come up, and I do want to have an open panel. But I'm gonna be very
Her,
honest with you, and I'm sure
can
none
I
of y'all are
rebuttal?
gonna disagree. I do not think that woman is a foundational Black American. It is never
Her
that
name
hard.
is
It's never you never have to do that much. It's never when you ask where your people from. Well, I was born here, and my grandpa was born here. That is,
her name is. Oh,
come
sorry, Afro. Her
on.
name is Permilia.
Come on. And you don't want to answer the question because you already know that your allegiance is not to the Black community. Okay? That's what it is. So come on now. We not dumb. We not dumb. All right. Appreciate you,
Can I
King.
rebuttal
Please
her?
stay up. We need some feminine energy up in here. So please stay up here.
You got it, bro.
All right.
All
Can
First
I
of
right.
say
all,
my
Let's
she
get
says she
to
doesn't label herself, but you call yourself a black woman. That's a label in itself.
mm-hmm.
Calling yourself black is a label. But go ahead. I'm so sorry, brother. Go ahead. Go back.
All right. Yeah. Uh let's get
I
to the
think it
next
was
person. Hold
opposition.
on, let me
Yeah, I
see.
think it's opposition, brother. And I want to
Opposition. Let me
rebuttal
get
that
to
home thing later on. Remind me of that, Afro, okay? I want to rebuttal that whole home thing later on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
For the record,
Opposition.
her name is Pramila Jayapal or something like that.
Okay.
That's her name.
Opposition, you got it. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the host. I want this to be a reminder for everybody, right? And I think people need to understand this. This is going back to Kamala Harris and going back to the 2024. Kamala Harris and had 100 days to run an election. Well, technically speaking, she had 100 days. Trump was running his reelection since 2016. I'm going to say that again. Trump was running his reelection since 2016. Right?
He was running his re-election since
Yes,
2016.
yes. Minute he won the presidential, minute he won the Republican nomination, he was already guaranteed to win. He was like, "I'm already guaranteed to win. Now we have to focus on our reelection."
Okay.
But that's a different subject for another time.
Okay.
The reason why she lost, it wasn't because, I mean, many reasons, but one of the big reasons why a lot of people say, "Nah, fuck it, I'm not going to vote," because of a certain country that starts with an I. It's an. I'm not going to say the country's name because I don't know how. I don't want you to get banned. I don't want
Sir, are you
any.
white too, sir?
No, I'm black,
Okay.
but I don't want this live to be banned. It was a certain country.
I appreciate that.
A certain country that starts with an I.
Okay.
And she wasn't too hard on that certain country, right? Right? Because there was a lot of people that saw what that country did and saw how both sides was enabling that behavior and what that country does to Ethiopian Jews, black people, especially black women. She didn't really hold that country accountable, right? She says, "Hey, we're going to help, black women, black people, we're going to do this, but I'm going to support a country that does heinous shit towards black people."
Okay, well, let me ask you this, because her nor Trump, if you go back to the debates, her nor Trump gave any indication that they were going to hold said country accountable.
Agreed.
So why?
But hold on.
So
But
it
I'm
can't fully be that. It can't really be that, because
one
if
of the
both
big
her
reasons
and
why was
Trump,
that.
if both her and Trump, both the Democrats and Republicans, are both behind this country, none of them are giving pushback to the country, then
Agreed.
why is the excuse being made that that was what held her
Because
election up?
Democrats wanted that. Young Democrats wanted that to be said. Young Democrats said, "Hey, yo, look what this country's fucking doing. Say it. Call this person out. Call this country out, right? Call this country out, and I guarantee you if you say that, there would be a bunch of people that would have voted for her. Because don't forget, there's a bunch of people in America that said, "I'm not going to vote for her because she allowed this to happen. She's okay with this for happening."
I
Okay.
right?
think that
Black
you are
Now,
American
aware of
okay,
voted.
who
all
her
right,
husband is,
okay.
Hold on,
right?
Get
hold on.
now.
Let me finish. Let
I
me
hear
finish.
that. I hear that.
Sir, you
I hear
know
that.
who her husband is,
Hold
right?
on, hold on.
I know her husband.
I get that.
Your
Here's the
point?
thing. Here's the thing,
Okay.
though. Here's the thing, though. Now, you're saying that that's the reason, right?
That's one of the reasons.
That's one
One
of
of
the
the reasons.
reasons. Now, the thing
One of the
is
reasons.
that she needed the black vote. Can we agree on that?
Yes, and she
And
got the black vote.
the black vote is not contingent on this other country.
That's yeah,
She may
but the
have
rest,
lost
but
some voters. She may have lost some voters,
a
but the
good
reason
percent.
why is because the base was not there for her. Okay?
The majority of black people voted for her.
This is what Obama was even talking about. That the black community was not showing it was not polling that the black community was showing the same level of support they did for him, which was going to
Okay,
ultimately cause her to lose. And it was
okay.
not due to this other country. I'm not saying that
So
that was not a factor in the election at all. Of course it was, but people bring that up to excuse away from her dismissal of the black community.
majority of black men voted for her. Majority of black women voted for her.
No, majority of black men and women who voted for her, but it was a
Exactly.
low turnout. You can have
Why was that?
majority of 100 and majority of 1,000 is not the same number. It's
But none.
you might can say it's a majority, but
And
92 and 992 is not the same number, even though they're both a
and
majority.
and why did those people not vote for her? Genuinely curious. Why do you think so? Because don't forget, when she was running in 2020, 20, fuck, sorry, I have a little bit of dementia. When she was running in 2020, right? She wasn't liked in the Democratic Party. Like she wasn't liked. I mean, I'm not going to say the state I live in, but she also she wasn't liked. And I had heard stories from many of my friends. Well, one friend whose uncle was in prison because he had a certain substance a certain substance. I don't know if I can say the name on TikTok, but we all know the substance.
Yeah.
It's green, right?
Okay.
And he was one of the people that she prosecuted and put him in jail,
Okay.
right? I live in that state. I'm not going to say the state. I'm being very,
Oh,
you
I
know,
got you. I got you. I got you.
no, I don't want to air out my
And I
shit,
appreciate you being careful. I appreciate that.
right?
So thank you.
And she was, and she locked up a lot of, people that look like me and you,
Okay.
right? That's the sad reality,
Uh-huh.
right? And during that debate, during that little the primary that she had, when Tulsi Gabbard cooked her, she destroyed her, right? I'm not a Tulsi Gabbard fan. I'm not a Tulsi
Okay.
Gabbard fan. I want that to be very clear. But people saw her flaws and they're like, nah, I'm not gonna vote for her. What the fuck? Nah. Boom. She lost drastically. Then she got picked up when Joe Biden was like, hey, I need a VP. Boom, here you go. That's when she started picking up momentum, right? So not only that, when she called Joe Biden out for being racist during that debate that they had, people were like, "Oh shit, yeah, he was. That was some racist and bullshit." Joe fucking Biden. Fuck you, Joe. Sorry, I can't. F you, Joe Biden.
Mm.
Then when she got picked up as the VP, I was like, "Wait, what? You call this man a racist? Now you want to be his VP? What the fuck? That don't make no sense."
That's
Huh?
politics.
Yeah, someone said that's politics. And I was like, you're right, that is probably politics. And to the average voter who saw that, they're like, nah, what the fuck? I ain't voting for that shit. That's the sad reality. And don't forget, she got blamed for Joe Biden's mistakes. Then she said she got blamed for Joe Biden's mistakes.
Okay.
She did. She got blamed for Joe Biden's mistakes. And also another thing that people were kind of scared, like during that time, Russia and Ukraine was popping off, right? I don't know if you have men in your family, young men who are in the military.
Mm.
I don't want you to air that out, but there was a good, I was in high school when that happened, and the military recruiter came in. He was like, and
So for the sake
and
of
there was
time,
concern. We're like, were we going to go in? And
okay.
people were like, oh shit, we don't want to go into World War.
Yeah, for the sake of time, I'm gonna let you summarize and then land your plane so we can get a response to
Okay,
what you have to
all
say.
right. Overall, she had 100 days to run an election. She kept on getting blamed for Joe Biden's mistakes. Then during On the View, she said, what would you do different than Joe Biden? And she said she'll add more Republicans, which fine, okay, that's fine, I guess, good. But then she'll also say, like, I'll do a lot of the same with foreign policy and a lot of certain things. And people are like, that's not good. Because Joe Biden's foreign policy, when it came to that certain country that starts with an I, wasn't the best. And how Russia and Ukraine was popping off at the time, people got concerned because they didn't want to send their children to go out to go,
Okay.
you know, to
Now I know
war.
you did say you had amnesia. I know you said you had that. Were you playing, or are you serious? Do you have
No,
amnesia?
I have a little bit of
Okay. Well,
dementia. A
okay.
little bit
Well,
of
glad you
dementia.
mentioned that before, because that's not what she said. That is not how that
What,
interview went down.
with the View? What
Okay.
did she
When
say?
yeah, at the View, that's not what happened. What happened was they asked, "Would you do anything different?" And she sat back and thought, and she said, I don't think so." She said, "No, I don't think so. There's nothing I can think of." She did not specify, well, I agree with his foreign policies, but I don't agree with the policies on this legislation or this. She did not do that. She said nothing. She literally said she would not have done anything different.
You're absolutely right. My apologies, but
Okay.
my point still stands. She
All
would have
right.
not changed anything, according to her, based off of that interview.
Okay. Thank you.
Apologies for interrupting you, sir.
No, it's fine. All right. All right. Denzimas, you got it.
Hey man, I'm supposed to be enjoying my vacation, and these Kamala supporters are just causing a shit show. As far as her running for 20, oh well, actually, I should have asked how you were doing first. I hope your day's doing good. Hello,
I'm
Sage.
good. I'm good. I figured out how to work this thing because I'm on my
How you been
laptop
doing,
instead
baby?
of my phone. So, I think it's working pretty smooth now. I like it. So,
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Well, as far as Miss Goop Scoop goes over here, no, I doubt she's going to become president. Look, and I want to respond to the lady that was on, ma'am. I don't know why these people act like we can't go online and see their history. This woman, literally, as everybody else said, she's said multiple times how she's not going to do nothing for black people. On top of that, she laughed like the Wicked Witch from Wicked when she was getting our brothers and sisters locked up. Why on earth would we vote
Say
for
it again.
somebody? I'm sorry.
No, I mean, say it again, as in, like, preach.
Yeah, yeah. She was getting us locked up, and then she laughed about it. I'm not. And on top of that, we already know what she's. I didn't even know this. Thank you, Mr. Nasheed. But she was also one of the reasons why Mr. Michael Jackson went down. Apparently,
mm.
I didn't know that. So
Denzimus,
she.
can I say two words?
Yes, sir.
Fruitvale Station. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, okay, yeah. So this woman, on top of that, with the illegals, I'll never forget how they were coming into this country. I'll never forget that video of that Spanish guy talking about no more money for you, you lazy. Then you had the African tethers talking about they're going to have an African takeover. So on top of her saying she's not going to do shit for black people, just like Joe Biden, I feel like she would just be an extension of Joe Biden, but worse because his ass had dementia. She would basically just be a continuation of him, but just more extreme, in my opinion. Why would we vote for that, ma'am? These people, she's literally, like I said, she's not going to do anything for us. And then we're going to get oversaturated with people who are hostile towards us. There's literally no reason to vote for that. And of course, she didn't even have any policies. Every time she had an interview, she sounded like a dumbass. She's a terrible interviewee. So just, I don't know. Like I said, she can run for 2028 if she wants to, but to all of the people who would donate to her, you just going to be putting your money down in a funnel because I doubt she's going to I doubt anybody's going to vote for her, especially YT people. You know they do not want to see you. You just know YT woman would be up there like this goddamn. I'm not, a racial
Yeah,
word, B
yeah, yeah,
word, but yeah, you already know how they would be.
yeah. She's
So
not
just
Caucasian, so that's not a go for her for them.
yeah.
With their
So just
insecurities and all that, they need a Caucasian male up there all the time, or else they're tripping out. So you
yeah,
already know that.
and
These are
just
the
to
most
land my
insecure people in the world.
oh yes, and I'm gonna land my plane with this. Speaking of that, the YT supremacists right now, they feel like they are weak as hell right now. So you just know they wouldn't dare vote her in. Like you said, they want a YT man in the office. They do not want that Punjabi having ass female in office at all. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm about to get back to enjoying my vacation. So I hope y'all all have a good day.
Yeah, enjoy your
Thanks for
vacation,
letting me
brother.
speak, man.
Okay.
Yes,
Hold
sir.
on,
Yes,
Decimus,
sir.
don't go nowhere. Can you thank a
Go ahead.
union member before you go?
Oh, yes. Well, sure. You better thank a union member or something. I guess.
Okay.
It's funny. You know what's funny? Speaking of a union member, real quick, is a union member took down her one of her banners in D.C. So
Oh wow.
they don't like her
All
ass.
right. Let me get to the
Apparently.
next couple of speakers because I want
Let's
to be
not
able
call
to
her
have. I
Punjabi.
want to.
Let's be respectful.
I want to be able to ask questions about people's stuff and really kind of get into a deep dive. I'm just trying to let everybody get their spill out. So let me get to our sister Jasmine and then delineationist, and then we're gonna, be able to go ahead and do what we gotta do.
Hey, hey, happy Saturday. It's been a while. Haven't seen you on live for a minute.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna be on it. I'm gonna be on it. There's been some stuff I've been working on, but we back on it, Jasmine.
no, exciting. I've actually been taking a break too from doing content or whatever, just kind of like reorganizing my life. But I do have a few things about Kamala, right? A few points to make. For me, why I didn't vote for her and why I would never vote for her is because I don't like panders, right? I didn't like this may be basic of me or whatever, but I didn't like the fact that she was cosplaying foundational Black Americans. This woman is part Indian, and her Indian mom calls herself Caucasian, right? And which makes sense though, because the Indians, the original ones are part of the Caucasus Mountain region, whatever, the original Aryan nation to be exact. But I've never seen a birth certificate and I'm from Cali. I've never seen a birth certificate list Caucasian and Jamaican. Have you guys seen the ethnicity listed as like your actual race? Because I've never seen that, right? In any state, to be honest. Then there's also different ethnic groups in Jamaica. They have Chinese Jamaicans, they have Indian Jamaicans, so on and so forth. And I'm looking at her dad, and he looks like Gandhi, right? And then she was raised in California, then moved to Canada, and her own dad doesn't is not really in her life, right? Her Indian dad that looks like Gandhi, by the way, right? So for me, this is Indian plus Indian. But the most disgusting part about her when she was pandering to us was when she said that she washed her greens in the bathtub. Like, yeah, I'm Black. I wash my greens in my bathtub, and that doesn't happen in any reality. It's very unhygienic, and I'm like, this chick is not freaking Black. She's not us. And I said this too when I first came on this app. When it was during the election for her, whatever. And I was the only person pointing this out, and people were like, "Well, she went to an HBCU." There are white kids that go to an HBCU
That's a
right
fact.
now. Like, you don't have to, you
Wiggers.
don't, like, what are we talking about? So, no, that's not cutting it for me, right? And honestly, if we're going to compare a cosplaying tether to another cosplaying tether, was it Dolezal? She actually
Dolezal.
did more for us than Kamala has ever done. What has she actually done? And that's my second point. She talks about reparations. She supports whatever, but she supports what? The study and discussion of it. She's never actually executed any legislation to actually enact it, right? She also has never specifically talked about, the descendants of chattel slavery, lineage-based eligibility. She talks about, she's obviously a lawyer or whatever, but once again, she's never done anything specifically for us, right? And then the
She might
last
for sure.
thing and then the last thing, immigration. She's actually for pathways to citizenship. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't allow for pathways to citizenship, right? But once again, I'm creating an issue for us with competing labor markets. And we know for a fact that Latinos and other ethnic groups, Indians to be more specific, When they are put into positions of power, they don't hire us, they hire their own, right? That's why I personally support ICE as an FBA.
Wait, no,
But
that's
yes,
you can say the same thing about black people.
I wasn't done talking. That was so
She didn't
rude.
cut you off.
Opposition, go on mute. Wait.
I'm sorry.
So I'm almost done. I'm almost gonna land. But yeah, so for me, that's why I would never vote for her. She's never done, and it's not just because she isn't FBA, right? Because she's clearly not FBA, but she hasn't done anything for us. The Democratic Party actually never does anything for us, and they have 92% of our vote. That is crazy. We have to start voting when it comes to policy. That's why I actually have I'm center right, but I'm leaning more right. And I think that more FBAs need to start looking at what these people are actually doing for us. And I land there.
All right. Alrighty then, let's get to and before people go, because people always get offended or bothered or something like that when people bring up the greens in the bathtub. I've saw the comments, people roll their eyes like, oh, why does that matter? Why does that matter? Listen, she brought it up. Harris is the one who kept on mentioning how she cooks her greens or cleans her greens in the bathtub. She kept bringing that up. So she brought it up. Now we're giving a response to it. Now we're giving our opinions to it. Don't make it seem like, why y'all keep bringing it up? She's the one who mentioned. Nobody asks her where she cleans her greens. I mean, come on now. All right, let's get to delineationist.
Right, interesting. Kamala says she's considered running for president again in 2028. I think it's a waste of time. She's not a worthy candidate. Just we could just start off from the top. She said she's not going to do anything specifically for black people. So I don't need to do anything specifically for her to get in office. Just plain and simple with that. I can go into the Oakland scandal where she was out here protecting pedo weirdo officers abusing children. And I don't want that to expand nationally, right? I could point to the Act Blue scandal, right? We could point to that. We could point to the her failure to address evidence of misconduct. I could point to the natures and the probes by the California Fair Practice Commission. I can also point to the cover-ups. I could even point to homelessness that she has caused in the state of California that disproportionately impacted Black American people. If she already got Black American people homeless in California, I could see what she could do nationally, right? So, come on, man. I didn't interrupt anybody.
Let them go.
Like,
Come on. Nobody
like,
interrupted y'all.
dang. The other thing I
And
wanted to
you're gonna
talk
be able to respond to everything you disagree with, but you're gonna have to let them finish. Don't make me have to kick nobody off. Come on now.
The other thing I wanted to address was she had our brothers and sisters out here fighting the forest fires.
Mm.
Like that's unforgivable. She had brothers and sisters doing the perp walk because they children missed school. All right? She had brothers and sisters doing perp walk over weed. Or I meant the green stuff, if you get what I mean. Sorry about that. So these are just the things at the tip of the iceberg why I would never vote for her. I don't care what she says. I don't care how she say it, when she say it, anything. She's written off. She's sine non grata around these parts around here.
Okay.
So, and if the audacity for her to even say that she's running for office and she's not saying anything that she's going to do for Negroes or Black American folks, it's a spit in my face. It's a spit in my face. So she can kick rocks with sandals, open-toe shoes, whatever. And the nerve, I don't want to see a Black woman politician with not a Black American man on her arm. Period. Because it was the same standard for Obama. At least Obama had a Black woman. We don't know. She don't got no Black man on her arm. That's offensive to me. That's disrespectful to me. And the nerve that we gonna let, like, people want to let that slide, like that's cool around these parts. It really gets underneath my skin personally. It means something to have a Black man or a Black spouse. It means something. It stands for something. That's the reason why certain people have gotten in office, good, bad, or indifferent, because we want to see that optics and we deserve that. But nah, when it comes to that Kamala Harris, Like I hear people, it's like principles be damned. I don't have to follow those principles or standards. And I really got an issue when I hear even women speak on this and think it's cool when they were the ones that were loud about voting for Barack Obama. And a lot of us wasn't cool with Obama. But they said, well, I want to see the black woman in the White House. So I could go on eons about this talking point, but I don't want to see any black politician out. If they better have a black agenda, first of all, but they better have a black spouse. That's a safety level for me. They need to have both. And if they don't, they're getting dropped around these parts.
Condoleezza was married to a black man. She was
Man,
engaged to
I
a
don't
black man.
care
All
what
So
right, hold
Condoleezza
on,
is,
hold
brother.
on,
I
hold
said
on,
black policies and
hold on.
black spouse.
Okay, Dylan, yeah,
Clean
we
your
hear you.
ears.
We hear you. We hear you. Let's get to tether proof, and then we'll have an open panel.
Thank you, Afro, and welcome. I'm glad to give you your flowers, Afro.
Appreciate
Um,
that.
I appreciate all the things. I'm gonna give you your flowers first. You know, all the things you done. You know, what I mean, all the meetings you done sat down in. You know, advocating for lineage-based reparations and stuff like that. Putting that work, Afro. I salute you, brother, and I'm proud of you. And keep
Appreciate it.
on
Thank
doing
you.
what you're doing. All right. On top of that, I just want to say this. My issue is with the Democratic Party and Kamala overall. You know what I'm saying? I watched this woman when Hillary was running say, I'm going to pass the Rolodex over to her. I watch a lot of her policies where it's like starting gender wars between FBA men and FBA women and black women is the ones that hold Democrat Party and stuff like that. She kind of dismissed us. You know what I'm saying? Like the brother said, you know, she got a white husband. You know, I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying? I need that FBA soul power, whoever's gonna run in any election or do what they have to do on policies. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a Republican and I'm not a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, you know what I mean? I watched Kamala Harris promote homosexuality towards kids. That turns me off. You know what I mean? Um, Clinics for women to get rid of their kids. I didn't like that. I mean, that was promoted on our community more than anything else. And then we talk about a lot of black people voted for her, but not all. We're not a monolith. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, when they say black, that goes for everyone that got melanated skin. So we have to look at who's actually FBA and what community she's trying to pander to. But she's trying to pander towards the FBA community, but at the same time, all her policies is a left all policy, and I'm not with none of that. So at the end of the day, it's not about not wanting to see a sister up there in office, but her lineage got to go back to the country. And other than that, I land. That's how I feel. I don't respect it.
All right. Well, everybody who's on the panel has given their opinion. Everybody's spoken, so that's fine. That's good. Now we can get to open panel where people get to inquire, ask questions, give a second opinion, all of that. All right.
I'd like to add on to the degeneracy of the Democratic Party. So I absolutely agree with I think it was Tether. I can't see the last part of your name, but I don't agree with having drag queens in school reading books. And I'm not saying that I have a problem with people, like, they could live their life however they want to, right? But when you start doing things like that, you're going against my rights too. I don't agree with that. It's against my religion, right? And I feel like we used to have a separation of church and state. That to me is satanic, and I don't care. That's just my own freaking opinion, to have kids going down this route of, you had these drag queens, and then you have kids basically mutilating themselves, and you're trying to say it's a human right to mutilate babies.
Well, let's
That is
language.
sick.
Let's just be careful
I'm
because we don't want
sorry.
TikTok to.
You can't see the
Go
Can
mutilate
I,
ahead.
can I say
mutilate.
something?
Uh huh.
I wasn't done talking, Starboy. I'm gonna be very quickly, and I'm sorry if I said that like rude or whatever. But no, I don't agree with that, because your brain doesn't stop, growing. It's not fully developed until you're 25 years old, and a lot of these kids regret those decisions that they made with their silly parents when they weren't fully developed, and that's what that party does. The same thing with the smortion or whatever, right? um we have to start promote. That's not a human right. That's, to me as a woman, to sit there and say that it's like healthcare is positive. It's also like this whole body positivity thing where we're basically promoting being unhealthy. This is sick. And I only see, and I'm not saying that the Republican Party isn't equally sick in different ways, but look at the policies of the whole party. It's just very weird to me, and I'm going to land there.
All right.
Yeah, we have to look
Now,
at their
before
voting.
before
The
before
vote.
May I say
before
something?
before I know y'all gonna respond and y'all can, to the audience, we're close to 100,000 likes. Okay, we're at 89,000. So let's get, if everybody right now, because there's over 500 people in the room, if everybody right now tap the screen, we'll get to 100K in like 3 minutes, less.
I just
So all right.
I just want to say something quick fast. Starboy, I ain't gonna cut you off this quick fast. And then on top of that, we have to look at these politicians' voting records. Because we could check that all the way back 10 years back on how they vote and how it go against us. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't agree when they was pandering to us with these rappers. They only do that towards our community. The degenerate, and I don't like that. But go ahead, Starboy, I'm sorry.
All right. Yep.
Yeah, I just want to get a little word in because I know I'm like one of the only Democrats up here right now. But I wanted
Starboy,
to.
wait, Starboy, real quick. Are you going to piggyback off of what Jazz said? Because I just wanted to add something to what she said.
I'm coming to you. I'm coming to. May I
Go
please
ahead,
speak,
please.
please? May I please
Yes,
speak
sir. Go ahead.
respectfully?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, I've listened to all the Republicans. So I wanted to respond to you, Candy, respectfully,
Hey,
and
brother, I
Jazz,
ain't
you can
no
respond to.
Republican. Don't brand me
Okay.
like that, homie.
All right. If
Okay.
it don't
Nobody
apply to
needs to
you,
be
then
throwing
don't
shots. Nobody
respond,
needs to be
brother.
taking shots. We're gonna let
A
Starboy
hit
say what he
dog
got to
won't
say.
holler. At the end of the day,
Brother, ain't no.
so
First of all, I ain't no dog. I'm a man,
Oh,
and you better
control
address
your
me accordingly.
emotions.
oh,
Control
okay.
your
All right.
emotions,
All right.
sir.
There's all right. No
Starboy,
offense.
please
No
be
offense. We're gonna
respectful.
reset. We're gonna
I
reset.
am. I'm being
We're
respectful.
gonna reset. No.
Let's have some decorum on the
Here's the thing.
platform.
Here's the thing. People gave their issues with the Democrats. That does not automatically make them a Republican. And this is one of the things that turn people off from the left, is because any criticism at all makes them seem as if they're Republican, and that's just not the case. So people will naturally take offense to that. All right. So no offense. Okay, we're gonna restart. Starboy, now you're gonna say what you want to say. Uh,
Thank you. So I wanted to respond to Candy
Foundational. If you want to come up,
respectfully
you can.
because I know earlier you
That would
had
be
said
helpful. Go ahead, Starboy.
because earlier you had said that Thank you. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
I hear you fine.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I hear you fine.
Because
Yes.
I know that earlier. Okay, I might have a delay. I apologize. I know that Candy had said earlier that the reason that she didn't support Kamala was because we are aware of her policies and her agenda. Jasmine, you went on to say something similar, and then you guys went on to name a bunch of emotional things. You guys talked about her cosplaying. You talked about her not being black, which is not a policy. You talked about her being a tether and
Hold on
cooking
one
greens in the
second.
back.
Did you
No,
just say
let
I'm
him
not going
go.
emotional?
to
Let him go.
let me
Let him go.
finish. Let me finish. Please control
Hold
y'all's
on, hold on,
emotions,
y'all. Let me
please.
set the decorum real quick because
Oh my
obviously a
God.
lot of people are like jumping off the mics and everything. I want us to understand that when we having this live and we coming on here, one person is to speak at a time. Even if you disagree, one at a time. This is not one of those loving hip hop lives where everybody starts screaming, yelling, fighting, and scratching. We are here. We're gonna have some decorum. And we're gonna be able to have a real conversation without interruption. Again, just try to control yourself. I know it's hard sometimes, but just wait till the person done, then you can rebuttal. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm a land.
Tether proof. I had to. I respect you, brother. Respect you, brother. But I had to get a mod up here because now we're having open panel. Starboy, you go ahead. Now
I'm not a
you
mod. I'm not a mod on this. My bad, Afro. I'm not a mod on this. I don't know what happened. Maybe you could make me a mod. Something happened. I'm not
Oh,
a mod on it.
okay. I'm okay.
Yeah.
All right.
When you get a chance, no rush.
Yeah, I just want to say my piece. I mean, I heard a lot of people talk, and I disagree with every single one of y'all, and I stayed quiet respectfully. So I would like the same in return. But like I said, when you guys were talking and you said that you disagreed with Kamala Harris's policies, you guys went on to cry about emotional things that had nothing to do with policy. For example, like I was saying, cooking greens in the bathtub is not a policy. Her laugh is not a policy. Now, if you want to talk about policies, you guys are stating that her policies or the Biden administration's policies hurt Black Americans. So I would like to ask you specifically, what policies are y'all referring to that have hurt Black Americans? Because during the Biden administration, the child poverty rate was cut in half for Black children. He contributed to HBCUs more than any other president in American history. The student debt relief agenda was a big help for borrowers, people who take out student loans like myself. He led the first ever White House maternal health day for Black women, because our women suffer the most from you know, unaliving during pregnancy in the hospitals like that. He offered policing reform to us. I mean, so if you guys want to debate on policy, can you actually name the policies that y'all are talking about instead of talking about her cooking greens in the bathtub? I understand what y'all are saying, but where the Republicans lose me at as a voter, because I'm more of an independent, but I'm just leaning more towards Democrat right now, is because every time the Republicans talk about elections and where we need to place our vote, it's a lot of emotional things. And I feel like the YT America, they vote for their pocket's interest. They vote for their money's interest. And right now, prices are high under the Trump administration. Gas prices are up. Grocery prices are up. The pricing on clothes, cars, everything is up right now, and it's really hurting the middle class. So during the Biden administration, no one was hurting like this. We didn't face these economic adversities that we're facing right now under the Trump administration. The Black unemployment rate right now under Trump's administration is up. The Black unemployment rate for Black youth right now is up. Black men have lost more jobs this administration than they have in the last decade.
Majority of Black men voted for Kamala Harris.
I'm not done. Black women have lost more jobs in the last year than they have over the last 5 years. So I know that you guys are upset about the collard greens in the bathtub, but what policies do you want to see coming out of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party that directly benefit Black Americans? Because y'all are not naming any, you're not offering any solutions. You're just complaining about emotional things.
Okay, you said
Brother,
So if I
that.
can
okay, wait.
respond
Can I
real quick,
respond to
y'all,
him because
I'll
he
be 30
skipped over the
seconds. I got you. I'll be 30 seconds. I promise. When we talk about the poverty rate going up or just the poverty in general, we got to understand that inflation is happening. So that the prices of things going to go up naturally, regardless of what party is in office, right? So we talking about food and everything else because the value of the dollar every year is decreasing, right? So if we're gonna have a conversation, let's have an honest conversation, right? We talk about the unemployment rate. That's because of Biden having all these illegals, right? Millions and millions of illegals coming through the border in our communities and strategically being placed into our communities, right? We talk about Chicago. We talk about New York. We talk about all the communities where Black Americans is at. So yes, that is natural. That's something that's naturally going to happen. It's an economic destruction of our community by having an influx of immigrant illegal coming to our communities, right, and try to expedite them and make them legal, right, before his term was up. When we talk about and also we got to talk about the remittances. It's $200 billion a year from a lot of these immigrants also that's leaving our community. Also, when it comes down to the remittances, Black immigrants, I believe it's about 54 million. I don't know. Excuse me, Africans is 20 billion. I think it's 54 billion with Caribbeans. Latin Americans is about I believe 30 to 40 billion. I could be wrong, but altogether about 200 billion is leaving our community, the Black American community, a year. So if we want to break it down on an economic scale, we're going to break it down on a political scale. We could break that down piece by piece. If you want to do that, but we're not going to have a disingenuous conversation.
No. It's not disingenuous. One of the reasons that prices are up is because of tariffs. Inflation was down to 3% by the time Biden left office. Prices are up between $700 and $1,700 right now a year for the average Black middle class family because of the tariffs that Trump is applying on our economy. So it's not just because of inflation. Inflation transcends through every administration, but he's adding to the inflation by adding tariffs on everything. That's something he's choosing to do. That's not a necessity. So my question is, right now under this administration, if I'm looking at the pricing, the cost of living, for somebody like me who makes $70,000 a year with a college degree, I'm struggling. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. So I can imagine what people who are making less than me are how they're living. So what I'm saying is, why would I vote for Republicans? What I'm asking you, why would I vote for Kamala Harris? Right? She was offering agendas for housing, for affordability. And so what is my incentive to vote for a Republican when I'm currently living under a Republican House, a Republican Senate, a Republican president, and everything is sky high?
So
I'm gonna
that's a
let
good
Candy
question.
go. Like, because I want to answer too,
Yeah.
because Starboy actually kind of just went over the things that I mentioned, and maybe I do have a high pitched voice, whatever. But I actually mentioned very specific things. But I'm gonna let Candy go because Candy was before
I
me.
want to go after Jasmine because I mentioned some things, at least 10 different policies, and he skipped
Yeah,
right over
yeah,
that.
yeah. Go ahead. I
Yeah,
don't know who's first. I think
Candy,
Jasmine, and then
Candy,
we go to
Candy.
Candy.
Kamala.
I'll
Candy.
go.
Oh, it's Candy. Candy.
Yeah, it
All right.
was
Yeah, go ahead,
Candy, and
Jasmine.
I want to see if she's gonna say anything outside
Yeah,
because she's been waiting patiently. Candy. If not, I'll go ahead, Candy.
Okay, thank you, Jazz. Okay, so Starboy, first, saying someone is crying and emotional is very rude and disingenuous. That means that you disregarded my feelings per the Democrat Party why I'm not voting for them. Secondly, this isn't a conversation about the Republicans. This isn't a conversation about Trump, which is you guys' go-to. The Democrat shield. This is what you do. It's Trump bad. That's not going to work for you this time. The next thing, how have her policies hurt us? If you have a bunch of illegal aliens flooding the country, willing to work for low wages, that is going to stabilize everybody's brokenness. Because what it's doing is it's allowing all these people to come in and work for peanuts on a dollar. Now, we Americans, especially Black Americans, we pay rent. We're not on Section 8. We're not getting those programs. Those programs are years long. Okay. And we've noticed that since the illegals got here, all of a sudden they were pushed to the top of the line. So here we are sitting here paying $3,000, $2,300, $2,500 for rent. And then you got someone coming in here making peanuts, taking peanuts for a job where we have rent to pay. They don't. A lot of them, excuse me, let's allegedly, they're not paying rent like us. Okay, they're getting assistance with food. They're getting assistance for their children. They're getting insurance. They're getting lots of things that we Americans are paying for. Okay, so you say, why do we have a problem with it? And you talk about greens in a tub. I have a problem with greens in a tub because it's pandering. When she mentioned it, she was pandering. Okay, I doubt she was talking to white tea Americans when she said, oh, greens in a tub. I doubt she was talking to them. And then the next thing is, I feel like everything she has done has been targeted to hurt us. When she went after mothers who couldn't send their children to school. The one mother that they mentioned that ended up on the news actually was homeless. She had several children. She was a single mother. And they ended up having to get her out and help her get housing and put her on some program to help her get a house for her and her kids. So then you had the people that were arrested that were putting out fires. Those people were supposed to be released. They had to go to court and get the court to make them let them people out. Then you have the situation where the kids in school, they had it where the person she picked for her VP had tampons in the boys' bathroom. Then you had it where they were bothering children in school. They literally was having a literal discussion about genders of children. They literally had these stories being read to children, and then had a problem when we said something about it. They had a problem with us and want
What
to call
story?
us names. Do you
What
understand?
story? No, I
So
don't understand because you're saying a lot of words
Hold,
salad.
hold
You're
on,
not
hold
I
on,
understand where it's
Starboy,
at.
giving any
Starboy, hold
details.
on. Let
Hold
her land
on.
plane,
You're just saying things.
Starboy.
I'm not saying things. Why don't you look it
My
up?
fault. Not just drop foundational by accident. That was my fault. Okay, hold on.
Oh, do you
Okay,
want me to
okay.
drop?
So here's the thing. No, he wasn't trying to drop you because you're going to hear this. So listen, when you talk about what this person was doing, let's talk about how many jobs she had that she wasn't qualified for before she became VP. She was appointed VP. She lost big the first time she ran for president, and then Biden stuck her as his VP. Let's talk about how she became on the ballot initially to run for president. We didn't vote for her in the primaries. They stuck her there. Just like they're trying to stick her on us again. And every time she speaks, she's so passionate about illegals and immigrants and all this stuff. But when she talk about us, her attitude come in, her head get to rolling. I'm not going to do anything that's only going to benefit black people now. Ain't nobody voting for that. She said it out her mouth. Okay? She said it. And she did it. You could see what happened. Look around you. What you think? Where you think these illegals got all this money to defraud the system with?
Not
Where you
Kamala.
think they got it?
Not
Who gave
Kamala.
it to them?
Not Kamala.
How did they go to the airport with
Not Kamala.
hundreds of all that money in the airport?
Not Kamala.
Oh, no, she wasn't doing
Why are
anything
you so
either.
Okay,
disrespectful,
hold on. Okay,
Starboy?
I'm gonna let
She
Candy
wasn't
finish.
stopping
Golly.
it.
Candy, yeah, I'm gonna
Thank
She's
let
you.
the
you
vice
finish, and then
president.
we
She
can
doesn't
get
Land.
into
have
the other
any
speakers.
executive
Yes,
power.
yes, sir. Okay, I'm gonna land here right now, and then I'll let Jazz speak, and because I know Delineation wants to speak as well, and then I'll let you guys speak again. I'm sorry. Thank you, Afro.
Hmm.
Thank you for listening,
You
Starboy, and
don't
don't
have.
call nobody
You
else
don't.
emotional or a dog.
No,
Don't call me this.
Starboy,
Don't call me
Starboy.
this
You don't.
shit.
You didn't just hear the
Yes, I
orders.
can hear you. Stop
Order.
yelling. Your
Okay,
voice is
okay,
high pitched enough. I can hear
Starboy,
you.
Whoa.
Starboy, come on.
This
I
is
can hear
just how
you.
I speak. My
Starboy,
apologies.
Starboy.
I'm
You
from
said
Cali.
Yeah, let's
you
not
know.
let's
Come
not
on, bro. You've been here before. Come on, man.
So I wanted to, and actually, I was going to address you, Starboy, right? Because I said this earlier, and I do want to be less emotional for you. I do, and I will lower my pitch a little bit since
Hmm.
that disturbs you. But like I was saying, why I support ICE, right, is because it leads to Republicans specifically, right? Because you were saying, oh, what have the Republicans done for you guys? So ICE, there's stricter border enforcement. There's limits on illegal immigration and tighter labor market supply. And that was one of the first things that I said, right? When you have a lot of people from these different countries, and it's not just about, for me, it's just not about the Latinos, it's the Indians too. It's every labor person, every labor group ethnically, right? These people come from places, and I'm not saying it's a knock on them. It's just reality. They hire their own. Also, a lot of the Latinos come from countries where they have a hierarchy where people that look like me and you are on the bottom, right? So they come over here, they think they're better than us, and then what do? They compete with us for jobs. When they get into positions of power, they fire us, right? So that's one reason that I support the Republican Party. The other reason you were talking about criminal justice reform, right? You know that the Republicans enacted the First Step Act, which reduces sentences for certain federal inmates. Yes, I was taking notes because you like to be very specific, right? And you
My
not
part.
emotional. Expanded early release programs, right? Improved re-entry support. We're disproportionately affected by what? Mass incarceration, right? So that does, even if they weren't doing it specifically for us, it helps us out. And it actually led to thousands of the releases of black men, right? You're a black man, I think. The third thing, right? Small business and tax policies. So this is one thing. If you're a worker, you're getting paid by your corporation, whatever, that's a you thing. But a lot of us are business owners, right? And a lot of those policies that the Republican Party puts into place lowers the taxes for business owners, deregulation of different policies and whatnot. It's actually a pro business environment for us to just, do our business, like just start our businesses, and everybody else takes advantage of all these things. I'm in Texas right now. Do you know that they push for school choice? Where if you don't want to put your kid in the public school system, instead of you just kind of like wasting that money, and I understand it specifically because I actually homeschooled my 21-year-old. I homeschooled my daughter, and guess what? I had to pay for that out of pocket. With school choice, guess what? They're taking that money, giving it back to you for you to spend it on a charter school. They're giving us vouchers. And I would have definitely appreciated that when I homeschooled my daughter, who actually just graduated with the highest honors with her associates, and she's finishing, her, the rest of her undergrad or whatever. Opportunity zones, right? The Republican Party gives tax incentives for investing in low income areas where a lot of our people exist, right? I can go on, but no, we were talking about policy, but here we can walk and chew gum. I don't like the fact that she pretended to be my people. And I'm not going to let that go because she's pandering. pandering, getting our 92% of the vote while doing nothing for us. I land there.
Okay, I want to chime in real quick because there was a couple of things that I have mentioned. Her when she was working as DA, allowing the Oakland police to get off from messing with them, doing you know what I'm
That was
talking about,
before she was
charging.
president.
No, because I'm looking at this woman's track record, right? Simpleton. I'm
But we
looking at
should
her
focus
track
on
record.
we should focus on the president.
Dude, can you
You
mute
don't
up,
have to
bro?
call him a simpleton, but yeah.
Yeah, like okay, so I'm gonna get right to the point. I'm looking at her track record and her behavior, and I'm looking at it from a state level, and if she's becoming a national politician and a national figure, how that's going to impact me on a national level. If you can't see that, then you must be blind, brother, and you blind to the fact. So now we're gonna keep on going. We can talk about the policies that Joe Biden pushed with the COVID-19 funds, and he funded the police. There you go with that one. So we're talking about defunding the police, some of us, and certain and getting them or deregulating some of these officers that have been targeting our black people, unaliving our black people. He out here free funding them, giving them all types of artillery. Like, what you talking about here, player? Then we could go talk about we could also talk about how during COVID-19, the black man life expectancy got knocked back 5 years. No policies for that. We could talk about the infant mortality rate that she keeps on pandering with, but she ain't doing no protection or hate crime bills against these doctors that's targeting our little babies and nurses. This is what we're talking about. I'm tired of the Democrat Party keep talking and running their mouth, but they have no policies to back up what they talking about at all. So it's nothing but symbolic gestures, court gesture behavior, buffoonery behavior, anti-black misandry behavior, and the list goes on and on. Specifically when it comes to Kamala Harris. That's why I can't stand her guts. She out here knowing that they target our little babies in the infant ward and all that stuff. You just had an incident that was going on in VA. She ain't said nothing about it, but she want to sit here and talk about the infant mortality rate like she gives a care about women's sexual reproduction rights. Like this is why people don't respect y'all as a collective when y'all talk these talking points of intersectionality. And this is why y'all don't want real men in these spaces, because we will stomp on that garbage, because it's not beneficial to our community, because y'all not backing it up with any policies. Y'all not backing it up with jail time. Y'all not backing it up with fines. That's what we're talking about here. So don't come over here and say that I'm talking about emotions and all that when I gave out 10 or 15 examples from the brothers and sisters that were risking their lives, putting out fires for these white people houses. That's what I'm talking about here. Brothers and sisters, mothers getting locked up because they were getting sick and they were sending the truant's officer to target our children and our loved ones, and perpetuating the Jim Crow behavior and stuff that I'm talking about here. But you think it's a game. You just want to cake for a party. We're talking about policies here. Let me keep on going. We're talking about the Act Blue scandal.
Not rebuttal at all.
No, bro. I let you talk. I didn't interrupt
You can
you.
rebuttal when he done. You can rebuttal when he
Like,
done.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
because
gonna
go
let you
because
go
mute your
ahead.
mic up.
I'm being fair. I'm gonna let you go ahead and say, after he's done, I'm gonna let you respond to what's been said so far.
then I talked about the Act Blue scandal, where they were out there moving funds and doing it illegally. This is stuff you can Google. I talked about the failure of evidence. That's policy. Her allowing the misuse and misconduct. Her bringing up on probes for Fairness and Practice Commission. Her as being a DA. Her unfairly targeting black men. But y'all want that to happen nationally. Black men to be targeted nationally. That's the stuff that I'm talking about from a policy level, but you skip right over that and talk about some greens in the tub. Because you know that I was going to cook you up on that topic. So you need to stop that buffoonery, because it's really aggravating to real people.
Yeah, go ahead, Starboy. It's your turn.
I
Then
came up
after you respond, we gotta
respectfully.
let Kelsey go after.
I got you. Respectfully, Afro. Only reason I came up here is because I thought it was going to be a debate, not a lecture. But to respond to the gentleman who was just talking, you're getting very emotional. I'm holding my composure. People saying whatever they want in the comments. I'm having to wait four people lecture me before I could speak, and I'm holding my composure. But I just wanted to say you're getting emotional, but the data at the end of the day shows that black unemployment is up right now. Okay, prices are up right now. Protections for black foundational black Americans right now is down. Where's the opportunity that Trump promised, the Republican Party promised black Americans under this administration right now? It's not existent. If Biden and Harris policies were so bad, why did black unemployment hit record lows during his administration? Now the black unemployment rate is rising up under Trump, right? So I'm trying to put facts above emotions here. So show me the receipts. What specific win for black families are we getting right now? What specific wins for black families outweighs the higher costs, the job losses, and the rollback rights? He's rolling back DEI. I'm not sure how y'all feel about that, but he's putting in place executive orders ending DEI programs, which we fought for during civil rights, which impact our communities. They haven't benefited us maybe as much as they should have or did back during the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, but there was a time when DEI prior to 1964, after 1964, benefited us. The college enrollment rate went up, black employment went up. The tariffs are not helping us right now. The cost of living right now, we make up the largest middle class in the United States of America. And we're paying $1,700 extra in energy costs, in rent, in grocery costs. You know what I'm saying? So I hear a lot of emotions. You guys talking about Kamala. Kamala lost at the end of the day. And the policies that she was offering would have benefited black Americans. She had good policy agendas. Like I said, offering the down payments on homes, her with the criminal reforming the criminal justice acts. We never got to see these things because she lost the election. So of course we didn't get to see the outcome of these policies that would have benefited us. But it's just funny to me that we're getting so emotional over over what Kamala did prior to her being vice president and what she would have done and greens in the bathtub, but we're not getting emotional or upset over what this current administration is doing to black America and is disenfranchising us. If we allow the policies of this administration to continue to do what they want with the black American community right now, in the next 20 years, we will be disenfranchised in our own country. We won't have any power in our own country. We won't have a voting base. We won't have a political voice. We'll be pushed out of the economic sphere. But yeah, but go ahead.
Now I want to say,
Starboy.
So I
Starboy,
wanted to say that.
Starboy, hold on. Let me say this.
Okay.
You've been with us before. You know, I'm being fair. I'm not letting nobody cut you off. You see, I'm not even really saying anything. I'm letting the panel go ahead and say something. The only reason why there were three people who said something is because you made a statement about all three of the people's stances. And I allowed all three of the people to give their response to what you had to say. But this is not, to jump you or anything. We're having an intelligent, mature, and anytime there is an insult, I shut that down. I'm mediating at this point. I'm not even really weighing in as of right now. So this isn't to jump the person, the Kamala supporter, or whatever the case is. All right.
I got you. I'm cool. I'm holding my own, right? But
So I'm gonna say this as somebody that is also kind of mediating, kind of in the middle, and I have no allegiance to no party. I find it really interesting that you keep saying people are emotional, bro, and like it's like you're projecting, right? Because one, you the one that keep interrupting people and coming off your mic while they're talking to the point where you couldn't even wait till they was finished, and you call it a lecture because you feel that it was too long, right? But the thing is, people waited and allowed you to talk, and there was no interruption. So it honestly is showing that you're the one that's emotional. So now I'm gonna say this though, again, when it come down to it, I'm trying to find out where the unemployment for the black community, because I mean I know a lot of people that's getting jobs like no tomorrow. I'm seeing black American men getting construction jobs now because they're no longer hiring people for $1 a day, illegal immigrants for $1 a day, right? They have actual Americans. They have to now pay American prices. Now these companies and corporations are being held accountable now, because now they have to now be forced to pay us American prices, no longer undercutting us anymore, is what I'm trying to say. Right. When it come down to you keep bringing up the food is rising, everything else. Again, that's basic inflation. Next year is going to happen. The year after is going to happen. It's going to continue no matter who. If Biden would have been here, if we'd have Biden or Kamala right now for this term, then the food and everything else would have still been rising. When it came down to it, I love the tax money I got back when it came down to my overtime. That overtime tax money, yeah, that was good on my check. That was good. Shout outs to Trump. I love the fact that he, like I said, he's getting people out. So now a lot of other people are getting businesses and now have opportunity to get certain jobs they didn't have before because they were getting undercut. Right. So I have no issues at all because now economically, right? When we was with the Biden administration, they was economically destabilizing everything you said that was going to happen to the black community with the Republican. Had we continued with Biden and Kamala policies, with them just flooding the gates and having a borderless country of having everybody flood the gates and having these same people strategically go into the black American communities, that is the economic destruction of the black American community. That's economics 101. An influx of people by the millions going into one community is going to undermine it. We're not going to act like they're getting low paying jobs. But even with the low paying jobs, McDonald's or Burger King, that those jobs is for our kids, the black American youth, right? The 14, the 15-year-old, the 16-year-old, but we got 30 to 40-year-old immigrants going to those jobs and taking those jobs so they can't even have a foundation to have those jobs, right? But let's talk about the DACA program that's helping people become nurses. That's not a low paying job, right? Helping people get certain positions of six-figure jobs. That's now black Americans got to be in competition to fight and go against other people for them same jobs. So we're not going to sit here play games and act like these things are not happening and they're not undermining. We're not talking about the fact that Kamala tried to use our Freedmen Bank that was specifically for us and try to make it a we are the world bank for everybody and benefit everybody. No, we're not doing that. So there's a lot of things that they was doing to undermine, and again, it got nothing to do with emotions. All right, I don't know why you keep saying that. Again, I feel like you're projecting. People are just saying what they're saying, and you kind of gaslighting the whole panel. We're having a basic conversation, so
I
I'm gonna
mean,
land
the
on
whole
that.
point of a debate is for me to come up here and add an adverse opinion. I'm not supposed to agree with
Right.
y'all.
You
And
can.
me, and me, and
It's
me
nothing wrong. No,
disagreeing with
hold
you
on,
guys.
Starboy. It's
One
nothing
second.
wrong with that. Look, you can have an adverse opinion, but
May I
again,
respond? May I
utilize.
respond?
Hold on. Let's be clear. You can have an adverse opinion. We don't mind that. Afro don't mind that. But you got to be able to control the reptile part of the brain and utilize the neocortex and wait till somebody's done and then respond in just. That's how that works. Not continue to cut people off and then call them emotional. That's not how that works, sir. So we don't mind it, but again, you can't call people emotional and then cut them off. Byland, go ahead.
Thank you. Because you just cut me off. But
Yeah.
like I was just saying, as far as the unemployment rate, it's up. So those are the facts. That's the data. I don't know why you think I'm making it up. This is public knowledge. It's a part of the public domain of information. It started going up at the end of 2025. It reached 7.7% for Black Americans by early 2026. Black women have lost over 300 jobs under this administration because Black women depend on federal jobs. I know a lot of people don't know that, but a lot of Black women work for the state. And over 300 Black women have lost their jobs under this economy. Tariffs have contributed to the price, the cost of living going up. It's not just because of inflation. Inflation was down at the end of Biden's term. He had to work to get that down after Trump, and he got it down. But prices have gone up because of high prices on high tariffs. Prices of the cost of living has gone up at least $1,700 for middle class people. And as far as these DEI rollbacks, executive orders ending DEI programs that cut civil rights enforcement, halted new investigations, I'm concerned about that. You know what I'm saying? These are things that concern me. So when it comes down to pricing, the cost of living right now, it's not good for everybody. I'm on salary, so I don't benefit from overtime. I don't get the overtime bonus that you're talking about. I get one paycheck a month, which I love my job. But if I work 40 hours a week or 50 hours a week, my paycheck doesn't change. So that doesn't benefit me. You know what I'm saying? So that's another win for you in a small sector of America, not everybody. But
Right.
again,
I want
So
to.
that's your
Can I say this,
anecdotal.
y'all?
Right.
Very
That's
And I
that's
quick.
your
and I want
Hold
to.
on.
anecdotal.
We haven't
Now I'm just
let
gonna say this.
Ken.
That's your anecdotal, right? You don't get the overtime, and then I'm sorry that you have a salary where you don't get that overtime, right?
yeah, your
But
anecdotal
what I
is
one
that
thing
you
I want to say,
benefit
one
from
thing
it.
I will say is this. Can we get some Black American woman in the chat that have a job, please? Can we get type of one in the chat if you're a Black American woman with a job? Because we're not gonna sit here and play that game. I know a lot of Black American women with jobs doing
I
anything. Can
have a
we get a
job.
one in the chat,
That's
please?
I have a
disingenuous,
job.
bro. That's
Well, also
Hold
disingenuous,
on,
job
hold
or
on,
bro.
real quick.
business
Okay.
Hold on. Let's
owner.
not
Okay.
crash out. Let's not crash out. So I'm
You're
seeing
doing the
ones.
exact
I'm
same thing
seeing
you
one.
did
Hold
last
on.
time.
Let's not crash out, y'all. I'm seeing ones in the chat. Is what I'm saying. And so again, there are people with jobs. So you can literally go to Indeed.com and see a million jobs right now and click a job and get a
That is
job
not
by
true,
tomorrow.
bro. The private
So we're
sector
not
really
gonna
Okay,
laying
sit
off
here. I
jobs.
don't understand why people are
okay,
talking while
okay.
I'm
Well,
talking. I didn't talk. Go ahead, Afro.
okay, we gotta
That's
let
not true.
Kelsey. We have
The
to
Respectfully,
private
hold on,
sector
Afro.
is laying.
Mike. Hold on. We gotta let Kelsey go ahead. Okay. I want us
After
to.
Kelsey, brother, can I speak to
Yeah, I'll let you
Starboy?
go, but I want to be abundantly clear to Starboy's point when you were talking about with the end of certain federal agencies. He is correct that there were a lot of people who were laid off. It wasn't only black women working these jobs, but a lot of black women who were working these jobs were laid off. So we're not gonna sit here and act like that's not true. So we are gonna bring that up. However, to Foundational's point, a lot of jobs were a lot of illegal immigrants were given preferential treatment when it comes to employment, and now that they're being moved out of the job market, a lot of black American men and women are going there and replenishing those positions. So it's you have to look at it from both angles. I'm not trying to sit up there and say one is 100% incorrect or another. All right, so I'm trying to be as fair as possible.
I would
I
like to add something to that. Why didn't the Democrats then, what they did for the illegals, and like Karen Bass, she got some money together. She said it was philanthropic programs. It wasn't like the tax money, which I really would like to see that improve. But she gave them debit cards, like $250, something like that. And then allegedly, okay, so look it up, you guys. But anyway, this just for TikTok purposes. But anyway, she did that. In Minnesota, they gave them gift baskets of like care packages where they have food, diapers, all type of stuff like that.
Was this in the midst of ICE or before?
Yes, well, during ICE, yes.
During
So
ICE? Okay,
hold
that
on.
makes
Yes, mute
sense.
up. Yes, mute up, please. Yes. So during that time, they were helping them because they didn't want to leave their house and go to work because of ICE and all that. And they were offering them all type of assistance. Why did they do that for the black women that were losing their job? But we did hear that
Because Democrats
Presley
weren't in
lady.
office.
Hold on,
Democrats weren't in office
Presley,
then.
hold it. You're
Okay,
supposed to
hold
be on
on.
mute till
Hey,
it's your
come on
turn.
now.
So the Presley lady was like, oh, well, we need to find out why it is that black women lost their job. And then that was what we get, a nothing burger. So I like to say we see them putting action for illegals and other groups. But when it comes to us, we get a nothing burger movement. Okay. So that's another reason the Democrats are not getting our votes. Okay.
That's disingenuous.
Okay,
Like,
That's
hold
true. That's fact.
on.
Y'all gotta relax your feelings, family. Allow people to talk,
Hold-
regardless of how you feel. You gotta let the program go the way it go. Go ahead, Afro.
Kelsey is gonna go ahead. She hasn't spoken yet. Kelsey.
Thank you. Um, so I don't understand why we're stuck in a hypothetical of Kamala this, Kamala that. She was never president. She's considering running for 2028. We're still in 2026. We're still very far from that. I don't understand why we need to be having a debate on what she would have done, how she would have done this. We are currently seeing with our eyes America being unraveled by Trump. You can accept it or you cannot, but it literally is. He's not doing anything to keep America a society how it's supposed to be. Like, he's not doing any of that. He doesn't care if he goes. He doesn't care if he goes kaput. He doesn't care if he gets wiped out. And that's what we need to be talking about. And there's a lot of topic about immigrants and what they get and how they're getting so many benefits and this and that. But it's like, are they? We need to be talking about the billionaires that Trump is setting up so they can live good, lavish, and comfy lives like they already are after this whole thing is wiped out, right? We're talking about them like, oh yeah, they get paid nothing. They get hired more. Of course they're gonna get hired more because they can get paid nothing. The billionaires do not care. The people who are hiring them are not going, let me give an illegal immigrant a chance because I want to see them thrive. No, they're going, would I rather pay you minimum wage and give you benefits? Or would I rather pay this person under the table a couple of dollars and I know that they're gonna work 24/7 if they can because they need that money? Right? So we're talking about illegal immigrants getting these jobs. Let's also talk about how there are so many jobs There are so many jobs that just aren't accessible. So many places are understaffed. They need more workers. But why are they not getting more workers? It is cheaper to overwork the 3 workers that are there instead of the 25 that they're supposed to have. And we are looking at the immigrants and going, this is your fault. You're taking our jobs, instead of looking at who we need to look at. I really hope that you all are like well off. And when I say this comment, I'm not trying to say that you're not well off, but we are way further from the billionaires than we are. We are way further from the billionaires than we think we are. Way further. So it's like, why are we saying, oh well, foundational, I heard your comment. Completely agree. Yes, now Americans will have to get these jobs and they will have to be paid this minimum wage, but everything else is going up. So if they were paying these illegal immigrants $1 and rice is $5, now they're going to pay you $10 and rice is $50. Like, we have to think about that. Yes, they're not going to have to pay them, but everything else is going to go up, and you, same one, are going to have to turn around and buy those things for those prices. We need to be talking about how they're squeezing every cent they can out of the people instead of
I
looking at
can't take
immigrants
it
with a
Hold
dirty
on,
little
hold
anymore.
on,
finger like,
hold
Hold
on,
you,
Jazz,
we don't
Jazz,
like you.
I'm gonna want to
Jazz.
drop in. I'm gonna want to just drop it. Whoever got to mute to come off the mute. That's it. Because we got to have some decorum, and I don't understand why we got to keep saying that as grown adults. I don't agree with her wholeheartedly, but I have the brain capacity to wait till she's done and then rebuttal after. So can we please just wait till she's done? I do not agree with her, but let's wait till she's done.
Right. So we're so focused on what Kamala Harris has done or what she's planning to do. Okay, let's focus on the now. We should focus on the now. Like, I get that it's like, oh, another comment. Someone said something about illegal immigrants getting benefits. I think you are mistaking illegal immigrants with legal immigrants. Illegal immigrants don't get benefits. If they are illegal, they're not registered. If they're not registered, they cannot receive benefits. That is not a thing. It has never been a thing. If you were talking
All
about
right.
like the gift bags that
You gotta
someone
kind of
gave
land your
out
plane though,
while it
Kelsey.
was
Go
in the
ahead.
middle of like the whole ice thing, they give out gift bags. Okay, illegal immigrants getting benefits is not a thing. It has never been a thing. It will never be a thing. Legal immigrants do. Yes, I
All
will
right.
say that
Thank you, Kelsey.
legal immigrants who have came here rightfully do get benefits.
Kelsey.
Yes, they
All
do.
right.
And
Thank you.
there are a lot of legal immigrants.
I got you.
Kelsey,
I got you.
Kelsey, I'm gonna ask you where your people from, Kelsey. Where's your, because we hear your accent and we just want to know where your ethnic background is from.
The Caribbean.
Okay. Were you born in the Caribbean or
No.
were you, okay, you were born in the States, your parents were born in the Caribbean. Okay. Alrighty then. Do you mind telling us
If I
exactly
could,
where in the Caribbean?
oh,
Jamaica.
Okay. All right.
Now, from that I can say Jamaica, the people that come from Jamaica to America, it's like really hard. Like, I'm not trying to give them their props or anything, but it's because America has a lot of bans on travel
Now,
from
hold on,
Jamaica to America.
Kelsey. We ain't going to, hold on. We got to
yeah, we
let
don't
other
have to.
people go ahead.
Yeah.
We got to
So
let
since
other
she,
people go ahead and say what they got to say to what you had to say.
yeah, since she broke up my name, if you don't mind, Afro, since she broke up my name, right?
That's fair.
The
And
one
then we got to
thing,
get to Sage because he's been waiting
all
very
right.
patiently.
All right, no problem. The one thing that she said that we didn't do, I literally did. I said the corporations are utilizing the illegal immigrants as tools to undermine the Americans, which means I am putting the blame on the corporations. But at the same time, we got to understand that these illegals are also playing a part too. We're not going to ignore them either because they used to getting 50 cents a day at their homes, sometimes $5 a week. So they're going to be on code with getting $1, $2, $3, $4, because that's 10 times more than what they was getting at home. So it's a both kind of thing, right? And so when we have this conversation, I want us to understand that when you said, well, the prices might rise if you get paid American prices, we will be okay. I don't
I
mind that, right?
I
Because guess
wasn't.
what? I'm making,
Mhm.
excuse me, I didn't interrupt you and nobody interrupt you. I don't mind that because you know why? We're gonna get the money we need to get as Americans. What you're saying, pretty much in layman terms, you okay with modern day enslavement of people as long as those prices is low for the rest of the people. That's what you're saying without saying it. You guys, and this is a Democrat talking point. Well, who's going to do it? Nobody going to do it. We know you ain't going to do it for that price, so we might as well, because that's going to,
stimulate the economy. The economy will go crazy if we don't have those immigrants getting $1 a day. Yeah, you guys are okay with modern day enslavement. I'm not. You guys can do that modern day enslavement in your own third world countries. We don't need that over here. We need American prices with American pay with American dollars. And how do we hold them accountable? Getting the illegal immigrants out the way so we can hold the corporations accountable. Again, like I said, you guys jump in front of the punch and then cry about getting hit. If you guys get out the way of my Mike Tyson punch, I promise you, you won't get hit. But you jump in front of the punch and then cry about it. No, that's not my fault. We talking about the corporations, and you guys are in cahoots with the corporations. Now, another thing you said that something about Jamaica and how hard it is, right? Again, I'm not knocking that, right? But my thing is, if you do it the legal way, we have no issues. What we have to understand is a lot of people that's coming here again, like I said earlier, is strategically being placed into our communities. If these people were to be placed by the millions into the white tea people communities, it'll be January 6th in 24 hours, is what I'm trying to say. But they're strategically being placed by the millions into our communities. That's economic destabilization, is what I'm trying to say. And like I said earlier, 200 billion in remittances is leaving out of our communities every year. Our land, though.
Wait, I have one more point. That is not at all what I was trying to convey. I was not saying that there should be modern day slavery. I was not saying that we should allow the illegal immigrants to do the job so that goods can be cheaper. I'm saying we need to be looking at the billionaires instead of pointing the finger at the immigrants because we do not like them. That is what this is giving. We don't like
No, that's
immigrants.
not what
That's
it's
what
Okay,
it's.
giving, man.
That's
okay,
That's not what I
okay,
genuinely
said.
what it's
okay. Here's
giving
the
because
thing.
we need
Here's
to
the
be
thing.
talking
Let
about.
me jump in because I haven't
Yeah.
really jumped in because I know this is a interesting conversation, right? The acknowledgement that immigration in general is not a positive does not necessarily mean that you do not like immigrants. Okay, so anytime we have the conversation of immigration is not a positive is in fact a negative that nobody is arguing is not the case, they'll say, oh, well, you just don't like immigrants then. Oh, well, no, this isn't about liking or disliking immigrants as an individual. That is not the case. All right. Another thing that you said illegal immigrants are literally not getting any type of benefits or any type of assistance at all. Ma'am, they would literally not be here by the millions if they weren't. It would literally be impossible for them to stay in the country if they were not getting any type of assistance whatsoever. I've literally went to shelters and talked to them. They are. So the narrative that they're coming over here and the ones who don't have any documentation aren't getting anything. No, they're getting an abundance of things. They literally could not be here for years if they were not getting anything. They're not getting jobs, they're not getting housing, they're not getting food, they're not getting money. They wouldn't be able to be here. So that's incorrect. I want to get to Sage too. I'm trying to let people up. It's kind of doing something weird. Sage, you here?
Yes.
You want me to?
No, it's I can let certain people up, but people who have a private account, am not able to let them up for whatever reason. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Sage, you get it?
Yes, sir. Okay, so it's been a while, about an hour. I want to say this to the Jamaican young lady that just spoke. I live in New York City. There was a federally funded program that allowed illegals that came up from Texas, through Mexico, up from Texas, got off buses to receive clothing, a hotel stay, debit cards with money on them, and also food specifically native to their country. That's not hypothetical. That's not me liking anyone. That's actually what happened. Our then mayor, Eric Adams, wanted to stop all that, and he was in breach of contract federally because, quote unquote, that was an initiative by the federal government, which takes me all the way back to Starboy. You said and I'm gonna keep it short because I know everybody's been long-winded with you. I'm gonna keep it real short. I'm just gonna name one policy. There was a policy was because it's no longer in effect. Because a young and this ties into what I wanted to talk about after with the whole home situation. I too am a homeowner, and I just recently bought my house. Now
Uh-huh.
there was a policy that was called the New York, New Jersey first generation homeowners. Now with that policy, and I want you to let me know if this is fair, Starboy. With that policy, it allowed you to purchase a home with no money down, as long as you can qualify, whatever the case is, meaning like you made enough money, you can purchase a home with no down payment. If, here's the caveat, if you nor no one in your family owned any property within the limitations of the United States of America. Now that policy 100% benefits illegal immigrants or immigrants that do not have any family here. For example, my father owns property in Louisiana. My family on my mother's side owns property in South Carolina. I did not qualify for that program. How do I know that? Because I filled out for it. This is not no hypothetical. This is not emotions. What you wanted a policy, that's a damn policy for you. That policy, I'm going to slow walk it one more time. You, Starboy, if you have a grandfather or an aunt or anyone in your family that owned any property that's owned on the land of the United States, you do not qualify for that policy. That means me, Afro, Foundational, everyone up here that is from this land or has anyone in their family that owns land, they do not qualify for that. Now, when Trump got into office, he threw that out, which I agree with. Throw that policy out. Why? Because it doesn't benefit a citizen. Now, the young lady up here, Kelsey, that's from Jamaica, it'll probably benefit her, but it will not benefit you, Starboy. Now, that's a policy for your ass. What say ye?
May I respond, Afro?
You got it. You got it.
Respectfully, let me just say this, right? I'm pro deportation. Okay, I am pro deportation of people who are here illegally. We need secure borders in the United States of America. Illegal immigrants hurt black workers the most out of any other demographic in the United States through jobs, wages, and housing in many, many, many cities all across the United States. So I am pro deportation. That part that y'all say makes perfect sense to me. But I'm strongly against Trump policies that are harming black Americans right now. Terrorists raising grocery prices and car prices on our families, federal job cuts, hitting black workers the hardest, anti-DEI rollbacks, rolling back opportunities that we fought for during civil rights. I'm against that. Being pro-border and pro deportation doesn't mean I have to cheer for higher costs at the same time. Okay, I don't have to cheer for cost rising, black unemployment rising, or weaker safety nets for our children. I can want illegal immigration enforcement and want policies that actually help black families and build wealth and not lose the solid ground that we've been had for since the end of the 60s. Okay, so being pro border doesn't mean I have to be pro Trump. Loyalty to a party or a person shouldn't come before facts on what's happening in our community right now. And the facts are the Republican policies and agenda are harming black Americans. That's just the facts. And unemployment right now for black people, period, black foundational black Americans specifically, sits at 7.7%. That's common sense for me to be against that. So I do not like that policy. And I'm glad that Trump shot that down. I can be pro policies, but when it comes to Project 2025 and the way these agendas are being rolled out and consumed, I'm totally against that. And it's this administration that's rolling out that agenda for Project 2025.
I
Okay.
want to say this
I'm
because I have to
saying,
go really quickly. I have to go, but I want to say this last thing. Dang, I did that party foul thing. I'm going to say this thing and leave, but I did want to hear what you were saying, Starboy, whatever. But I've been waiting patiently to say this. There was someone else earlier that talked about, and I think he was, kind of like agreeing with us or whatever. But as a veteran, I just personally find it weird when people speak for us, right? As a veteran, these things are happening to you and what and whatnot, right? So I made it very clear I'm not MAGA. I'm not MAGA. I could care less about the Cheeto guy. However, if I'm taking out the emotions and looking at the policies and how I'm affected and the American people, because I think it's actually goofy to choose one side of a whole. That's just me though, right? But I'm definitely center leaning right based off of pure policy and also based off of my own morals and values. Um, and we have a lot of people that are speaking for us on both sides
I
that
agree.
don't match up with our ancestors. You know, for dang sure that your grandma, your great grandmother, and if you're American FBA, they definitely came from the southeast region of the USA, right? But they would not be okay with a lot of the policies that the Democratic Party has. Take out the personalities, take out the people, it's just it doesn't match up with us. And ever since we started to integrate with these people, I'm not going to say their names, I always get kicked off when I say this, not by the host but by the app. But this one group of people has had us believing in something that they don't even believe in. Look at their actions. They're saying that they're Christian, they're not following those commandments in the Bible. Like, let's be so for real. So I'm going to be so long winded, but I have to say this again. We have to go back to what worked for us, right? When we had those values, when we were able to speak for ourselves and get the whole country on board. Not only the whole country, the whole world follows foundational Black Americans. Why did Iran have like 10 freaking Lego freaking commercials, right? About how they're going to come over here and attack us with us in those commercials, right? Our FBA sells an American Indian types because we are kind of split between right now. But they are using us as moral mascots, the Democratic Party. There's no reason that Charlie Kirk should be put in a mural next to freaking MLK. There's no reason that George Floyd should be put in a mural next to Renee Brown. There's no reason that Ruby Bridges should be put in a mural next to an illegal Mexican kid. It is ridiculous. And the other thing I want you to think about, Starboy, because it's not a lecture, but why do you feel like we have to sit there and tone police ourselves when these people are on our land? Even these white tea immigrants didn't come over here until what, the 1900s, the late 1800s. I'm pretty sure your ancestors have been here since before this country had a name, right? We're the only people that can't be hardcore. No, and I'm not saying that we have to have the same beliefs. You believe what you want to believe, but look at these people that are putting these policies in place. And when it happened, the 60s, integration was the worst thing that ever happened to us because these freaking cave beasts got us messed up. So I'm going to land there. But think about that when you're talking about how you have this allegiance to the freaking Democratic Party that sits there and makes you feel good while doing absolutely nothing for you. And I can say that as a military member, I'm almost done. As a military veteran, my grandparents served. My brother is serving right now in the freaking U.S. Army. My grandfather served. My father served. I have cousins that serve all the way back to I even have Confederate military members that freaking serve because we're not freaking fleers and we're not tethers freaking Kelsey. You are a freaking immigrant over here trying to lecture us about how we should let your vampire ass in. I find it very disrespectful and very disgusting. Anyways, I loved the conversation, Afro, Foundational, Candy. It's a pleasure meeting you, whatever.
Definitely a
But
pleasure.
yeah, go
Quick,
back home and fix your failing freaking homelands. Go back home and fix it. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Okay,
Jazz.
but wait, when I say it's
So I
filled
want
with
to say this real
hatred,
quick.
I
Hold
feel
on,
like I'm
Starboy. I want
very
to say this real
correct
quick to
with
your
that.
point. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. No, hold on one second. Let me just say this real quick in regards to because it's a very disingenuous conversation. Let's be clear that unemployment, when it comes down to the black community, is always 2 to 3x, no matter what party is in office, right? If you look at the history of any party, it's always been 2 to 3x, right? As a matter of fact, Trump's first term, it was the lowest unemployment, records lows in Trump's first term, right? This is just showing the Democratic Party it was always 2 to 3x compared to the rest of the United States, and this during the Democratic administration throughout the year, throughout the history, right? So now, if we look at the first term, let's break it down to the first term of right of Donald Trump. The first term pre-COVID, it was record lows, right? 5.3 to 6%. again, after Biden went into office and allowed all those illegal immigrants to come and infiltrate our communities, we are now having records high of unemployment. Why was it low in Donald Trump's first term? Records low, by the way. And now all of a sudden we have high, extremely high unemployment. And now let's talk about DEI. DEI, taking away DEI don't really harm us because the majority of people that benefit from DEI was YT people. YT women, they count as minority. YT veterans, YT LGBTQs, right? We was at the bottom, we was at the last of the bunch to even benefit from DEI. So all that was throwing a punch, missing and punching themselves in the face that YT people did. Right, so I'm trying to understand is when people come up here, they're very disingenuous when we have these conversations.
I'm gonna rebut that because
Hold
when you
on,
said
before you go, I want to get, because we're not going to be on forever. We've already been on for close to 3 hours now, and I have some other things I have to do. I want to get some other people up, so I want Kelsey to go ahead and give her last things, and then Ronnie hasn't spoken at all yet. So Kelsey, is there anything?
Yeah, last bit. Um, when I said that this speech about immigrants is fueled with hatred, I feel like my point was proven exactly that it's fueled by hatred and not like thought. But I think it was foundational. Said something about how the immigrants would not be allowed to go into these white neighborhoods. They'd like get kicked out, like get out, get out, get out. Yes, yes. And it's the same for if black people would have gone into these white neighborhoods, white people will do anything to get them out. I'm saying there needs to be a focus on these people who are haters. They're hating on you because of how you look. If I walk up to someone and I don't say anything and I just look at them, they're not going to go, oh, yeah, you're not like American black, you're Caribbean black. Let me give you hatred in a very specific way. No, I'm just black. And they hate that, right? We are focusing on the if then but Kamala this, what if that, but she, we're in a reality right now. We are currently in a reality that needs to be fixed. You know what I
Okay,
mean? But we're focused so much on not uplifting but pushing down. We're
okay. Now
pushing down.
yeah, Kelsey, before, let me just say this. The reason why we're talking about Kamala is because she announced that she's considering running again. So because she's announced she's considering running again, we're having a subject to get the community's opinion on her running again, her campaign, her future
Oh,
campaign.
yes, yes.
So
I
that's
wasn't
why
talking
we're
about
talking
this life
about it.
specifically.
So it's not like, oh, why are you always talking about that? This is just kind of the news right now. So we're talking about current events. Okay, there's no we were just talking about Republicans our last live, quite literally our last live. So it's not that.
Kelsey,
I
if I
wasn't
may
talking
And
about
ask,
this
I'm trying to
life
understand. I'm trying
specifically.
to
I was
understand
talking about in general.
Now,
how we
Kelsey,
pushing down
now
if
hold
we
on,
if
hold
our
on.
answers to
Before
oh my bad.
I want to ask,
ask her what state she's from. Ask her what state Kelsey's from.
Hold on,
Okay,
yeah.
before
Let's
that,
let
before
let
that, I want to
Apple go.
ask Kelsey, when you said the word hatred against immigrants, let me ask you: does acknowledgement that immigration is not beneficial to the community, to the Black American community, is that hatred? Yes or no?
No, and I forgot to make that
Okay.
point when who said it? Starboy said it. I agree. If you came here illegally and someone catches you, go, go. You
Okay.
were here
So
illegal. Go, leave.
with that, where is the quote unquote hatred coming from? Because
That's what I'm trying to
In the
understand.
way that we speak, like it
okay,
isn't right there. It's like right there. The connection is it's right there. It's such a small connection between Black Americans and other immigrants. You can say, oh yeah, I don't want the immigrants living in like my community. I don't want them living in my state. Okay, cool. But you have to be able to actually see the connection between where you are, where the immigrants are in this circle of rich people wanting to get richer and not caring about if you live or die. They don't care.
okay,
And
but
when I
that
was saying that we
but
why are we
okay,
spending
let me re-ask the question. What has been said that you deem as hatred, because you said that your point of hatred was proven. So I'm trying to get to where that was proven in this live.
Oh, the lady, not from
Jasmine.
anyone else, just the lady that just left. And she was like,
Jasmine. What did Jasmine say
yeah.
that was what you would deem hatred?
She said something like, oh, well, go back to your country and work on. I didn't mention anything about my country or the problems in my country. What I was saying is that there was a immigration ban between Jamaica and America. So that many Jamaicans aren't coming to America. So I'm saying there's a
Wait,
ban
so
there. There's
let me
so
ask you a
many bans
question,
in so many of these countries.
Kelsey. Let me ask you a
It's like,
question,
what?
right?
Mm-hmm.
You said that you agree with Starboy and they should go, right? And by your logic, you're speaking hatred because that's exactly what Jasmine said. That's exactly what we said. That's exactly what everybody in this panel said. We said if you're illegal and you coming into it, we talking on the politics and the things that people are doing in our communities, you equated that to hate. So by your
Yes.
logic, no, hold on, man. By your logic, what you just said when you said you agree with Starboy, you said I want them to go. I agree, go. Literally, by your logic, you're hating also.
Mm. Okay, well, that logic doesn't
Right.
really
You see
make
how
any
silly that
sense
sounds?
because she said me.
Right.
She said
No,
me
no, no, no.
specifically, right? I
She
said
didn't say
illegal
nobody. No,
immigrants. If you're
ma'am,
Well,
illegal
you're
and you
playing
get
games
caught,
now.
then go. That's exactly what I said,
Ma'am,
actually. I said, if
ma'am,
you're
you're playing
illegal and you
games.
get caught,
Nobody said you specifically. She was talking about immigrants in general, right? We're not gonna play that game. Nobody said nothing hateful, and this is what y'all do. You guys like to throw the boogeyman names out. The moment we start saying things that don't fit your narrative, you throw the boogeyman names out to kind of shut us up. Hatred, jealousy, vitriol, all these xenophobe, all these boogeyman names to try to shut us down from the facts of what's really going on. Nobody said nothing hateful, personal. Nobody said you look a little different, you move a little different, your forehead funny. That I can understand if somebody start talking like that. But people are having a real conversation, a adult conversation. You're not going to tone police us. That's not what we definitely going to do, right? And you're not going, and we're not going to say that we're quote unquote hating. When all we're doing is speaking facts. So if you
you
looking to
said a
tone
lot
police,
about immigrants, and I never said anything that you said
Can
was
I
hatred,
go?
okay,
actually.
hold on. Because my computer's kind of, like I said, this is the first time I'm doing this on my computer. I think it's going cool so far, but so Kelsey, thank you, because we got some. Yeah, the computer's just, yeah, I can't even see who's
After this real quick.
requesting
In New
anything.
York City, immigrants do get preferential treatment. Specifically, and I'll talk specifically about the Jamaican immigrants that live on Flatbush. They operate these dollar vans. That's illegal. You don't have a charter to transport people, and they do that. But the politicians don't crack down on them. Why? Because it'll be a hardship for them to make money. So again, we're not even talking about legal citizens. Some of them are, some of them aren't. But having a dollar van in New York City is illegal. And Kelsey, I don't know if you live in New York or not, you should know that. But again, that's not something that Afro can bring his ass from Chicago to New York to do. He can't operate a dollar van because he's going to jail. But Winston over here, he can do that. Now, again, you just said, oh, people say I'm just black. That just black shit. No, I want y'all to catch that, family. I'm just black. Because that's what that means. That we're just black. That's what she said. Again, they don't get treated as quote unquote just black. And lastly, Foundation, I'm not fucking with you because you ain't sent me my picture yet. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, we got to get to Ronnie, and then we got to get to Omega and Mike. They haven't
Thank you.
spoken yet.
Thank you. I like to keep this short. Appreciate everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So when Jasmine was speaking, I seen Kelsey underneath me in the comments when Jasmine said she supports ICE. She wrote to Jasmine, "Why do you support ICE?" I responded and I said because illegals, we don't want them in our country. They don't benefit us. She then, the lady underneath me, responded back to me and said, this isn't your country. And I said, I'm a foundational black American. We built this country. If it's not ours, whose is it? This lady underneath me, Kelsey, this Jamaican, she responded and said, this isn't your country. This is the white people's country. So I say that to,
Yup. We need to be fighting them. That's what
yeah,
I'm
check
saying.
this
No,
out.
no, no, no,
Check
no,
this out.
no.
Check
Let him
this out.
go. Let him go.
There is no we.
No,
There
she
is
jumped to
us.
try to save face real quick with
Yeah,
that one.
yeah.
Nah, come on now.
Check this out. There is no we. You've been speaking French for a very long time. There is no we. There's foundational Black Americans, and then there's everyone else. There is no we, and that's the problem. It's we when it's beneficial to you. But then you in the chat talking about this is the white man's country. Check this out. We built this shit. Everything good about this country and what you and your people that were able to flee from your homeland and come over here and live a better life, that comes from foundational Black Americans, not no white folks and definitely not no Jamaicans. So let's get that straight. And why you got up here and started lying, illegals don't get this, illegals don't get that. You lying doesn't make it true. Just use third grade logic, like Brother Afro Elite said. If you ran from your homeland with $2, and the reason why you fled your homeland, no matter where you came from, but specifically Jamaica, you left your homeland to come over here because life wasn't suitable over there for you. The reason why I haven't left my homeland and went nowhere else, because I love it here. Proof is in the pudding. You fled your homeland with $2. And if you came over here illegally using third grade logic, if a house costs $1,000 a month, depending on where you're at, maybe more, food costs money, transportation costs money, even a hotel when you first hop that fence or swim across the water, however you got here, the hotel costs money because you didn't sleep outside with you and your kids, but everything costs money. So if you came over here illegally and you can't get a job if you're illegal and all this shit, how did you survive? You can't survive. But I just
I'm not illegal. I said that. That's
Nobody's
why
talking
I
about
feel
you,
like
Kelsey. Okay, no.
he's literally referencing me, so I
No,
won't be
So
told
what?
that
he's
he's
So
not
You're
talking
talking
getting
about
to
me.
you,
emotional. You're getting
Kelsey.
emotional, man.
See, no, you know what you're doing, Kelsey. You know what you're doing. Don't do that.
No, but it's the truth. He literally
No,
said
because
me.
Kelsey, he's not talking about you. He's making a point about something you said, and then you said you're not illegal, and he's not even implying that or
yeah,
suggesting that you might be.
I'm talking about the illegals. I specifically said the illegals because you brought up that lie. I'm just refuting your lie, and I'm gonna land with this: the Kamala thing, right? I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I've never even voted in my life, right? But that broad, she said she washed greens in a bathtub. That's hella nasty. And you can't trust somebody like that. And also, I seen her get up there and talk about, you better thank a union member. You better thank a union member. You don't even talk like that. What was you doing that for? They use that, they call it pandering. That's hella disrespectful. And then I seen her say with her own chest, I'm not going to do anything specifically for Black people. But you got this lady Kelsey talking about us and we and Black, and Kamala talking about Black. You guys aren't Black. You only want to be Black when it's beneficial. Check this out. You guys both have immigrant backgrounds. And the reason why, like Afro Elite said, illegal immigration and legal immigration. Neither one of those benefit foundational Black Americans because what happens is you get immigrants coming over here and then they have immigrant backgrounds and they start looking out for other immigrants and other illegal immigrants because they come from the country they come from and they start giving them this money and allocating all this stuff and it does not benefit my people. So when you get up there cosplaying and lying and say, I won't do anything specifically for Blacks, why not? You do stuff specifically for immigrants. The reason how I know she's not Black is because when I become president, I'm gonna do some shit specifically for Black people because that's how we get down. You feel me? So if you ain't doing anything for us, why the hell should we support you? And I'm gonna land with that.
All right, let's get to.
But I just have
I think
one thing.
I'm gonna let
Mike
you
Barnes
know
is
what. I'm gonna
next.
let her respond because you addressed that,
Okay.
but you got to be brief, okay? Because we've
Okay,
been
I'll
on
be
for
very
over 3
brief.
hours, close to about 3 hours, right? So go ahead.
Okay, my statement about this is the white people's country and everyone
Yeah,
needs to be
I'd
looking
love
at
for you to
them.
clarify that. Yeah, explain what that
Yes, I
means.
was not saying
Mhm.
that this is the white people's country, so foundational Black Americans need to shut up. Not at all referencing that. I was saying those white people think it's their country. There's a white person in charge, and they're doing everything they can to make it so that they can live in this country without any black people, without any immigrants, like without anybody but themselves. They just want themselves here. That's what I mean by it's a white people's country. And they are the one that we need to be pointing the finger at. They're the one. So while they are here feeding us stuff for us to point the finger at each other, because as much as you want to say, oh, I'm not black, I'm not American, okay, I get that. I'm an immigrant, okay, I get that. I'm Jamaican, okay, I get that. They want us to point the finger at each other and say these things about each other and spend their time arguing about how you should leave so that we can this and how you shouldn't be here so that we can this. And they're just laughing in our faces. They're
Let
just
me ask
laughing and
you,
going, yeah, okay, they're distracted by this. Cool, cool.
Kelsey, let me ask you a question. What group of people built the United States of America?
We already know who did that. I'm not trying to say that it
No,
is the
because
white people's country because they
everybody.
built it. You
No,
guys know exactly what I'm trying to say.
Answer the question.
Kelsey.
You say
Who did
it.
it?
Just
Who did it?
Everybody knows it was the foundational Black Americans.
Okay.
Nobody's trying to say it wasn't the foundational Black Americans. And I feel like you guys understand
Kelsey.
exactly what's
Okay, you're getting defensive. If everybody knows that, then why, when Ronnie said it, why did you push back? Because
I'm trying to get you guys to focus on how they're pinning.
Kelsey, you push back in the comments, and now you're up here trying to save face and make it seem like that's not what you meant and it was taken out of context. He said our ethnic group built the country, and you pushed back. You refuted that. And now you're saying
I
that,
did. I'm not trying to
Kelsey,
save face.
now you're saying that this isn't our country. This is quote unquote a white man's country. And this is our problem that we have when it comes to immigrants. This is why we're not receiving the respect that we deserve, because immigrants come over here not showing the respect to the actual people who built the country as if it is our country. You are looking at the white man and woman as the people who deserve respect because this is their country and we just happen to live in their country. Therefore, we are owed no more respect than immigrants because this is no more our country than it is theirs. That is how a lot, and this is not our first time dealing with this. This might be our first time talking to you, but this has been said before. Immigrants come over here with the perception of this country belongs to the white man. This is his country, and everybody else is just living in his country. Everybody else is just living on his land. That is why you guys have this issue when it comes to showing respect, because you're like, this isn't your house. That's why you get to jump in other people. And I'm not just talking about you. This goes for a lot of people. That's why you get to come in and you get to jump in talking about other people's business as if this is all of our business equally. And when people push back against that, now you're trying to walk that back. No. Okay? Because with that argument, with the argument of this is the white man's country, okay, so is Jamaica. And so
I know that, and something needs to be done about that.
But hold on. But if I was to go to Jamaica and tell the Jamaican people that this isn't their country, this country is actually white man's country, what do you think that they would say? You know what they would say.
They would say yes, and they need to be brought down. I'm telling you,
this is why we delineate.
Kelsey, don't do that.
I am telling you 100% they would, and they should.
We're having a teaching moment, Kelsey. If I went to Jamaica and the Jamaican said, my ancestors built this country, and I said, no, this country isn't yours. This country is the white man's country. You don't think that they would take offense to that, Kelsey?
They would take offense for sure they would take offense.
Okay. So this is why people don't like immigrants and imports coming there disrespecting the natives of any land.
But there was more to my sentence. There was another section of my sentence that Ronnie did not say, because it was not this is the white people's land. So we are the same. That's not what I'm saying.
So
I'm
that's the
saying we
thing.
need to be focusing on them because they are the greatest threat. They think it is theirs. And I
No,
after
you
that
did
I
not
said
say,
Trump is doing
Kelsey.
his
You didn't
Okay,
best
we're
say
to
gonna
that,
make
move
sure it's
Kelsey.
a
on. We're
white.
gonna move on
Kelsey, you didn't
because
say
we
that,
got to get
Kelsey.
some other speakers. But you did not say they think it is their country. You
Right.
stopped him and corrected him when he said that this is our country. You stopped him as if he said something incorrect. Not that the powers that be think that this is their country. You stopped them and made a correction to his statement that this is our country. So we're not gonna make you're trying to clean it up, and it's too late for that.
And even in her argument, Afro, if you look at her argument, she said, well, they're trying to take us out and they're going to get us and they're going to make this a white tea country. She trying to correlate us as immigrants. She trying to put us and her on the same level. No, no, no. You're the immigrant. We good. They can't
Oh,
do
okay.
nothing to
There are
us.
levels. Okay.
No, hold on. Respectfully, we good. They keep trying to put immigrant fear on us, like, well, we better, and they're gonna do this, and they're gonna kick us out, and no, we all right. We're gonna be okay. I promise you, we're gonna be okay. Now, maybe something may
A
happen
lot
to
of people think
y'all. I understand that, right? That's understandable. But we're not the same when it come down to this land, ma'am. Is what we're trying to say. So you keep trying to push that fear, and you say, "Well, I didn't mean it like that." But even in your talking points, you're subconsciously saying these things and don't even know you're saying it. So I'm gonna land on that. Go ahead, brother.
Appreciate you, Ronnie. Let's get to Omega. There's a couple more people I want to bring him. It's hard for me to bring people up now. Omega, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that dude Mike was before me, bro.
Mike? Okay, Mike.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mike
Mike.
Brown's been here for a
Yeah,
long
Mike
time.
was first.
Yeah.
Oh, so you go. So you go ahead, Megan. You go ahead, and I'll just go after you.
Where's
All right, no
Mike?
problem.
Okay. Somebody's
Yeah, peace to the panel, peace to everybody. Be one.
Black first to you, brother.
Peace,
Black
family.
first to you.
Yeah, I love these political discussions because they always bring out people that are, the fence setters and the scary folks who start to buy into all of the scare tactics. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
As an FDA, a descendant of the builders of America, I don't really mind Trump doing what he's doing. I mean, let everybody feel the flames. You feel me? All right, this is good, to be honest with you. Removing the legals makes certain jobs available for black people. It frees up housing for black people. It lowers crime, but more importantly, it gives American citizens like leverage in the job market because it's pretty hard to go out and argue for a living wage when you got somebody that's going to constantly, well, not just somebody, but a group of people, like millions and millions of people who are just begging, chomping at the bit to come in and undercut you. So that's a real big benefit to us. Now, in terms of Kamami threatening to run again in 2028, to be honest with you, it's going to be a repeat of 2024 if she's not offering any tangibles. As we're seeing, they haven't learned anything. Like I saw you make the live about Roland, which basically is just him trumpeting what the higher ups are saying to him. You know what I'm saying? He coming out, he's parroting all of the talking points to get black people to go out there again and vote for nothing. And I love the fact that we came out in 2024 and made it very clear that we don't give a damn. Either you're gonna offer us tangibles or we'll let Trump continue to do what he do, and then 2028 it'll be Vance or whoever the Republican nominee is. Continue to do what they do. If they won't run it into the ground, run it into the damn ground. But we are not letting anything take precedence over our tangibles. We done with that. So, in the words of Jason Black, we can all be equally comfortable, or we can all be equally uncomfortable. Your decision.
Yeah.
Peace, y'all. Take care, man.
Peace to
Peace,
you.
family.
I swear I saw BX in here.
Yeah, she did. She was in here. I did see her, and
Okay.
she kind
I'm
of came
trying.
in and
Yeah, she might be doing something. I'm trying to save a spot for her. So I
Where's my
don't.
photo
Oh, my
foundation?
bad. I brought him up by accident. Rovo,
Well,
would you want to save a spot for her?
well, I
I'm
mean,
gonna
when
drop,
she come
man. Go
back,
ahead. She can take mine.
we y'all know what it is now. When she come back, because
I'll
I'm
drop,
seeing.
Foundational.
bro.
Where's my photo, bro?
But hold on, let's get to Mike. Mike came back, and then we got to get to uh Lacey.
Lacey.
Let's see here. I'm gonna
Mike.
rebut. Hey, you know, man. I'm gonna rebut Foundational's stats that he had up earlier about his argument about how employment is up and rising right now, which is not necessarily true.
BX
You
have to
know,
come up.
and you were saying that Trump, it was low unemployment, black unemployment during the first Trump administration, generally because of Obama's post Obama economy. So he was riding that wave up until COVID. So that's why, up until COVID. Then once that happened, Biden had to fix up a lot of Trump's mess that COVID caused. So he had to fix all that up. Did immigration play a factor in that? Yes, but I mean, now you see with the tariffs, not only the tariffs, the private sector is cutting jobs. You see places like Oracle, Amazon, they're cutting jobs. They're cutting IT jobs, and other sectors as well. So it's not just the public sector that they're cutting private sector jobs as well. So, I mean, and then you got Republicans, they're getting tax cuts for the wealthy. So, I mean, we're just in a pickle right now. Republicans are not for us, never been for us right now.
Yeah.
So,
So,
Oh,
since the brother was talking to me real quick, so again, I said pre-COVID, those are the numbers, and I showed the numbers pre-COVID.
right.
So yeah, again, the records of unemployment were low pre-COVID in Trump's era, and you already conceded that illegal immigration was a thing, and then you talked about IT, and we understand that IT, they use H-1Bs, right? So
They do.
we still talking about immigrants again, right? That's putting in position that's undermining the jobs that's supposed to be for Americans, right?
But you got
Yes.
artificial intelligence
Hold on,
too.
hey,
brother. I
hey,
didn't
hey,
interrupt you.
hey, hey,
I didn't
hey!
interrupt
Come on
you.
now,
Go on.
come on now,
I don't
Mike.
understand. I'm quiet, and then like the moment we start talking, they start crashing out. What is going on today? I don't understand. We grown adults here. When we talk about, I was going to say yes. Artificial intelligence do play a part in the unemployment. I can definitely concede and concur to that. But again, now we find artificial intelligence, illegal immigrants. We have it now multi fights that we don't need to have because of illegal immigrations. We already have systems in place, and that's why I say illegal immigration is in direct correlation, or what I say is the prerequisite of an immigrant to become a United States citizen is to be anti-Black American and side with the white supremacy and the systems in place to undermine, because they are also in the way, and these are now extra fight that we have to fight now while also fighting systems like AI and automation and things like that. So I can concede that yes, there is AI that is taking the jobs and doing things like that, but we're not going to act like illegal immigration isn't a major factor, because again, the records were extremely low on Trump's first term. After Biden, now we are where we are right now, and we also got to start acting like um it you don't see the results of the current term the next term. That's another thing that a lot of y'all playing games with too. Y'all say, well, Trump is in off and this going on right now. So what we're seeing is remnants of the last term, right? And the things we're gonna see, the majority of things we're gonna see from Trump is gonna be on the next term, right? So again, let's have a real conversation. Is what I'm trying to say.
No, it's not. That's not necessarily true because the tariffs were impacted immediately, and that
Again,
across
I
the
said
board.
majority. I want us
I
to
know, but
like
they were
really have the
impacted immediately.
comprehension skills, right? I said the majority. There may be some things that's immediate, like the tax, right? The no tax on overtime. I saw that on my check. Shout out to the no tax. I got a couple of thousands of dollars. I love that. That was beautiful, right? Couple of things that yes, it will be immediate, but the majority. I'm gonna say it slow. The majority of the things will be seen on the next term. That makes sense.
It made sense, but that's not true. That's not true. It's not necessarily true. The tariffs were implemented immediately.
Oh, are we? Am I?
Okay,
Am I
okay,
bugging
okay,
Afro?
okay,
No, I comprehend what you're saying, bro. I'm not dumb. I got a
All
master.
right. So you
okay.
saying the terror media, but I said the major. Like,
Yeah,
chat. Am I?
he's
Go ahead,
all
Afro.
right.
No, because you didn't let me talk. I'm saying the
Oh
tariffs were
God.
implemented immediately. That's
Oh
why you
God.
saw the prices were already high as it was, but they immediately rose even more,
I'm done.
even further.
Okay, okay,
All
hold
right.
on.
All right,
Oh,
Not
Jay.
even
okay.
not even prices, but even that jobs, the private sector was
Uh,
affected.
uh, all right, okay. Go ahead, Afro. I'm
All
not.
right. What?
He
Okay.
don't comprehend what I'm saying. Go ahead, brother.
You said what you
I
said. You
do.
said
No, I'm
okay,
seriously I
Mike,
do.
Mike. Thank you.
I'm not arguing with you, bro.
And you're not talking either, so stop.
All
All
right,
right,
bro.
we gotta move on. Gotta move on. All right, BX, how you doing? How you doing?
I'm fine. You know, you guys stop operating off of black people time and maybe I'll be awake when
Are
you share the
you
live to me.
serious? She
Yes,
blaming
I'm
me.
serious.
What? Are you serious?
Not five.
Yes,
What?
You
That was
blaming
530.
me? Oh
yes.
wow.
We said 2 o'clock. And when I woke up at 5 something, I looked at my messages and you didn't
Woo.
share the live to me until 3. And the chat didn't share the live to me until 5. So y'all really wasn't worried about BX anyway.
Oh my god.
No, we needed you
BX was
earlier,
She
getting
BX.
some
There was a
blaming
sleep.
couple of
me.
females that was going crazy. We needed you earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Woo.
What female was
Yo,
it?
okay.
In front of almost 600.
I'm
Damn, BX. That's
saying, I'm okay. I said, how you doing? Afro, you late? You're operating on color people time. Just threw me all under. I didn't even say she was late. I just said, how you doing? She threw me all up under the bus. Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
Yeah, you
God.
low key
You
Okay.
sound
really
like
All
me
wasn't
right.
today,
where I
BX.
was.
Okay.
You sound
Somebody
like
was
me,
acting
BX.
up. I
Low
gotta say
key.
my good name. Gotta say my goodness.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
can I just answer the prompt really fast? I saw the video where Al Sharpton said, are you running in 2028 or you should run in 2028? And I saw her response, and I got to tell you, she was hitting them spirits. She was not sober. So maybe ask her again when she sobers up, okay? But I think it would be a great travesty of justice if she ever got in the White House, especially after the way they legally allowed these invasions of the illegal immigrants. Does that make sense? We saw the way that she didn't do anything for us, but she told us she wasn't doing anything for us. And then she did everything for everybody else when she showed up for the job. So I just got to say this. I think America is in a great place, and maybe everybody else would think that. I no longer see people laughing at America, calling us the country that puts men in skirts and boys in skirts. Like, we're getting a little bit more respect on our name. For me, maybe not everybody else. I'm breathing a little better financially. I'm not where I want to be, but I'm way better than when I was under the Biden and Harris
Damn,
administration.
Hazel.
I just think that Black Americans need to stop voting party favorite and vote policy, because party favorite or loyalty is doing us in real life.
Yeah.
Right? So them hoods that people be complaining about, that they conveniently forget they're living in too, not just putting their businesses in there, but their crime, their children's crime, and all that other stuff is right there in that hood. Will never get fixed under the Democrats. We know that. It's been 60 years, y'all. Come on.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't believe that she's going to really run in 2028, but in the event she does, I'm telling y'all right now, if y'all love America, if y'all love the way of life that you live in, like, I don't know. If you love yourself and your people in America, this is the foundation of Black Americans, really. We don't owe anybody anything. We don't have to keep voting for the party of Democrats. We owe it to ourselves to vote better, because we just been messing up in the past 60 years, as y'all can tell. I'll land.
All right. I'm saving this last spot. I'm saving that last spot for because after that, after we fill that, I'm gonna wrap things up. All right. But yeah, let's get to
Afro, you saving that
Lacey.
last spot for what's his name? Jay Black.
Sage, please don't.
Oh, wait, Sage. You know what? You know, but somebody said they knew Jason Black, and I said, well, I don't really know Jason
We
Black.
ain't talking about Jason.
No,
He's not.
hold on. I didn't say. And I said, you know, I don't know Jason Black, but I always thought Sage was Jason Black. And then they never said you wasn't. They said, oh, Sage is cool. I said, Sage is Jason Black.
No, I'm not. I'm not Jason Black at all.
I've
No,
never
but
And
heard
this is
that
the
before.
second time
I've
I
never.
really get the feeling that he is. I don't know why. Who
But
is
So
Jason
so
Black,
be
y'all? Does he
be
visit your
be somebody.
platform on YouTube?
Okay. All right.
I would say
Afro?
this as should I say this, Afro? I mean, I know Jason. Let me just say that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Let's get
feel
to
like I'm
Lace.
in a Superman type of thing. He gonna go into the phone booth and come out Jason Black. Like, come on, y'all. Can I have Jason Black on the stage the same time as Sage?
Are you serious?
You've had that before.
I did.
Yeah, that's happened a
Yeah.
couple times actually.
Was I in the room?
I don't know, but I was there. I know for a fact that's happened a couple
Okay.
times.
All
So
right. Well, both great guys. Go ahead. Go
yeah.
ahead.
All right, Lacey, you got it.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all
You're
hear
a little
me?
muffled.
Okay, one second. How's it now?
Okay, yeah, better.
Okay, I don't know if this is allowed, so let me know before I start speaking, but can we bring up past speaking points that someone else previously made? Is that
Yeah.
okay? Because I tried to get up here when Kelsey was up here, but it was a lot of people. I feel like there was a bit of ambiguity when she was up here, just a little bit. It was multiple interpretations of what she said. Specifically, the white men run the U.S. comment. I think that's what she said or how she said it. I'm not really sure. But I feel like she worded it wrong because when she started to explain, I feel like she meant systemically and not that Black Americans did not build the U.S. We know that. Everyone knows that. And if you don't know that, you should educate yourself because the America was built on the backs of slaves. I just feel like she worded it wrong. Um, and then I also wanted to say with the actual speaking point, I don't actually think she would run again, and I don't think it would be wise for her to run again. And this is someone who would vote for Kamala, but I don't think that's a wise thing, seeing how people really aren't just going to vote for her. We've seen it the first time; they're not going to vote for her. My question is there someone that you think should run that you think would be a better person to run other than Kamala?
As of right now, from the Democratic Party, no, and as the Republican Party, no. There's nobody I can think of in particular to run. No. I don't like JD Vance at all. Don't like Kamala. Don't like anybody that I don't like. I don't like nobody. I'm not the type of person who likes politicians anyway, but I'm going to be honest with you. I can look past that if I agree with the policies. But there's no politician right now who's of a platform who could actually run for the presidency that I can get behind. I can't get behind nobody right now. But let me ask you, you said that you would vote for her again, right? What is your criteria to get your vote? What policies does a politician have to have for you to say, bam, you got my vote?
Okay, I think I misspoke. I said I did vote for her.
Yeah, but you also said you would vote for her again, even though you said you
Yeah,
don't think she would run again, but you said you would vote for her again. So I'm asking, where's your I'm trying to get your standard.
my standard. Right now, my standard really isn't, especially Republicans. That's like dead. They definitely aren't in our best interest, seeing about what they're doing in the country right now.
Okay.
And then there are a lot of Democrats that I would not vote for. I'm just put that out there. Um, Standards. I definitely want to see like an actual change within this country. The economy is shit. I don't know if I can say it like that, but it's terrible.
Okay.
The economy is terrible. I want to see the economy better. I also want to see the U.S. do a lot of things on their own, but the right way. I don't think tariffs was the right way to do it. Also, it's not actually benefiting us in general.
Okay. Okay. Well, both parties, both Republicans and Democrats, argue that they're the best for the economy. The Democrats say that they're the best, the Republicans say that they're the best. So what policies do you think would fix the economy, improve the economy? And if you don't have any in mind, I'm not trying to put you on the spot or anything like that, but this is an important question.
Right now, I don't have anything that immediately comes to mind,
Okay.
but I do know right now there are a lot of moves that both parties have made that have further like sunk in the economy.
Okay. All right.
And that's like, I'm one of those people that aren't biased. I feel like all sides need work. Okay, I feel like they are different sides of the same coin. That's how I currently feel.
Okay.
Because they've shown us time and time again that they don't actually care about the American people. If their pockets are heavy and our stomachs are empty, they are perfectly fine.
Okay. All right then.
I just don't agree with a lot of ways that things are being done. One with immigrants, one with oil. Like I don't agree with the way things are being done. And especially right now, I feel like it's in our best interest, it's in everyone's best interest to get Republicans out of power. Democrats wouldn't be that much better, but I would have a better conscience knowing that that man is not in office.
Well, okay. You're saying this, but I'm gonna be honest. You're being kind of vague with, I don't like the way immigrants are being handled or oil is being handled. I'm not sure what that means, what your stance exactly is
Okay, let
on
me clarify.
immigrants, and then you saying you don't like, and I'm not a Republican either. We were just talking about Foundational was there. BX was there. Starboy, I saw you in the chat room. So we were just talking about the Republicans on our very last live. So this isn't us
Oh, well,
endorsing. I'm not. I'm just saying this isn't us endorsing the Republican Party. But for
this
people to
is
say,
y'all
well,
first
the
time on my
Republicans
FYP.
shouldn't be in power. I want to know, in your opinion, in your words, why you think that the Democrats are better qualified.
While I think the Democrats are better qualified, well, one reason is I really do feel like they have our best interests at heart, better interests at heart, not our best,
Mm.
because no one has our best interests at heart in this
And
in
when you
this
say
country.
our, I hate to keep pausing you, but when you say our,
Black
who do you
Americans,
mean? You mean black
Black
Americans,
Americans.
foundational black Americans? You mean everybody who's racially black, or what do you mean exactly?
If
People
your
of color?
ancestors went
Because
through
when
chattel slavery in this country,
okay, all right,
that's what I mean.
okay, all right. I
Um,
just want specification.
yeah.
Okay,
Sister, quick question.
When
How
I say
so? How do you
our,
think they have a
hold
better?
on. Let she's
Okay,
gonna
go ahead.
answer. She's gonna.
okay, so you're saying I was being vague earlier when I was saying for us. Bit of background. I'm Indigenous American and Black American. Okay,
Okay, all
my
right,
ancestors went through chattel slavery in this country, and the other half of my family was already here.
all right,
So I've seen both sides of my people being disrespected and done terribly in this country consistently.
okay,
And right now it's getting worse, especially under this regime.
okay. Now you were stating about how you feel like they were
You
better, how
hear
you
an
feel like they're in
accent,
our best interest.
how I feel like they're in our best interest. Well, one, with the Republicans in office, they are trying to overturn a lot of rights that directly affect Black Americans. One being the Voters' Right Act. They are actively trying to overturn that. And then another one being citizenship. They are trying to backtrack that about who can be labeled as a citizen in this country. And it's very vague to the point where you can actually not label Black Americans as citizens in this country. That's happening right now.
Girl.
Actively.
Hold on. So
That's
those are the
actively
two
happening right
things
now.
you
There
said.
are a lot more things, but like what's happening right now, what I'm seeing, what I'm researching, that's what I'm seeing right now.
Okay,
That I can see right now in this very moment.
okay.
Like within the last few weeks.
The first thing you said was what again? Say that again.
They are trying to overturn the Voters' Right Act.
The
Like
Voters' Right Act. They're trying to overturn the Voters' Right Act. I'm not trying to. I'm not defending them, but I gotta see. I know they're putting in the Save Act, and a lot of people are saying that's an overturn of the Voters' Right Act and all that, because the Voters' Right Act would not just affect black people. That would affect a whole bunch of YT folk as well too. So I got to look into that. But I'll give you
yeah,
that point. I'll give you
yeah.
that point because
That's what I'm saying. Like
I'll hold on though. I'll give you that point. I'm not even gonna argue with you. Okay, for the sake of the argument, I'm gonna concede to that point. Now, when you move on to citizenship, have you actually read the executive order that Trump established for citizenship? That's being argued at the Supreme Court by the Supreme
Yes,
Court
I've
right now.
yes, I've read it, and like I said, it's like a lot of it is really vague, so you can't. And they're not putting specific stipulations on things.
Hmm.
So in turn, it can negatively impact us. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, well,
Also, I just want to say to y'all, saying y'all hear an accent, I'm from Tennessee, and I have a
okay,
very
okay.
thick
Well,
Southern drawl.
don't worry about the chat. Just worry about us, okay? Because we're just having a conversation right here, right? I've read the executive order, and I've shown the executive order on my YouTube page, and I've read it in front of thousands of people. Okay, the executive order is specific about illegal immigrants who come over here deliberately to drop a baby on this soil, to have a baby on this soil, and um, ex- expedite the citizenship process. They're exploiting the 14th Amendment. And this is something that's been going on for generations. So what the executive order establishes, and I don't want y'all to just take my word for it, I want you guys to look it up. What it establishes is that if the mother or the father are neither legal citizens or legal residents of the United States, or somebody's here on like a student visa and is hiding a pregnancy, then that baby is not an automatic citizen. That doesn't actually have to do with Black Americans, okay? Because the stipulations that would revoke automatic birthright citizenship wouldn't apply to us. Those circumstances only apply to immigrants coming in here, like literally directly coming in here to give birth, okay, with no citizenship or permanent residence. That's what's in the executive order. And that is to plug the hole that is being exploited with the 14th Amendment.
Yeah.
So can we
And also,
so we agree on that, right? We can concede on that
yes,
point, right?
but
Okay.
the part specifically was like, you have to be able to trace your lineage back a certain amount, right? And that's in there somewhere. I gotta go back if I
Okay.
can pull it up.
Well, when
Yeah,
I read it,
but
it
that
wasn't in there. When I
oh, it
maybe
is.
okay. When I read
It might
the
be new, but yeah,
okay. Well,
it's
when I
in there.
read it, which I brought it up a couple weeks ago. When I read it a couple weeks ago, that was not in there.
Oh, this is within the last week.
So he changed the Okay. Well, if he changed the executive order that you have to trace your ancestry back, which I would doubt because Trump's ancestry doesn't even go back that far in this country. So I would doubt that
That's what
he
I'm
would.
saying. That's a lot. It's a lot of gray area for me, and that's like
Okay.
we
One
know how the
moment,
8.5
Okay.
one
I-11
Well,
minute,
can be.
one
the
But
minute,
what's the
okay.
point
So
of
the
lying?
executive
1 minute,
What's the
okay
point of
the
ladies.
lying?
executive order that was established in 2025 that has not changed at all has recently changed last week. The executive order he signed on day one when he got in that hadn't changed in 2025. Now we're in 2026. You're saying in 1 week the executive order has changed. Now that's your argument. But
I'm
even
not
if we
saying
say
it.
even if we say it isn't, because now I gotta go double check. I'm not gonna say
Please
you're
do, because she's
lying,
lying.
but I do think that you may be ill informed on that because that would hurt a
And
lot
you
of his
might be
base.
right. And you might be right. I
Okay,
don't know everything.
so
But what I'm saying is, here's my point.
but I want to know. I want to know though, without bringing up, because then I want to get to our sister Halo. I want to know without bringing up the Republicans at all.
Okay.
What makes you think that the Democrats have our back?
Number one, racism.
Okay.
I ain't gonna bring up Republicans,
Okay.
but even if there are racists in both parties, I will say one is very encourages it a lot more, and they are very comfortable with showing it, and that is not a country that I feel safe in.
Okay. Okay. Again, without bringing up the Republican Party or any other party, what makes you think that the Democrats have our back? Them being less open about racism does not mean they have our back at all, not 1%.
Honestly, I feel like they just have our back more. Like what I've seen since I've been here, I was born here, what I've seen my entire life, I truly feel like they have our backs more.
Okay.
So Oh,
How? Because the thing is that you make arguments why the Republicans don't, and I'm not even refuting that. Notice I'm not trying to push back against it or advocate for the Republicans, but I'm asking what has given you the perception and the thought that they have our back, and you can't say anything. And see, this is the thing when we actually
Okay,
press, and I'm not
as in
trying to
Black
just
Americans are as in Americans as in Americans as in general.
okay. When it comes, because you said now you're moving the goalposts, and this is a learning lesson. I'm not trying to beat you
Well,
up. I'm
here,
not mad at you.
let me
Hold
no,
on, ma'am.
let
Hold
me
on,
say
hold on.
something.
I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm not trying to humiliate you. I'm not calling you out your name or anything. But I want you to analyze how how loyal you are to the Democrat Party and how much you're going to advocate for the Democrat Party. And then when I kind of ask you, when I not even interrogate you, when I question you about your loyalty and why you have such strong loyalty to the Democrat Party, you can't give me a solid answer. And that's because honestly, you really don't know. And I'm not blaming you, because a lot of people don't. It's a lot of conditioning.
Okay,
If you
Samantha,
can
excuse me.
admit that
I'm
there
so
are
sorry.
racists, and I agree with you 100%. If you can admit that there are racists on both sides, don't you think that that would mean that neither side has our back?
Okay,
If
sorry.
if
Yeah,
if you
have to get that
have
off my
if
chest.
you are in a house and you have two neighbors, and both of these neighbors are a part of the Klan, but one wears his hood all the time and one doesn't, do you think that the one who doesn't is less racist?
No, they're both racist.
Oh, yeah,
What I'm
and
saying
that's
is,
exactly what we're dealing with when it comes to the parties.
yes,
But
but
yeah, but
we
and
know
I'm
that.
saying, I'm not trying
But
to.
one
Hold on,
will
hold
literally.
on. I'm saying that because that's what we're dealing with, and the thing is it's very important for us to accept that reality, so then we can move accordingly. But the issue is that we keep being confused and feeling as if the one who wears their hood less often, not that they don't ever wear it, but they wear the hood less often, has our back against the one who wears it more often.
Like I said, they are two sides of the same coin.
Okay.
It's merely picking the lesser evil. And I say this because we've seen that people who don't run in either of those parties do not get that support. They just don't. We see at the polls all the time. They don't get that type of support ever.
Who doesn't get that type of support? What are you saying?
If you are not running Republican or Democratically, you will not get support in the polls. It has been shown over and over again.
Okay. But
We have a better chance of actually making change and rebuilding this country if Republicans do not have control over everything. And
ma'am,
that's just simply that.
ma'am.
can I be
Okay.
honest?
Quite literally in the last 20 something years, right? Not even 20, yeah. About in the last 20 years, we've been under Democrat control more than we've been under Republican. Okay. Obama had 2 terms, Trump had 1, then Biden, okay, and now Trump again. So we've been under the I mean, to be honest, since the 2000s, 2008, we've been under more Democrat leadership. A lot of black people, not most, but a lot of black people who are under Democrat leadership in blue states, in blue cities like Chicago, like New York, and all of these other places are not doing good at all, are not doing better off in many cases. You can look at the homeless population, which is predominantly black in California. So when you say, well, they're better off, and you can't really elaborate as to why they're better off, that lets me know that you have not come up with that opinion by yourself. That opinion has been taught to you, and you believe that. And I'm not trying to beat you up about it, because has happened to a lot of people, where a lot of people just believe what they've been hearing, what their parents say, what their friends say, what their teachers say. So you believe that, and you've been taught to believe that. I'm not
My
here
parents
to
don't talk
advocate,
about politics.
ma'am, hold on. I'm not here to advocate for Donald Trump. I'm not here to advocate for the Republicans. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're taught to believe that these people have your best interest, as you conveyed that you believe that they have your best interest, and now you're honestly starting to think like, actually, they really don't. I can't say they do, because they don't.
Unfortunately,
So
they
if they
do.
don't,
Ask me.
If we're
if
looking
they
at
don't, hold on. If they don't, and if you know both houses, going back to the analogy I brought up before, if you know that both houses are occupied by racist people, then you need to act accordingly. You need to have the same protective disposition with both neighbors. You can't side with, well, I know I really need to look out for him, but not really that much him. Sometimes not a little bit. We're letting our guard down when it comes to the neighbor on the left, and we're keeping our guard up when it comes to the neighbor on the right. And the neighbor on the left has no better intentions for us than the neighbor on the right does. And as a matter of a fact, if you compare apples to apples, people can make a strong argument that we've been harmed more by the neighbor on the left. You feel where I'm coming from?
Can I ask a question, Afro?
Yeah, go ahead. And then we'll get to Halo. We'll wrap it up.
All right. So was it the mean right that create that had the three strike rules, or was it the left that had the three strike rules? Quick, let me know. Was it the big bad wolf on the right that created the three strikes, or was it the left?
okay, here's my thing.
I can't hear you.
Here's my thing, and here's where I'm at,
No,
and
no. I
here's
just want you to
where
answer yes or no. Left or right. Who was it? Left or right? Because
I'm
Halo
gonna
got
go
to
with
go.
left.
So I just quit. Just left or right.
I already said. I said left.
Right. All right. So was it the person that created the '94 crime bill? Was that the left or the right?
94. I'm
Huh?
going to assume the left,
It
but
was the
no.
left, right?
Let me stop
So
you right
so
there.
you
Here's
want
my
so
issue.
what I'm saying is
Y'all are act.
you don't want to hear so you
You're
don't want
fighting
to
against our best
hear.
interest, and this is
Hold
crazy
on,
to me.
ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. Don't start crashing out down because you're realizing that your rhetoric is. Hold on. You
Just
don't want to
stay.
hear
Just
the
stay.
big bad wolf.
You
You don't
want
want to hear
reparations,
the
but
big
you're
bad. I
not
don't understand
actively
why
choosing
everybody
a party for
crashing out. I
reparations.
don't understand
Can you
why
stop
everybody's
crashing
crashing
out?
out.
Okay, hold on,
I
hold
really don't
on.
understand.
Okay, whatever.
But
Okay,
So
foundational.
what
Who
happened?
started the war on drugs?
The
Republicans
next
did.
stop,
person
And
stop,
they
that come up
stop.
here,
stopped.
Mike, I'm dropping. Matter of
That's
fact,
what
I got
we
you. Don't worry
said.
about it. I'm gonna teach you some American decorum. So again, as I was saying earlier, you want to hear the soft and sweet smile while somebody undermine you, right? While there may be a few radical on the right that may say degenerate things that we don't agree with. Let's be clear. This is not like Avro said. We're not advocating, hey, everybody come to the right, but we understand there's never been no real policies put in place to undermine us in mass the way the left have been doing for the last 20 to 30 years. Let's be clear when we had this conversation. So you're rather get told sweet nothings while they undermine you systematically than they hear one or two, maybe three, and a few radicals on the right that's saying some degenerate things that we don't agree with again. So I'm trying to understand the logic.
Here's my logic. A lot of black people want reparations. You're not you're the party that is actively for reparations. You're against.
Who?
Like, I don't
Who?
understand
I
that.
want to join that party. Let me know.
The
Let me know
Democrats
where
are
Yeah,
I
for
will sign up
reparations.
today.
yeah.
I will sign up right now. I will end this live and sign up right now. Let me know where I need to go. Which party is
And,
that?
and it was a Democrat that removed two
Democrat.
crucial reparations bills last year. For go ahead. What's the Afro?
I want. Yeah. Are you implying that the Democrats are doing? Yeah. Let me know. Which party actively supports reparations?
Democrats support reparations, but y'all don't want to hear that though because y'all
Hold on,
y'all
ma'am,
have a foot on
ma'am,
your ball.
ma'am, ma'am,
Stop
ma'am,
saying
ma'am.
y'all like
Okay.
that.
So here's what we're gonna move on. And
No,
I
Afro,
and
Afro,
listen,
You know
I
what?
real quick,
handled with
brother.
as much grace as
Not a
possible.
lot.
But here's the thing: I'm gonna bring up, and well, I already know how this conversation is gonna go. Lacey, hold on, just stop real quick. What happened? Did she leave?
She left. She left.
She left. She's gonna take it, so she
Okay,
fled.
all right. I already know how this conversation was gonna turn out. It was gonna turn out where I'm gonna bring up all, because it's not just Kamala saying no. Kamala said no. Stacey Abrams said no. Um, what's it? Elizabeth Warren said no. Joe Biden said no. Like I got a whole list. Bernie Sanders said no. I got a whole list. AOC said no. I got a whole list. Come on, we can go down the list of Democrats who voted no and who opposed to it. What's his name? Bakari Sellers said no. I got a whole list. Come on, don't do that.
Bernie
Afro, if I
Sanders.
may
Don't. And,
jump in
and
real
here's the
quick.
thing: I would sit up there and give all of these lists, and then what she would do is she would try to rationalize what they said or try to make it seem like they didn't really mean that. Oh, well, no, they didn't really mean that. She just meant this, and no, that she changed her mind. She's gonna. Every single person I just named, she would go down the list of trying to justify why they said it and rationalize it and explain how they didn't really mean no when they said no. Okay? So, and we already know how that conversation was going to go.
Afro, if I may, real quick, and I usually don't do this. When me, you, and Alpha spoke in the back channel on the phone, I pointed out to you, and I would never do this, but this is for the public can hear about this. I pointed out to you that me and Hakeem Jeffries, yes, Hakeem Jeffries go to the same barber. I don't know what happened over there with him, but I would say this is that he told me to my face no on reparations, and he's the leader of the Democrats as we know it right now. And I also told you, and I'm going to tell the family this little inside secret, I'm going to get him on camera saying no to reparations. I'll figure it out. What Secret Service around? Yes, he has a Secret Service detail. Yeah. What them around and all. I will get him to say no. So I
Yeah.
don't know where does the Democrats support reparations?
I don't
Y'all
know,
need to
brother.
stop getting up on these TikToks and lying.
Sage,
They don't
I don't
support it.
know how many times they have to say no for people to understand they mean no. I just don't understand that. How many times does every single member of the party need to write it, need to have it in writing that they don't support it? Do you not see what happened in California? Where they killed their own bills without any type of Republican pushback? Gavin Newsom saying no? Like, what? Okay. Halo, talk to us, Halo. How you been?
So I've been fine. What I gotta say about this is the prime example of the type of people that lives under a rock. Come up here spreading rhetoric, telling lies. Thinking she talking to some goofy or something, making up things in their head. That's what the Democrats do. And then she sitting up here saying she Black American, but I saw that forehead and I saw her hairline. I'm like, oh Lord, thank God you came back up here, because baby, let me tell you something. You going around here running your mouth talking about some immigrants don't get anything free. I mean, illegal immigrants don't get any benefits in America. Then why did Chicago go in debt? Why did Chicago go in debt? Why, when people was seeing their receipts when they go to the store and they had thousands of dollars on their EBT cards, right? I feel like, and let me speak on the prompt. Let me go ahead and speak on this prompt. I would never vote for this woman. I would never vote for a drunk. I would never vote for a woman who can't manage money. I would never vote for this woman. She comes from an immigrant background. She put the immigrants first. She said it out of her own mouth. She would never do nothing for Black Americans. So since you said that, I'm gonna take your word for it, and you will never get a vote up out of me. And I'm gonna make it my business to go live every day to make sure nobody votes for you. I'm gonna make sure they vote. I don't give a f who up in there next to you. I don't care if Republican. If that's what I got to do to get you up out of there, that's what I'm gonna do. I don't care. I feel like that's us protesting against the Democrats by showing them, if you ain't gonna do nothing for us, if you ain't gonna give us no type of changeables, no type of policies or nothing, then I guess I gotta go ahead and vote red. Then that's what I guess I'm gonna take until you come out your mouth. Now I don't even want to hear your mouth say it. I want to see some work being done on the table. I don't got time for these people. You feel me? And she bringing her butt up here, coming up here trying to, and she sound like she just got here like yesterday. You know, I was in the chat when this Kelsey girl came up here. Like she really rubbed me the wrong way. I don't care about immigrants. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you ain't Black American, I don't like you, and I don't need to be around. And I don't need to be around you. Well, it's getting there for me. It's getting there for me. I just can't stand you. I don't want you around me. I don't want you breathing the same air I breathe. It's getting there for me. Y'all disrespectful. You think somebody got to sit up here and take y'all ish? If what you need to do is go in your country and build it and leave us alone. Go make something happen in your country instead of coming over here leeching up off us and think somebody got to have loyalty for you when you ain't never poured back into my community. You ain't did nothing for me. I don't care how you go back, but you need to go back. I don't care about your skin color. Your black ain't my black. Your melanin ain't my melanin. You ain't never sat at my table. Y'all need to stop lying, talking about somebody bullied you in school. And I don't even never knew you in school. Never even went to school with you. Half of Black Americans don't even know who you are. You feel me? You come over here cosplaying all types of ish and slapping your name on historical facts that belong to Black Americans. I'm over you. You will never replace me. I'm not an immigrant. We're not equal. We'll never be equal, okay? And I'll never like you. You are an immigrant that fled your third world country. I come behind greatness, people who fought in this country who actually stood 10 toes. I don't want to hear your sob story because our people went through worse than what your people went through. We had to live amongst these white tea people. You had the whole land for yourself. Why didn't you build the first world melanated country instead of running over here crying to me and using my opportunities that my people built for you? You ain't built nothing for us. Why should I sit up here and give an F about you? I can't just walk up in your country. What you giving us in your country if I walk over there to your country? Nothing. No opportunities, no nothing. So what makes you think that I owe you anything? I don't owe you nothing. I don't owe you nothing. And I do support ICE. And I hope ICE fold all y'all up and get y'all up out of here. Fold you up and put you in a box and ship you off like an Amazon package. I don't got nothing for you. No sympathy for you at all.
Okay.
And I'm going to land my plane.
Okay. We do not condone any type of violence, just being clear. She didn't say anything violent. We don't condone that. All right? Expressing ourselves very loudly. And that's all we're doing. No violence at all. TikTok.
Just passion, no violence,
Yes.
just passion. Ain't
All
nothing
right.
wrong with that.
But man, we've been on here for close to 4 hours, but this been live, y'all. This has been live. Every time we have a political conversation, it's always lit. It's always lit every time we do this. But I love the new setup. I love everything. It's starting to work now. I just gotta do some little tweaks and stuff like that, but it's gonna be good.
I have a
All right.
question. I have a question.
Uh-huh.
What is the new setup? Because I can't switch people boxes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm on my laptop.
BX need her spot right there. We're fine.
Yeah, I'm on. Let me see. I'm trying to. I'm gonna see if I can switch the boxes because I didn't know you couldn't switch the boxes. So I'm gonna see if I can switch the
Well,
boxes.
that's really new.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I'm on my laptop this time.
Afro was in here messing around with the controls and stuff, and now I can't switch me and ZZ's boxes.
I'm gonna see what I can do. I'm gonna see what I can do. You know, but it's okay. I'll fix it in post. I'll fix it in post, BX. I'll fix it in post. This.
Thank you. And I like to hear like
bitter.
that, Afro.
Just so you know, I ain't bitter. So I don't know why y'all in the comment section saying I'm angry. Well, maybe I'm a little bitter.
Who just did that?
Did what?
What?
Change the layout. Who just did that?
You did.
I did not do
You
that.
you did it, Afro.
I didn't press.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't touch nothing at all. I just
Hey,
pressed
I'm
my
not gonna
mic.
lie, I was pressing shit. I might have did that by accident. So sorry. I was touching shit. I couldn't figure it out either, BX. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
I'm really tired of these people. I really am. I don't want to welcome you, so you ain't getting no welcome from me.
Hey, we got it. We got it. Z, what's up, ZZ?
What's going on? I do like the setup though. You on top. We love to see it. It's a blessing. Okay, you feel me? But yeah, I don't know what the fuck going on with this update. I don't like it. I thought I was in the mind for a second. I couldn't even see the little buttons. It's a weird, so they need to fix that shit. But yeah, I'm mad I missed this conversation. Hey, read us. This was a good one. We might have double back on this one. Because I'm mad I missed this. You know what I'm saying? Kamala's some bullshit. But I'm glad that I caught that sister right there at the end, the conversation you had with her, because it was a perfect display of the reason why we need to get the fuck off that the Democratic plantation. Because, baby, there's nothing but an emotional attachment. At the end of the day, after you debunked her, she just had to admit, like, I just feel like they're just less racist. I just feel like they're just, because it's just an emotional thing, especially for black women. I'm not trying to make it a gender war, but we got to be honest. There's too many fucking black American women that's on this Democratic plantation is not trying to let go. And even Kamala herself, she don't really got a base. I was just listening to Tariq talk about this last night. Her base is really non-existent at this point, and the only people that's really giving her support is giving her support by default. So you got black women on this feminist bullshit that's like, oh, well, we're going to support the women. We don't want to vote for Trump, so we're going to support the woman of color. We're going to support it. Damn, even that, it's not even just a feminist thing. It's really just an attachment, again, that emotional attachment to the Democratic Party, where we just going to vote for anybody that's blue. So if she's the only option, we're just going to vote for her because we don't want to do the red. We don't want to vote for the blatant racist, even though we both know, like she admitted, they're both racist. They're both anti-black on both sides. So the fact that at least that she was able to say it, like, well, I just feel, well, baby, we got to get up out that feeling, because that's what they keep playing off of. That's how they keep toying with us, because they're using our emotionality to give us bullshit, to hand us crumbs, and really give us nothing, to be honest. So yeah, we just have to be honest about that. If Kamala wins, if Kamala does decide to run again, it's absolutely egregious, because I don't even know what she's running on. She already made it clear she's not doing nothing for black Americans. She's literally said that out her mouth. So we can go by what she said and what she's done. The administration she was just a part of, and the party she's a part of, moreover, ain't done shit for black people. And within the 4 years that she was in, she had the VP seat. And even before that. So let's just be honest, and let's look at what they did do, which is flood this fucking country with a bunch of illegals, and again use benign neglect to ignore the problems of black Americans and Americans in general, to prioritize people who aren't even legal citizens here. So we have to go off what we already know, what we've seen, what she said, and be mindful of that moving forward, because I'm not surprised that if she's talking about she might run again, I might. We already knew this is why she was doing all these bullshit campaigns. She keep popping up random places and interviews. We already know this. What they try to get her back in our good grace. So we already seen that coming. That's not really a surprise if she does decide to run, because they don't really have no other candidates. I don't really know anybody else on the left who's really as popular. You know what I'm saying? She was VP, so I don't really know who else would do it anyways. But nobody, honestly, is looking good enough to run it and at least get it that is worthy to get black American support. And damn sure not her, who has been blatantly anti-black and already said again that she ain't doing a damn thing for black Americans. So yeah, we got to get up off that Democratic plantation. It's egregious. We got to let go of that emotionality, baby. We got to deal with what is, deal with in reality, okay, and go where the tangibles at. It's just that simple. But yeah, we got to double back on this. I'm mad I missed this combo. It's egregious. Sound like it was good.
Okay, no. Let's get to A.L. Jones. A.L. Jones. I do want to get Starboy back up, to be fair, and let him get his last word in, to be
What
fair.
did
So
he
A.L.
say?
Jones.
Why you
By the
said
way,
it could
Starboy
be fair?
never debunked what I said, Afro, about the whole house owning program. He never debunked that, by the way. He never even addressed it, by the way.
A.L. Jones, are you ready? Okay. Well, Kelsey, you got it, because we've been on here for. Well, I've been on. Oh damn. Okay, he's gone. Well, I guess it is what it is. I was gonna let Starboy back up, but I don't see him no more. So.
Probably came up by mistake. Al, he usually stays in the comments.
Mm-hmm. Kelsey, you came back. Come on now. Don't come back up and then not say nothing, Kelsey.
I'm ready, yeah. Before, I wasn't sure if some of the people are still here. At no point in time did I say Democrat Party, so I'm making that very clear. I think both are bad, and I don't think both are bad, so you need to pick Democrats. I think both are bad, and none should be picked, and it all should be dismantled. And when I said them white people, I was talking about them white people with the two ponytails. Them white people are the ones that own the country behind everyone's back. And that needs to be dismantled. That's what I meant when them white people. So when you see the stats about the illegal immigrants who get all these benefits, thousands of dollars, they say, oh, go after those illegal immigrants. But look into it deeper. It's them people with the two ponytails that have the most benefits. They have $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 on their SNAP because they have 10, 11, 12 kids. And they stay in their house. They stay in the community. We're not allowed in there. Anybody. not Black Americans, not immigrants. Nobody's allowed in their communities, but they have all the SNAP benefits with their 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 kids. They are the
I
ones
understand what
in the
she's
back,
saying.
behind the scenes, pulling the strings. Neither of the parties need to be elected. Neither of them. Both of them are in the pockets.
1 minute.
Both of them are
I
in the
need
pockets.
clarity. Who is the people with 10 and 12 children that we not allowed in their community?
The
What
people with
people
the
are
two
those?
ponytails and the hat.
BX, the people that live on Ocean Avenue in Brooklyn.
Oh, but how, you know what, ma'am? You have a whole country with a government. Like you really need input over there, not here.
They
Like I'm
also
tired
control
of
that country.
immigrants. No, no, no. This needs to be said. I'm tired of you thinking that you could speak on foundational Black Americans and our politics. Like I don't even know why your people are over here getting in our government, and all of that is about to change, right? You really shouldn't have a say in what happens with our government. Like you came here, you're a visitor, man. And I'm just sick of y'all immigrants thinking y'all should be inputting on everything. Y'all the reason why America's messed up too. Let me be clear. Y'all are willing tools of white supremacy, and the fact that you were up here talking about, I'm just saying that this is that. Your opinion really doesn't matter much, but you feel so emboldened to give it, Kelsey. If you're from Jamaica, go over there and help your people. If you're from Trinidad, go over there and help your people. Because there's other people running amok in them islands, right? But y'all never speak on that. Always on American business. Go to your homeland and talk about that shit over there. They can't even access some of them beaches. All of them predominantly Afro-descended islands are failing. And y'all over here trying to tank us. Your opinions are unwarranted, nor should they be considered valid at this point in time. I'm over you, ma'am. Period. And I just entered the room. Goodness gracious.
It's the
Who?
same people, is what I'm
Okay,
saying.
well, you
It's the
made your
same
statement.
people
Ma'am,
You
that
made your
you
do.
statement. You
are
made your
insulting me.
statement. All right. Who is this person who just came up?
Oh, I don't know who Giovanna is.
Okay, well, I guess it is. It is what it is then. Let me see. Let me just make sure. You win last one.
BX, I have a quick question for you living in the Bronx. And no shots. Seriously, no shots.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
No
Okay,
shots. I
okay.
promise you.
All right,
Seriously,
you
seriously. It's
Brooklyn,
all
right? You
love.
Brooklyn.
And I think my brother Foundation live up there too. Do you guys have that same situation where they have like dollar vans and all that? Do you guys have that in the Bronx as well?
Okay, so we used to have that, and the Latinos, for the most part, had that. We used to have the dollar cabs, but
Yeah.
I'm not finding any more dollar cabs. They're charging full price.
Okay. Okay. So, but you're not having the dollar. When I say dollar vans, like them buses that be picking up multiple people. You guys don't
Yeah,
have that, right?
I don't see it in the train station that I'm around anymore.
Okay.
No, but they used to have it back in the days. Yeah.
Now, the reason
Hmm.
why I'm bringing that up is because that's illegal. Only the MTA is allowed to transport that many people at one time. And I know the sister Kelsey was up here earlier saying that Caribbean, specifically the black ones, don't get anything they don't get any special treatment above foundationals. And I just
She's
wanted
a
to point that
liar.
out in New York. That's it. With that, I'm laying.
Okay, so what the Caribbeans get is Yvette Clarke, and she's over a district in Brooklyn who openly calls for more immigrants to Brooklyn, right? If not the nation, what they get is Yvette Clarke also being the head of the CBC, the head of the Caribbean caucus, head of the Haitian caucus. And what Yvette Clarke did was able to get a delineation bill specifically for the Caribbean. What does that mean? That means within the Black ethnonym, they are visible and will have their own checkbox on the census, and there's funding attached to that. For the Haitians, that means TPSs and extended stays. And not only does she give them funding here or pushes for funding for them here, she successfully gets funding to stimulate Haiti's economy. I don't know why. So Yvette Clarke doesn't get anything tangible for foundational Black Americans. In fact, she's in total opposition and is really, really on boards that are conflicting to foundational Black Americans. And when we ask for a similar delineation bill, like support for it, we get met with silence. And how dare a Jamaican immigrant, right, who wasn't targeted the way Black Americans were, say that she doesn't believe that we back the SAVE Act at 76%, but because she's melanated and mom monopolizes all these caucuses, she's seen as some type of expert or something. Go be an expert and govern your homeland, ma'am. Like, I'm sick of these immigrants getting to say us, we, our, while denying foundational Black Americans and stimulating their people here and in the nations, right? And then they turn around and talk about we're lazy. But let's talk about how Jamaicans locked us out of home ownership when we were under redlining and they started migrating here in mass. Like, I'm sick of the immigrants not holding themselves accountable for the erosion of the relationship that we could have had. Because if anything, the Caribbean should have stood a stronger allyship with foundational Black Americans, but now they could kick rocks. So, Caribbeans, stop playing until you do the proper research. But even then, when I tell them all of this, you know what they're going to say, Afro? It's not everybody. Like, we just supposed to let the rest of everybody get away with disparaging us, with locking us out of things, and what? Voting no to our repair, but we're never speaking negatively against CARICOM. See how that works? So they do too much, but they never do too much in the islands because the Asians, the East Indians, and all these other folks, even the white tea people, are over there running them up. You're fighting the wrong people. Go fight them people in your homeland, tearing it up, not us. This is our homeland. We don't owe you shit. Not even our vote should be with you and mine first. It really shouldn't. So if we want to vote Democrat, Republican, or vote safe working families or whatever the new category is for them folks, then we're going to do that. And you can never make us feel guilty because it was our ancestors, right, who unalived for us to have that right. But what they didn't unalive for was for us to remain stupid. Following the Caribbean, we will remain stupid. Why? Because they practice a good game of group economics, and we ain't a part of their group. They proved it already. Period.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to get to Justin. And after Justin, we're going to wrap things up. Sage, you showing off your cooking skills? Is that what you're doing? This man in the kitchen showing off his cooking skills. I see you, Sage. I ain't mad at you, brother. I ain't mad at you.
Who you like in the room, Sage? Because you showing off a little bit.
Sage feeling somebody in the chat, I think. Sage feeling somebody. He going there. He seasoning the steak and all that stuff on camera. He ain't been on camera. Okay. Look, I ain't mad at him. He just happened to turn his camera on and then start cooking. Okay. All right. Next thing you know, he gonna bring the camera into the weight room and start bench pressing. Okay. Next thing you know. Okay. All right, Sage. I ain't mad at you, bro.
You know what, man? That's it. I'm calling the infamous J Black. That's it. Right now.
Hey, look, I get it. I get you, bro. I get you. Justin.
Thank you, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I've been watching this live. I appreciate the discussion. So,
Uh-oh.
What's his ethnicity?
What just happened?
Yeah, I don't know. He just kind of blinked out.
Oh, damn.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Did I go out?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm Black American. I'm from Newark, New Jersey. I'm not far from the city. I'm not a New Yorker though, but there was a couple of things that, somebody had said about a grant program in New York and New Jersey that I wanted to address, and just a few other things.
Okay. Well, we don't have too much time, so you got it.
I got you. I mean, so I guess I'll start with that grant program. So I do agree, we're talking about the immigrants, and yes, we've got to do something about the immigration. I don't lie. I think there's a lot of, contention between our communities. But one of the things that I'm noticing is that, we're not talking about how the U.S. has also, destabilized a lot of these countries. And that's not to make excuses for them coming here, treating us like shit, because I do agree with that. But, that is something that we do have to, kind of keep in mind when we're having this conversation.
Okay.
I know the whole point of your...
Let him go. Let him go. Let's let him go because we trying to wrap it up. Come on, we gonna let him go. All
As
right,
far as
okay.
like if Kamala should run again, I think she has the right to run
Now,
again. You
but
know, let her go
can you
through
just
that primary.
specify, Justin? Can you just specify which countries you're referring to that America's destabilized?
So Haiti, all of central, most countries in Central America where we're getting these immigrants from, whether it's Nicaragua, Guatemala, Honduras, even when it comes to Africa, you know,
Okay,
we have
okay.
played
I
our
just
part
okay.
over there.
All right.
So there are these countries, Venezuela, we get a lot of immigrants from there. So these are all places that the U.S., you know, has had their fingers in and has destabilized. I'm not saying it's an excuse, but it is something, a context to have for the conversation.
Okay.
As far as Kamala getting to run again, I think she has the right to let her go through the primary, and if people vote for her, you know, cool. I think there was a lot of conversations about her, you know, policies, and Starboy had kind of mentioned, you know, the home buyers grant. But I think you were asking this one girl before about why does she support Democrats, and I'm a stone cold Democrat. I'll say it with my chest. I'm not really scared, you know, and the reason I support
I
them
was
is
the one that mentioned the grant, sir.
okay. So as far as the grant, that and so just to give you, and I think that's a perfect example what you said was correct, where that grant was for people whose parents have never brought in a home. I'm also a real estate agent, so I have a background in this.
That's
When
not
you look,
necessarily true. People that never owned a home in this country, sir. Continue.
okay, people whose parents have never owned a home in this country, fine.
Correct.
When we look at black home ownership, black people have the lowest amount of home ownership, and usually their parents haven't owned a home. So although I get your point, the whole point of that whole um grant program was to make it more accessible to black Americans. And the whole deal is they can't just when it's hold on, let me
Let him
finish,
go.
let me
Let's
finish,
let him go
let
because
me
we got to
finish.
wrap it up. We got to.
When it comes to federal type of grant programs, unfortunately they can't just say this is for one type of people. And that's the whole deal. What people are getting at is what Trump is trying to do is even when we do have things that are for, you know, minorities, they're trying to take those back.
We're
So
not a
I
minority.
understand
Black Americans aren't a
we
minority.
are a minority in our
Okay.
No, you're
country.
a minority.
That's
We're not.
Okay.
I'm a black
Okay. We gonna
American.
let
We
him
are a
go. We gonna
minority in
let him
this
go.
country. Those are the
Okay.
stats, and that's the whole deal.
Please
We're not
wrap it
talking
up.
about
Sorry.
feelings. We're talking about facts now. And so you
Factors
asked
are
me
not
about
enough.
Democrats. So I live in a blue state, and you had mentioned a lot of the cities when it comes to Chicago, LA. Nobody is denying that those have their problems, but the actual statistics show blue states are run better than red states. When you look at education, crime, all of them, it's the red states that actually, Oklahoma, Alabama, Texas, all these states actually have a worse education, health rate, um, home ownership rate when it comes to black Americans, since that's the topic of the conversation now is black Americans. So I live in a blue state. I live in New Jersey. I grew up here, but I lived in Massachusetts. Both of those states I could go to community college for free. You cannot do those in red states, and that specifically affects black Americans and black American men. And I'm 27 going back to
That's a
school to
lie.
get my degree.
You're gonna have to
So
start citing some sources.
That's a
I'm
lie.
sorry,
Okay.
hear that?
Let's let him.
Go ahead.
It's not a
Because
lie.
in
That's the whole deal.
Illinois
You
you
can't.
can. In
You
Illinois
don't know
is a
where I
blue
live at,
state
sir. So you
too.
know where I live at, sir?
And Illinois is a blue state too, and you
That's a
can't go to
lie.
community
All
college
right,
for free. So
but
I'm
I'm talking
so
about a collective of blue states, whether it's California, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut. These
and
are
there's
all
no
blue
tuition
states.
for community college. There's
Yes,
nothing you
that's
You're
the
can
not
whole
going to
deal.
do.
school
You
and
can go
college in
to
New Jersey for
community.
free.
Yes, bro, I'm doing it right now. That's the whole deal. Don't
Because
try
you're
to
an
tell me what
Okay,
I'm
immigrant.
okay,
actually
Just because you're
doing.
okay,
an immigrant.
okay, okay. Let's say you
So,
are
and you
doing
also
it
one
right
more.
now.
No,
But
I am
you
doing it.
specify
This is
less
not a
I'm
what
not
if.
disagreeing with that. I have no way to verify that. However,
You
you're
can
saying
Google
that
it.
it is free. And I'm saying that in this blue state that I live in, it's not free.
Oh, okay,
So that's not
that's
a
fine. But
universal thing. Maybe that's a thing
But
for
I'm
New
talking
Jersey, but that's not a
comparative. I'm
universal thing.
talking when we're looking at blue states versus red states. Not
Hmm.
all blue states are perfect. Not all red states are perfect. But
Okay.
when you look at the data of them and compare them all to one another, blue states, specifically for black Americans, we are making out better in blue states with their policies. You also talked about why should we be voting for Democrats that the other girl could not answer. I'll tell you, it's Democrats who are trying to make community college for free. It's Democrats who are trying to get us universal health care. These are all things that would directly benefit us as Black Americans.
Okay, well
Find Black
let me
Americans.
just say something.
Black
The
Americans who are
Democrats,
descendants of
let me
slaves
say
like
something.
myself. My grandmother lived in
Hold
Georgia
on,
and watched Black men hang from trees. So I
Justin,
just want to make sure that
Sir
she understands
Justin.
that I'm a
Okay,
Black
I'm gonna have
American.
to start muting, folk. Okay,
No,
come
you're
on.
good. My apologies. I just
We've
need
been
to
in too
clarify
long
that.
for us to start flying off the handles now, Justin. The Democrats don't want no free health care and community college. They don't really want that for real. When they have absolute power, when the Republicans aren't there to stop him, like Biden for his first 2 years, they didn't even talk about it. They didn't even bring it up. There was no mass push to do anything. You're seeing Democrats right now fight tooth and nail without the House or the Senate or the presidency on behalf of illegal immigrants, so much so that they're willing to shut down the government because of ICE. Immigration and customs enforcement. They don't have any type of power, but they're fighting tooth and nail, signing executive orders, governors, mayors, all of this stuff. So the stuff that they keep saying that they're going to do and just never seem to get done is very interesting when you compare that to the stuff that you see they actually care about. They don't actually
Okay.
care about these things.
Can I
And then you
respond
got
to
to
that?
take the good with the bad. You got to take a lot of the good with the bad. Because in a lot of these Democrat run cities where they put these policies, these minority policies there, all other quote unquote minorities get picked over us. We learned that with the demolishment of affirmative action in the Supreme Court, that the affirmative action was benefiting other foundational Black Americans the least. And so was DEI. When Trump did his, when he ended DEI, technically he only ended DEI when it comes to federal government contracts. Other private entities took suit and followed suit with that, but that's the only thing he's not able to end DEI on state levels or private companies. However, when you actually look at the data, Black people are being our grievance in our history is actually being used to catapult other groups of people ahead of us, which is why you have Hispanic immigrants, Asian immigrants, Arab immigrants, African and Caribbean immigrants, seeming like they have an easier time ahead in the middle class and the upper middle class because they are benefiting from a foundation, and then on top of that, springing from different DEI and affirmative action benefits that are set in place based off of our grievance and our discrimination.
I don't
So
disagree with you
this is
there.
One
the issue that
moment.
people have with
You know what? Why he's saying a
the
minority and
things.
stuff is look at he's a member of the alternate community, the LGBT community.
Yes, I'm a
So
gay
don't
Black
they?
man. Okay, so
Okay, you can't say
don't
that
let's
on
not
here, sir. You
let's
can't
not.
say that on here. So don't they get incentives and stuff for that community, like how they hijacked every movement we had with the whole
No,
intersectionality
ma'am.
conversation?
No,
I'm not
ma'am.
talking to you, Starboy.
Yeah, the answer is no.
Okay,
No,
so
can
I'm
I
not
answer that?
talking to you,
Okay.
Starboy. Again, let me say that. I'm talking to Afro Elite.
You said what?
So don't they get certain incentives and stuff like that for being a member of that community?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are things where they would be considered double
And so
minorities
that's
and
why,
things as well too. And
right.
I know because there was this when I used to work at a certain job, there was a hiring lady that I was real cool with, and she would let me know, like, okay, well, the company wants this, and they do. Come on now, don't do that. They do, and especially a lot of these blue states, they consider stuff double minorities and things like that. So yeah, there are certain programs and things that are there for that. Okay, especially
What
with
are the
DEI and
programs?
stuff.
Because you
There are no
with
educational
I would like
programs
to
for
can
that.
I
I'm
ask.
not. I didn't
hold
say
on, hold on.
educational.
Let me step
Wait,
in there
no,
because
Justin, I would like to answer what you said.
go ahead.
You said about the home loans. You mentioned that as a benefit from the Democrat Party. Do you know when they started that, it was this thing where they said, if your parents have not owned a home, guess who parents haven't owned a home in America? An immigrant or an illegal. Guess who else? What other thing that program did? If you didn't have, what was it? Any debt or any collections, guess who would benefit from that program? that was another trick bag that would push
Thank
forward
you, Candy.
the illegals and immigrants. You're welcome. And then you have it where they were able to get mortgages with I-10 numbers as undocumented migrants. Okay, so they could get a mortgage. They couldn't get an FHA, but there were other programs where they could buy a house with an I-10 number, ITIN number. So don't
But
sit here and say, hey, I am talking. I let you talk. I am not interested in hearing that they didn't get special perks. You are telling a big fat fib on here. And what y'all do is in the Demon Rat Party is always try to finesse some stuff with some trick bag language to propel everybody ahead of us. And then everybody sit back, we work hard. You don't work hard. You got a hookup. It's a difference. But they make sure we don't qualify for that stuff. Because we're the ones who always, for some reason, there's always something creative in it where we don't qualify for that stuff. So miss us with that, and you can stop finessing us on this chat, okay? And I'll land.
Okay.
I'm not finessing you.
Nobody's coming. And look.
Can I just
We will
respond
be
though? There was
on
a
for
couple
another
things that you
10
guys said.
minutes, and then I will leave. This will be over with. Nobody else is coming
What
up.
type of incentive do LGBT people get?
Hold on, Starboy. Hold on. I want to go back to Justin, to make sure we can finish that conversation before you get to say what you got to say.
Okay, thank you. So, as far as the home buyer grants, I've helped Black people get these grants, specifically Black American people.
Okay.
You know, so there's not some, shady thing going on where Black Americans can't get it. So I just want to be very clear with that.
Was that said?
As far as,
was that said?
well, yeah, that's what Candy was saying.
No. That's not what Candy was saying.
Yo, this nigga race
That's
bait.
not what Candy was saying.
He been saying black, black
okay,
the whole time
that's
he
enough.
been on
That's
here.
enough. That's enough.
I don't have mine. If you
What
give
am
me
I
mine.
supposed to say?
What Candy was saying, all right? I've been more than patient enough. We're supposed to be off an hour ago. What Candy was saying is that there are certain qualifications and certain things that would dismiss and disqualify Black Americans, that would not disqualify immigrants. When you look at the fine print of all of the qualifications and the things that would get you kicked off of the program or disqualified for the program or for the grant or loan or whatever you call it, you have to acknowledge the fact that it is going to more than likely be beneficial to illegal immigrants, okay, over Black Americans. My dad owns a house, okay? Sage's father owns a house. I don't know about Candy or whatever. So you're talking about, not only do I have never had to have owned a house, my parents have never owned a house, okay? So that is an unfair disqualification that would be put on me that immigrants won't have. So by proxy, process of elimination, you're already discounting a lot of qualifiable Black Americans from that program, which is why a lot of people didn't bite off that, because that was
I
flawed
understand,
from the
but
very
there was
beginning.
no, but there was.
And by the way, he's being very disingenuous too.
No.
Go ahead.
My bad. Go ahead. No, you could go, Sage.
All right. So again, I just bought a house, and my thing is that there are grants out there, but again, you're talking about a grant that's about $5,000. We're talking about family. I'm talking about you don't have to put a down payment on a home. That can
I'm
be
talking about the same grant. I just want to clarify.
Okay, that can be up to $30,000 to $40,000. Let's not make this into a damn game. Okay, I'm not talking about some $5,000 grant that you can get off an FHA loan. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the New York, New Jersey, first generation home, something like that. It's a long ass title. But again, if my grandfather owned a house in South Carolina, I'm eliminated. End of discussion. I just went through the damn program, bro. I'm not making this up, bro. I'm not making this up.
Most Black Americans, grandparents and parents were not homeowners, so it would benefit Black.
Here's the thing. Hold on, Justin. I will give you 30 seconds, and then we'll get to Starboy.
No, Starboy kind of made the point I was trying to say. What I was trying to say with
Mm-hmm.
that home buyer grant, and congratulations on buying a home, Sage. Like I said, I love to see our people win, especially when it comes to home ownership. I know how important it is.
Yeah.
But like he
And I
said,
had
the
a black
name of
real
it.
estate agent too, by the way. Shout out to him.
Oh, shout out to you. So it's first generation. So and I agree with you, like, hey, when we really look at it, yeah, like that can benefit the immigrants. And I don't disagree with that. That is something like, yo, we really need to have that conversation. But it was trying to make Black Americans whose parents and whose people, because historically speaking, like I believe somebody brought up redlining when they were talking about the Jamaicans, and that's 100% correct. Like there are these systemic things that we have been through. So if our parents and grandparents were never in the position to buy a home, this was for those people to have access to as well. Now, unfortunately, what happened, and you're 100% right on this stage, is that you're making it easier for immigrants who have lived in and come from these other countries to also buy a home. So I hear what you're saying. I just wanted to clarify that this is something that does also help us.
All right. All
Can
right.
I,
That's
Alpha,
Star.
10
Hold
seconds,
on.
Alpha.
Hold on. We got to get
Go
to
ahead.
Starboy because I got to get out of here.
Oh, my question is for Starboy. I got a question for you, Starboy. Are you sure that your great grandfather didn't own any type of land in this country? Are you sure?
I never said that, sir. What I said was most Black Americans are not homeowners. My great grandfather was a sharecropper. His father was an indigenous Negro and had his land stolen and was reclassified.
Oh, so
So
he had
everything that
land. You're eliminated.
I'm not
There you
done. Let me
go.
answer the question, please. Let me finish my answer, please.
Yeah.
Everything that my elders before me owned was taken from them. That's why they were thrust into a cycle of generational debt because of redlining and slavery and sharecropping. They were allowed to purchase land in the South after emancipation, and they had that land taken away from them because of racist Confederate land owning rules that set them up into illegal land ownership, and they had that same exact land taken from them before they had to migrate to Washington D.C. from South Carolina. So I never said my elders never owned land. Don't put words in my mouth. But whatever they owned in the South after 1865, prior to 1940, was taken away from them. And that's why the bill would have that policy he was talking about would have benefited the current generation of Black people
Starboy.
because most
Hold
foundational
on,
Listen
Black
to
Sage.
me,
Hold on,
Americans
son.
Sage.
do not descend from homeowners.
That's not true. Go
Starboy.
ahead.
Sage.
Starboy.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you,
Okay.
son.
Hold
That's
on.
not
Hold
true.
on.
But that's
When you
not what I
hold
wanted
on.
to
Hold on,
say.
everybody. When you say most means a majority. That means over 50%. It has to be over
Yes.
50% to be most. Okay. Do you have any type of data, study, or anything that would substantiate that most Black Americans today do not have homeowners in their family?
So I have to provide information to prove that,
It's
No,
but no one
because
else
44
has
to
because
to provide
here's the
46
thing.
information to
If
prove
you're
percent.
that.
making
Most
it, here's the
definitely
thing.
are.
You're arguing that what we're saying that the policy, because we're essentially saying that the policy is ineffective. You're saying that the fine print or the disqualification that your family has owned houses so that or a home, so therefore you're disqualified from the program. You're saying that essentially that's inconsequential because that wouldn't apply to most Black Americans today. And I'm saying, okay, if you're going to make the claim that it's inconsequential because most Black Americans today don't descend from homeowners, where is that information coming from?
I do. I'm sorry. Can I just step in
Hold
here because
on,
I
let's
do
let
have the
No, no,
data
you
for
Starboy.
that.
Let
can't.
me
No, you
let
can't step in.
Starboy
No, you
answer
can't
the
step in.
question I
Studies
asked
pertaining
Starboy. Go ahead.
studies pertaining to redlining. Most Black people have grown up in redline communities where they are renters, and when they are homeowners, they are not able. They don't own land in those communities. So when it comes to redlining, when it comes to mainly the issues of redlining in the Black community have prevented Black people from branching out and buying land, and then Black codes in the South prevented Black people from buying land. So we don't have a large farming population of Black Americans. We have a small minority of Black Americans in the South that own farmland, and they're currently being cut out of the deals that this administration is making with farmers. They're not even being invited to the meetings. So the The facts are is that we've never had an equal and fair opportunity to purchase or buy land in this country.
And I
And like
agree with
my
you fully. I
Afro
agree with
asks
you
if you could
fully, but that
quantify that.
wasn't the
Yeah,
question, though. And
right,
by you answering the way you answered proves that there's no real data that substantiates the
right.
claim that most Black Americans today don't descend from homeowners at all. And that this policy is pretty much just as effective for Black Americans as it would be for immigrants. Because the original argument, going back to it, is that this policy specifically would be way more beneficial for immigrants, for new arrivals, all of them, new arrivals, migrants, asylum seekers, whatever you call them, illegal immigrants, is going to be tremendously more beneficial, and we would be with the crumbs. And what people are arguing is that you all are arguing that we should be championing this policy, that this is a great policy, when we're looking at it like, well, when you look at the fine print, we would only get the scraps of what is left after the grant. That is the argument being made, that this is not something that's going to be beneficial. This is actually going to propel other groups of people ahead.
Okay, with all due respect, I did not hear the portion of that argument that stated it applied to immigrants. I thought y'all were arguing over a bill that was for Black Americans, and I thought that was
Well,
for that. Now, if you're
no,
saying
because the
immigrant, are you
thing
saying
is,
immigrants
no,
are?
because the thing is that I think you brought that up when you first came here earlier too. Because the thing is that the bill is not for Black Americans. The bill is a universal, is for everybody. Any and everybody can apply to it, despite race or lineage.
Correct.
So what we're saying is the fact that anybody can apply to it, and then there are certain things that would disqualify certain people with process of elimination. Most of the people who would not be disqualified, who would be eligible for applying for it, would be immigrants. That's the argument being made.
Okay, the bill that I brought up earlier wasn't that. I was mentioning the first homeowner bill that Kamala had, where she was offering $25,000 down payments for first-time home buyers. That's what I had
That's the
mentioned earlier.
program.
That is the bill that we were referring
Oh, that's what y'all talking about?
Yeah.
Are you okay, man?
No. Because my phone had froze. I had to restart and come back. But the bill that I'm talking about that she was offering was for first home buyers. Y'all are saying that. So you're saying that with that bill, you can't have a grandparent or anybody in your family.
In the bill, there was a stipulation. There's a stipulation in the bill that would disqualify people, because you gotta apply, and then you have to be qualified. In the bill, there's a stipulation that if you descend from homeowners, that means if your mama or your daddy owned the house,
or great grandma,
or you had owned the house, lost the house, whatever, you would be automatically disqualified from the program. And what we're saying is that immigrants who don't have any type of history in this country, they would be able to qualify for the program, because there's no stipulation that would disqualify them. They would be able to qualify for the program, and then the obstacles that we would have to overcome, they wouldn't have to overcome. The things that would get us knocked out wouldn't knock them out.
Okay. I'm gonna look into that when I leave this live, because if that is true, then I don't support that. But as far as my understanding, that was never talked about in reference to that bill. This is my first time hearing that information in relation to that. So I will look into that, and if that's the case, I do not support that at all, because that would definitely disadvantage. But I came up here to say, y'all was talking about earlier, and somebody had said,
wait, because I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna just
no.
Hold on.
Let me just say this real quick to what you were saying, just to make it make sense.
Dandy.
If your grandmother, if your grandmother owned a home and she had 5 kids, and all your parents pretty much owned a portion of that house, but they end up selling it, or one of the kids got it, that would be considered them owning a home, and you wouldn't qualify. That's just all I want to say.
Correct.
All right. Now, Starboy, you said you came up for another reason.
And we got to make sure you understand the thing, your talking points, because you just argue with us for like a good hour, almost an hour, and didn't even know the bill or the things behind the bill. So if whatever your reason you're coming up with, just make sure you know the facts. That's all I'm asking. So we're not wasting time.
Thank you so much. Can I talk now, Afro?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I came up here because somebody had said earlier, no parties support reparations. And who is the party that supports reparations? Before my phone froze, I had to restart the app. It's been glitching. I came back up here to say that the Democrats are the only ones who actually do support reparations. The main House Resolution Bill number 40 in the House and S40 in the Senate was created by Democrats. John Conyers created the reparations bill back in 1989, and right now in 2025 is led by Representative Ayanna Pressley. 98 Democrats support reparations for foundational Black Americans, and there are 19 Democratic sponsors. The reason, and this bill, this bill is to push studies and resolutions. So to study the issue and to put forth the resolution. So we've studied it, but when they put forth resolutions on the floor, they don't have the votes. So there are some Democrats who vote against it, mainly white Democrats, and every single Republican votes against it. It has no Republican support.
Now let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you. Do you know about the situation in California in 2024, right before the election, right before the presidential election?
Are you talking about the $5 million checks to Black Americans or something like that?
I'm
Reparations?
talking about there was two specific bills that were done. There were two bills. Oh, Lord have mercy, man.
How this guy get up here? I thought we weren't accepting anybody
Yeah, we
else.
weren't. Okay, but it's okay. We're just gonna skip that. There were
That was
two
my fault. I
bills.
apologize.
There were
I'll drop
two
him.
bills that were drafted based off of the studies that were done with the task force in California. All right.
Mhm.
Those bills did not make it to the floor. Okay. They had to have been introduced in the floor for them to vote on the bill. The issue is that they didn't want to vote for the bill because Gavin Newsom was going to veto the bill. He had already shown signs that he did not want two specific bills. One bill was for a Freedmen's Bureau to some effect, and then another one was for monetary payments.
Okay.
All right. Gavin Newsom didn't want to sign those bills.
Why?
So he let it be known to the Congressional Black Caucus in California not to have those bills reach his desk. In order for them not to have done that, they decided not to introduce the bill. That way they wouldn't have to vote no against it. Unfortunately for them, we were monitoring what was going on with the bill. So we clocked everything that was going on with the bill. So the Democrats in California, and I talked about this on YouTube several times, they decided to sit on their own reparations bill. All right. The Democrats have had ample chance to push reparations. They will dangle reparations just so they can make sure that Black people stay on course. But they've had so many chances to push reparations. During the last campaign, Kamala didn't even give an affirmative answer about reparations. All right. Let's be abundantly clear. Biden said no to reparations unless quote unquote Native Americans get some too. Stacey Abrams has said no to reparations. Bernie Sanders has said no to reparations. AOC has said no to reparations. It's a lot of people who've said no. Ayanna Pressley is now introducing HR 40, but back when they had the power, back when the Democrats had the House, the presidency, and the Senate, when they had the Congress and the presidency, they weren't pushing H.R. 40. They only push H.R. 40 when they know it can't go through. And they do that to make it seem like, hey, we're fighting the good fight, but the Republicans aren't letting us get that through. However, when they don't have Republican opposition, they push a lot of other things through. You see right now, they have a shutdown because there's a government gridlock because they don't want to sign off on a DHS funding bill that would sponsor ICE, that would fund ICE. That's how serious they are about things. However, nobody has had that energy when it comes to reparations. Not for as many decades as HR 40 has been floating around in Congress.
Can I piggyback off of you, Afro? Because he did. So, African American is not defined right? Even Yvette Clarke can be, or Roland Martin can be identified as an African American. So the verbiage in the HR 40, which was written by a Caribbean, isn't really designed specifically for foundational Black Americans, but I like the way you slipped that in there. And when you bring up Ayanna Pressley, she's on the Caribbean caucus, right? And we do know that the Caribbean are actually getting tangibles. I just explained the Caribbean count bill, right? So when it comes to us, they dangling these carrots. We're saying, right, we're tired of the carrots. We know that they're not really for us, right? It never leads to anything tangible. It's just a way to keep us in line with the Democrats. But what did LBJ say when he passed that Civil Rights Act, or signed it rather? I'm going to have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years. And that's what they do. Dangle these carrots. Why aren't voting rights secured? Why every time I turn around, the Dems are talking about voting rights? But when we finally support something that'll make it more tangible for Black Americans, they're saying they don't believe us. I mean, and you know, only certain demographics really are backing the Democrats at this time. And so I really can't take a lot of y'all seriously when y'all come up here talking about y'all staunch Democrats and y'all would vote for Kamala again. She already said she ain't doing nothing specifically for Black people, and she didn't. But you know what she did do? Touch our ancestors' Freedmen's Bank to include the Asians and this one and that one and the third. They will never let us have anything specifically for us, and that especially means Democrats, who are the party of slavery. Get off of the plantation, sirs. Thank you.
So
I'm
which
gonna be, I'm gonna,
demographics
I'm
are
gonna be
you
real
referring to?
quick.
Because
Hold on, Starboy. I'm
majority of
gonna be
Black
real
Americans
quick
support
because this is the
Democrats.
bills right here that Afro was talking about. SB 1403. SB 1403 is the Freedmen's Bank. Excuse me, the Freedmen's Agency that they removed, and also SB 1331, which was the cash payments that the Democratic Party removed. Right. And so they removed it before, and then didn't let it reach Gavin Newsom's hands. Pretty much work with the white tea supremacy, right? And a bunch of them were immigrants. Again, y'all keep saying immigrants on our side. Immigrants is working with us, this, that, and third. But it was immigrants that removed these bills to work with white tea supremacy and the system in place to undermine us. So, when y'all say Democrats are now introducing a bill, like Afro said, why they wait now? They have an ample amount of time to introduce the bill. And if I'm not mistaken, HR 40 was around since the 80s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was first
So
introduced in the
right.
80s.
Yeah.
So
HR.
they had about 40 years to make something happen with HR 40, and every time they need that I feel like that's like a safety net. Whenever they feel like they're getting ready to lose the Black American vote, they want to dangle the HR 40. No, we're not doing that anymore.
I don't think it's that. I think it's that only a small sector of our political institutions support reparations for Black
Well,
Americans, and
if
it
only
just so happens to
okay.
be
Let me
that the
ask you.
only
Let me
small
say this
percent.
though. Let me just say this. Let's say they genuinely are. Let's say everybody who's pushing HR 40, Ayanna Pressley, Sheila Jackson Lee, all of them. Let's say genuinely they were 100% for it. Even you're conceding to the fact that that is a minority in the party. That's a small fraction of people who believe in a specific policy in the party. That doesn't represent the whole party. We're agreeing to that now. So you can't say the Democratic Party supports reparations unless most of the Democrats support this policy.
I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say that.
If you can only name 5 people out of 40 years who supports HR 40, then you can't say that the Democrat supports HR 40. You can't say that argument.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's no Republicans that support HR 40 or SR 40. No Republican, not a single
Okay, but
Republican
nobody's making the
senator.
argument. Nobody's making the argument that Republicans do, though. You're making
Yeah,
the
but
argument that Democrats do, and what we're
no, the
saying
argument that
is
I'm
that
making is that somebody asked earlier who is putting forth a bill for reparations. The Democrats, even though they have failed because they don't have the votes and they don't have the support
no.
within their
You're
own
trying to
party.
give them an out, Starboy. You're giving them an out. Every time you say they
How am I
failed,
giving
they
them an
failed.
out?
You're giving them an out by saying that they can't do it. Can't do it and won't do it are not the same things. They will not do it. When they're even asked about it, Kamala said no. Biden said no. These were the president and vice president the last term, and they both individually said no. So it's not like, oh, there's so much political will to do it. It's just such an uphill battle that they just can't maneuver their way through the Republicans. They always have the Republicans are this super strong brick wall. We can send tens of millions of illegal immigrants into the country against all Republicans. Not a single Republican backed that at all. And a lot of Democrats oppose that, but they were able to do that. But when it comes to HR 40, boy, they just cannot get past those Republicans, huh?
I mean, if you have to vote on it, and half your own party doesn't support it, and then the Republican Party doesn't support it at all, then yeah, you're not going to go nowhere with it.
Okay,
So
so the
do a study.
Republican. Oh, okay, all right, man. We just gotta go. We got because this gonna be all day thing. Come on now, you see it, dude. You see it, and you know better. You know the Democrats don't support reparations. You already know that. Okay, if they supported reparations half as much as they support illegal immigration, we would have had something by now. I can name you more Democrats that said no than yes. So come on, we ain't gonna do that.
Yo, Afro, can I ask you a question? A little personal question. I'm pretty sure that you've dated someone in the past, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Female friend, right? Mm-hmm. So have you ever went to a female and said, have you ever went to a female and said, hey, I'm not going to take you out to the movies because the last guy didn't take you out to the movies? Have you ever said that?
No.
To a female? Okay, so that's what that Republican Democrat thing is. Because the Republicans don't like it, well, 4 of us sponsor it. That's not a valid argument. And I understand the frustration, but again, like I said, the most powerful the most powerful Democrat in the House right now is Hakeem Jeffries. And he don't support reparations for foundational Black Americans. That's just it. So the fact that the House, what is he, like the majority of the House?
He's the minority leader of the House.
Minority leader of the House don't support it. The party don't support it. With that, I'm a land.
Can I add something to the reparations?
A foundational Black American?
According to him, yes. According to him.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
Well, and I've spoken to Hakeem Jeffries, by the way, in person.
Yeah, he's spoken to him personally, and he called me. Sage called me right after he had that conversation. This was a while ago.
But the Democrats support
reparations. He doesn't support it. Can you tell us why he doesn't? Did he say?
Well, you got to understand first that when it comes to reparations, people are gonna feel like, and he hits you with the white stuff. People are gonna feel like if they didn't contribute to the atrocities that slavery caused, then they shouldn't pay for it. What the fuck does that? Excuse my language. I'm so sorry, y'all. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? If you are a descendant of people that were harmed, just like in, with a certain Asian group, what happened to them in the 40s, they got compensated in the 80s, Hakeem. So I know he wasn't in his rebuttal to that was, I'm not in Congress. I wasn't in Congress then.
So listen, the chat is saying that he's by ethnic. The other part is Cape Verdean, and so maybe it sounds like
I asked. According to him,
the chat will say anything. I
looked it up. He is.
I was gonna roll with
tether.
it.
From what I looked up, he's a tether.
Where's he from? I don't know that he. You know how people tell you anything in person. That's why I truly don't know, y'all.
I thought he said on the House floor one time he was a descendant of slaves.
Yeah, but so are Jamaicans, so are Trinidadians,
Trinidadians are, Jamaicans are. Mm-hmm.
Right,
correct.
So you got to put U.S. chattel slavery descendant on it when you're speaking about us. But I just wanted to know he the most powerful Democrat doesn't support reparations. Then yeah,
and he doesn't support an anti-Black hate crime bill, by the way, too.
He doesn't support that either.
No, he does not support that either.
Did he tell you why?
I don't remember. I can't recall. Again, y'all, family. I'm not gonna indulge how I'm gonna get him on camera saying that, because we spoke about that, Afro. But I will get this man on camera saying this. And when I do, that'll probably be the end of the Democrat Party.
You got plants all over the place. Yeah, that's a very beautiful doggy there.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
can I
is.
ask y'all a question then?
Appreciate y'all.
I mean,
It's like a heater.
So the Democrats, we can't depend on them for reparations. The Republicans, they totally ignore it. So are y'all pro reparations for Black Americans? And if y'all are, what is your suggestion for a path forward or how we get some type of progress when it comes to us getting reparations?
I believe
We're
Trump would
doing it
do it.
now. We're doing it now.
We're doing it now. And I believe Trump would do it because Trump has an ego. And if Trump passes reparations, he will be known as the best president to ever live. And I
Can you
believe
explain to me
that
how we're doing it
he
now,
would
just to
he would
educate
want
me? Because
that.
I'm not. Can you educate me or give me how are we doing it now? Like just honestly, can you
Okay,
explain that to
so
me?
did you just hear me say the sage something about strategy? Like don't
We don't
tell,
say
Okay,
stuff
here's
online.
it.
do?
Okay, all right,
Um,
all right. Yo, the fact
I
that
have a
what
question,
we're
by the way,
doing
y'all, for
right here,
reparations.
what we're doing right here, the fact that we're getting people to focus on lineage is enough. Okay, because both parties need us in some way or form. They both do. They both rely on us to move a certain way in order for them to be successful. If they can no longer rely on that, then they're going to have to meet demands the same way they do with every other demographic. Okay,
I
we're
agree with
not
that.
we're not we're not reinventing the wheel. Okay, we're actually just using politics the way it was intended. That's it.
Hold on, Afro. I mean, I got to push back on that some because I hear you, but, and I
Mm-hmm.
know we're not talking about the Republicans, but they do not need Black American votes to get through
No,
what
I
they
said
want.
they
They want
need us. They need us to
to move,
move a certain way. The
but
Republicans
Republicans are
will
moving
not
right
stop
Hold
it.
now.
No,
on,
no.
hold on,
The
Justin. We're not doing
Republicans
that.
will not be able to win if black people show out for the Democrat Party. Black people, as we've seen with the last 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 elections, okay, we are populated in the swing states that control the White House, that control a lot of the federal government. Okay, we're really the gatekeepers of the federal government, which is why Trump didn't win in 2020. So they need us not to go against them, not to vote them out, because we do have the power to do that. They have numbers enough to win, but we have the numbers to supersede their numbers. What they need is for us to stay home in order to beat the Democrats. The only way they will beat the Democrats is if we stay home in a large enough population number. That's what they need. So they need us to move a certain way. So we do have leverage when it comes to the Republicans as well too.
Okay,
All
I
right.
agree.
Y'all make sure you guys go to For the Culture on YouTube. All right. This has been one of them. This has been one of them, but y'all make sure y'all go to For the Culture on YouTube. Y'all follow so y'all don't miss out on anything. I appreciate y'all so very much. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all Saturday, okay? Because the weekend's gonna be nice. So,
Is it?
well, out here tomorrow. Today is kind of okay, but tomorrow's gonna be nice. So y'all make sure y'all do that. All right, all
So I
right.
guess we're gonna
Well, thank you for
skip.
having me.
We're gonna skip final words and just go to
Mm-hmm.
Afro. When's the next time you'll be coming back live on TikTok?
I'll come back tomorrow. Maybe a
What
little bit
time?
earlier tomorrow, like
All right,
around
because I have an 8 o'clock appointment tomorrow.
oh, it'll
So
be after that.
Afro,
I
I
mean
want to
8 p.m.
8 p.m.
I
Oh
mean,
well, it'll be
yeah.
before that then. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, Candy say
Afro,
ask me.
I
Yeah.
just wanted to say thank you for having me, sir.
Of course. Thank you.
It was a pleasure talking with you.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, and nice to talk to you again, BX, today,
Nice
sweetheart.
to
Talk to
talk
you
to you
later.
too.
All right. You
No
guys be
problem. You
blessed
know
and
you will.
encourage everybody. Nice to meet you, Sage. I followed you, brother. All right, Foundational.
All right, y'all have a good one.
All right.
All right, everybody. All right, Keisha.
All right. So it's ludicrous to keep doing the same thing, expecting different results and never getting them. That's what it's like when you vote Democrat in this day and age. They did. If the last Democrat administration never showed us anything, it should show us that America finds money for what they care about. So I recently had a post up from Sandra Bland saying, "Show me where in American history that all lives matter." And my caption was, "When America shows us that we don't matter to them, we show America why we matter." And delineation is showing everybody why we matter.
Mm-hmm.
And that includes the way we vote as well. I land.
All right.
Yeah, I just want to say, great live Afro as always, man. You definitely, it's definitely one of the ones for the numbers. We have people crashing out. We have a gentleman that came up, argued with us for an hour just to tell us he don't know what he's arguing about. He had to go study. We have just a whole bunch of everything today, but it was still exciting that we were able to bring it back around and really, make it a teachable moment for all, right? Again, we're not advocating for everyone to just go right. We're not advocating for people to go left. Again, we just having a conversation. The same energy we have for the left, we will have for the right. We're very critical on both, right? Let's be clear. So we just got to make sure we keep the standards the same, right? You can't be, critical on one side, and then when people talk about the left, you don't find you disingenuous and you don't find no faults all of a sudden, right? As if they're angels and they're not doing things. That seemed to be the problem. There's no accountability, right? At least with us, we'll be like, you know what, that's true. We can concede to certain things, right? But you guys will sit there and be disingenuous and act like there's nothing going on the left as if they're doing everything perfect, which they're not. But I'm gonna land. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Afro.
Yes,
You have a great one, BX. Yeah, have a good one. Peace.
all right. Peace.
Oh, Marshall, check your messages. I sent you a message on the Foundational American page.
All right.
Okay, no
Good night,
problem.
y'all.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. All right.
Good night.
Good night.